We are live. CRoM Con 6 Day 2 Part 1.
Yeah.
Pops Van Zant here. Repping the Panther. What's up, Chad? I know he's watching. Got my co-host Pete, my tech support Phil. The whole team is here, y'all. Woo, it's good to see you, Phil. Missed you yesterday, bro.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, man. Yeah. Glad I could get in a little bit today, man. Always
Well,
need some CRoM Con.
yeah, you know how it is. You know how it is. It's good to see everybody. Hope everybody tunes in, checks it out. I got Pete sharing the feed everywhere. Joe Tolliver, Comics Cast. Shout out. Thanks for giving us the platform to make this bigger and better for you. Right? I'm getting better at this, guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Woo! I ain't got nothing written down either. It's all unscripted all day long.
We like the organic.
Hey, you know me. I don't even, really have questions written down. I just go, from the sleeve, y'all.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
So how you doing, Pete? Feeling better
I'm
today?
feeling better. Being sick is one thing, and getting over an infection and stuff like that is one thing. But the cure, the cure is incredible. The medicine on top of all the other stuff, all the other medicines that I was already taking, kind of really makes you feel funky. But whatever. You push through it and you get there.
All right, we got Pete sharing this out from the Indie Comics Cast YouTube channel.
Yep.
Please subscribe when you pop in. Give us a share, give us a like, all that. We're trying to build that platform too. We got a huge platform on Facebook, but we need them subscribers. We need to build that YouTube channel up. I noticed we was up over 110. We did pretty good so far this weekend.
I think we did okay.
So jump on board and join the fun.
I think we can get to 125 today. We'll be talking about that. We'll be talking about Corey Dwayne Ellis. Y'all know, crowdfund. He's got a crowdfund up at the top of the in the announcements and comic related madness. Had a little burn down thing with his home and his business. Him and his mom out there in the truck, and they need help, man. And we'll be sharing the GoFundMe throughout the day. But like I said, it's in the comic related madness at the top of the announcements, pinned to the top. Check it out. Go drop him a little money, share it, like it, share it, let him know you care, man. That's bottom line right there. We are starting today off with what, for me, of course, is the guy who made. I'm telling you straight up, without this guy, there'd be no Pops, there'd be no CRoM Con, none of it. Okay, this is the guy that gave me a reason to jump out here and become what I've become. He's the one that created the persona of Pops Van Zant and Mojo Risen. You know I'm always going to say Rising Rise because the song flows. Mojo Rise.
Mr. Mojo Rising.
Just flows, man. You gotta say it,
Gotta keep on
So,
rising.
with all that, he's going to come out. We're going to talk about the campaign. We're going to talk about future projects. We're going to talk about Raj Mahan and
What's up?
Yo.
What's up, guys?
Yo, what's up, man?
This is my friend, y'all. This is the man that made it all happen. I'm serious. I'm not lying. If Raj had not took my alter ego and turned it into a comic book character, none of this probably would have happened. He's really the one that gave me a driving reason to become what I become, helping push his book, which in turn led to pushing other books, which in turn led to helping people out here set up a virtual table or whatever. It's like, it's all because of that guy right there. You get to blame him. You get to blame him for all of it.
It's all his fault.
It is my fault. It is my fault.
If you like me, it's his fault. If you hate me, it's his fault.
Keep it right down the middle.
I'm straight up. I love that dude, man. And it's like, because of what it's all become, it really took off, snowball downhill, Mojo, Raj, what did it feel like when you funded in 48 minutes, bro?
Oh wow. Yeah, that was epic. Just a great feeling because I thought we would get it in the middle, to be honest. But yeah, that 48 minutes it rocked.
Dude, I know for me it was a blast because we were out on different feeds talking about it. You were out on a feed, I was out on a feed, and we were both out on Indie Bolt talking about it afterwards, and it was like, man, I try to tell people that there's no feeling like not having to worry about it right
It
away. You
it made
know,
it it made it smoother because we funded so quickly. So I was able to kind of relax and then just start
yeah,
promoting. So yeah,
and play and think of new things to do and better things to do. And it wasn't like we were trying to get people to. It wasn't like we were trying to get people to come to us. It was trying to like we were asking other people to come check it out. You know, it was like we already had funding, and it was like now we got to have fun promoting it. It wasn't a pressure promote. It was fun. So there wasn't like got to be out there all day, every day, push, push, push. And, you know,
the
it's
funny story about that is like 10 minutes before we funded, and Travis Gibb messaged me and he said, "Y'all ain't funded yet," and I thought that was hilarious.
oh, yeah, yeah.
He said, "What's taking y'all so long?" That's pretty cool.
But I mean, it was fun though, man. Watching that thing just take off like that. And my son was trying to be first, and he put in like typed in the wrong password, his wrong password or something when he went to hit it, you know, or typed in something wrong, so he had to go do it over. So we were like ninth or 10th, but he was trying to be first. He was trying to represent for me.
Yeah, it was pretty competition. There was a lot of competition for that.
I had fun. That was the most fun I've had in a long time. Raj working on right from the beginning, way back in December. That first promo that I wrote up, back before Edwin was even on board. I mean, I saved that thing, man, so I can go look at it every now and then because I'm kind of proud of that. That was my first promo ever.
And that was and that promo was stellar, dude. That was you knocked that out of the park. That was a good promo.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, when Mike Barron told me it was good, I was like, all right,
Yeah, how can you
I'll
go
agree.
wrong?
Okay, if he says so, I'll agree.
The Baron knows.
This
Yeah,
is fair.
and that guy's been awesome too. I mean, there's so many cool people that have been awesome for what we've been doing and helping us out. You know,
Absolutely. Mike Barron, Travis Gibb, Luke Stone, Jesse Bear. If I'm leaving anyone out, I apologize. But
I mean,
everybody's helped me, and I appreciate it. It's just a great community to be part of.
we had a lot of people pushing that.
Yeah,
I mean, as when we talk about putting together something and everybody helping to raise the boat all together, it was like I was kind of happy at the end too because they didn't just forget about us. We still,
no,
we still knocked off 10, 15 or so, 20 or so. Um, there at the end, it was pretty cool. I was happy with it. I know we can do better. I know we're going to do better on the next one and the
oh
next.
yeah,
you know, when you guys read this, I mean, I haven't read it, but I got an idea where it's going. And when you guys read this, you're going to want to be around for book 2. Count on it. You know. Speaking of,
Speaking of, we're halfway through book 2, which is titled Book of Souls, and it's going to be another 34, 36 page book, I believe. I think we're going to lean towards 36. I like the bigger books. I want to have people get more bang for their buck. I don't like the 20 something page books myself. So it'll be about 34, 36 pages, and we're about halfway through with it. So it's looking good. This one's going to be the epic, epic, epic story. But,
it's actually, I mean, I know. Actually, I only know one thing about the next book, and I'm gonna make sure Raj don't tell me nothing else. I'll be showing stuff off, but I ain't gonna be trying to find out what happens because that one involves my grandson's character, and I'm making him stay in the dark too. He's gonna read it right along with me when he gets here.
I will say on book 2, I've got a cover. It's a rock and roll homage 2 Book of Souls by my favorite band, Iron Maiden. So that will be
Oh, that's cool.
a variant cover done by Edwin Artex Badillo, and it's gonna have Eddie on it, kind of Mojo Eddie. It'll be cool.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
Nice. Nice.
You guys
And
are-
Any TM problems with that, are you?
no, we changed it just a tad,
Okay.
just enough to be a-okay.
You know,
and I've got the talented Eve. She'll be doing a cover for book 2. Jim will do another one. Greg will do another one, and Luke Stone's going to do one.
That's
that
cool.
I know that.
Good
And who knows who else? I don't know. That's just the beginning. Pete Vasquez, he'll be doing
Yeah.
it.
what,
That guy sucks.
hey, you guys, you can keep screwing around. You can get Pops to draw Mojo. It'll be like
Yeah.
my son's drawing ever. So hey, Raj, I know you had a bad week, but how you feeling right now, bro?
It's good. It's come and go. I mean, it was expected in the family, so we were prepared. But you're never prepared. But
Right.
the dog, my dog being sick, and we're not knowing how she's gonna do. And some people are like, well, it's just a dog. Well, they're your family too.
No, they're family. My dog's sick right now. My dog's got to go have something removed on the 15th, so I know exactly what you mean.
Well,
Yeah.
she can't get hers. She can't get hers removed, so it's just a matter
Yeah.
of time. So we're just making her comfortable, and just getting hit twice within a week, and then I was telling Pops earlier, I couldn't enjoy the really ending to my campaign. I was just in another
That's
place,
what I
you know.
kind of
Right.
lead into. I kind of wanted to let everybody know why, not so much why, just that Raj couldn't be out here to help push his book at the end. And that's why I was out here full time doing everything I could, because he couldn't be out here. He had family things going on. I mean, I'm not trying to pry into it or get him to go real deep into it. I just want to let everybody know. Really? Just because we were talking about pets, you have to come over here and open your mouth? What? The most loyal creatures on earth. Of course, you're going to be hurt when your animals die. Come on, no. I mean, come on. Your best friend is not as loyal as your freaking dog.
Absolutely
That is
not.
true.
I tell people all the time, my inner circle is my parents, my sister, my dog, and my one cat. The other two, whatever, I'm not into the other 2 cats. But the one cat, and I told people my dog is ahead of humans on that list, just so you know. He's my boy. So,
Danny, this is my golf hat, bro. My son's out golfing right now, which is what I'd be doing if I wasn't CRoM Conning. So I'm wearing my golf hat, dude.
there you go.
Y'all don't realize I sacrificed some of my own time and my own fun and spending time with my son and my grandkids to do this. I could be out golfing right now, y'all. I'm here for you. Oh, we got Danny's. He just dropped his pup off at the groomer. See, we love our pets. Of course, we're gonna be. It ain't just the only people say it's just a dog are people without a damn dog.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
That is right.
Exactly.
One of you kids let that dog out.
Yeah, he needs out.
Or something. He's trying.
That's the coyote one.
Okay.
The mouthy one.
The mouthy one
Yeah.
definitely wants
just gets
something.
up here- The wolf just gets up here in my lap and pushes my chair back, and
Well, at least he lets you know now they got a party. Now
Yeah.
they got a party. I Phil's sitting there in the corner. We didn't see Phil all yesterday, and I feel bad. Phil, you okay?
Yeah, I'm doing.
All right.
I'm doing better.
Yeah.
It's been a rough week. I've been dealing with medical things in the family myself. So, but,
We've all. It's okay, because then that's kind of where I wanted to come back. First off, Raj, I'm sorry for everything you're going through. You're gonna be okay. I know you are. You're a tough as nails guy, so I'm not worried. You'll got enough. You got people to support you. You know that.
Absolutely.
you know we got your back, and we're here for you, brother. And Phil, same thing. I know everybody was there for me last week when I was feeling like really bad. So that's kind of the world that we're in. That's kind of where I'm segueing into this little world that we created here, and that we're sharing with everybody on the Comics Cast YouTube. This is the world we live in. We all back each other up. We also, guys like Danny, we all support each other. We all help each other out. Like the way we're helping Corey out, our boy Corey out. He's one of ours. And, I mean, I'm going through my thing, and yeah, I can sit there and focus on that, and I should, but at the same time, I'm like, damn, I want to help Corey, because he's going through his thing, and, I want to be there to support Raj, and I want to be there to support Phil. And, if Pop's got to go walk a dog, or, if real quick he's going to go out in the backyard and hit a few balls just to get it out of his system, I want to support it.
Don't tell me that. I'll go set the net up, bro.
No, this is my favorite. I get spoken to. My front yard is the 17th hole of a country club out here on Long Island. So every once in a while at night, maybe after a few beverages, I'll go out to the middle island on my street with like 10 or 12 balls, and I'll try to chip in onto the green. And then the next morning I get the greenskeeper coming. Could you stop that, please? I mean, at least get one in if you're going to do that. So it's like, all right.
Get up here. Come here.
All right. See, there you go. There.
This is the skinny one with the short hair that don't shed all over me and make me look all furry. This is the mouthy one. That's Rocky. Do you need to go out? You need to go out? That's your problem? Oh, you too? Oh.
Yep.
I'll be right back.
He's getting tag team by the
do the thing.
Now, Raj, I got a question because I'm still learning Kickstarter and stuff like that, and I pulled up the page here. Can people still get on it, or is it completely done?
Yeah, it's done. But
right, yeah, there you go.
We will be on IndieCrowdfund.com, and then we're going to run on Indiegogo. So whichever y'all feel comfortable on, we're going to be there for y'all to get books if you couldn't do it, because I know times are hard and everything. So, but there's going to be 2 more chances for this book one.
Okay, perfect. That's what I know. Some people that they might be a little late to the hype.
Yeah,
and they might be a little bit late to the party. And I hate it when I'm late to the party. So I wanted to see if we can give them an opportunity.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and they want to. It's some good
yeah,
stuff, man.
They want to. Yeah, they absolutely want to. So, in fact, let's whet some appetites here. Let's do one of these. Let me go here. Just to be a guy, I'm going to go and I'm going to hit play. I think everybody needs to see the video again.
All right.
Yeah.
Loving it. If that doesn't warm you up and get you ready to want to pick this book up, I'm really not going to be knowing what will, because first you get the amazing artwork, you get the little glimpses into these characters, you get good poses on the characters, but then you get some good old-fashioned heavy riff to make it to warm you up and to get you interested. And that's what I like. And that's what we're into now. You're talking about the next book and then the book after that. I've been asking this question a lot this week, and I kind of like it, Raj, because now you can just get in and do the whole thing. What are you thinking for next? Like, I know you have a next, but do you have like a game plan for after that? And then after that, are you building the world more? Are you keeping the scope? Like, down the road a few issues for you. Are you thinking that far yet?
Oh, we got 9 issues in the bag already. We know where this story's already at least 9. And but in the 6 is where the arc will start, and then we'll do a trade paperback. But 9 so far.
Okay, so you're already
Awesome.
second arc, working on a trade, and then the story's progressing at least through 9 episodes. So there's going to be we're going to get to see lots of things, new characters maybe.
Yeah, absolutely new characters, and then in between there, we're gonna have like 3 one-shots.
Okay.
So yeah.
So you keeping it fresh.
Yes.
They have
Okay,
a
that's
lot to look forward to.
Yeah, that's a lot to look forward to. Now, I know we haven't really talked about this a lot other than music. Because we're in the same age bracket too, so this is going to be very familiar for some of us. What kind of when you were younger, what kind of got you ready to like, okay, I want to do this, I want to create a book, or what influence would get you going in comics and stuff?
Oh,
or even cartoons or whatever.
ooh, well, that's a good question. Comics, it would have been Lobo back in the 80s.
Okay, yeah.
Lobo. I like the bad guys, villains. That's what gets me going.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm a Dr. Doom guy myself. As he jumps down off my
You
now.
keep pulling.
I'm a Dr. Doom guy.
Yes,
I
Dave.
got.
I would say Lobo, and if you look at Mojo, you're gonna see how I came up with Mojo. There's a lot of influence from Lobo on that.
This cigar really is a good homage to Lobo. I think the cigar is a really good one. Next, we got to see Mojo on a motorcycle. I think.
Well,
Hey,
there is a print for this Kickstarter that's in a package that has him on a motorcycle.
There you go. See, I'm already.
awesome. It looks.
See, look at it.
It looks awesome.
And our good friend Shiloh has a cover on book 2 that is insane on a motorcycle.
Oh, cool. All right. Well, then there you go. Then I am late to the party on that one.
That was
And
a
you
very-
know, and Pete, you know Shiloh.
Yes, I do.
Woo,
Yes,
man.
I do. Yeah, no, that's not going to be. Yeah, I got it.
You keep bringing that.
Well, Pops has a print of Shiloh's of that motorcycle actually,
Yeah,
and
that is. Yeah,
and it is fire.
yeah. I've got to work on a little bit of his stuff, man. I really like his work, man.
It's as clean as you can get.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. Ooh.
That
He put some detail in.
Ooh.
That will be a cover.
Ooh, Russell, what's going on? Wow. Oh, that's got to be a wraparound cover.
It will.
Yeah, I was about to say, wow. Yo, he got the chain, he got the gears in there. Wow.
Yeah, it's hot.
I think he laid that out on canvas, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, that
yes.
looks like canvas. Yeah. Wow. That's unreal. Wow.
Shiloh's a good friend of ours, and he loves all of us guys, and he's just a cool dude. He's a real cool dude.
Definitely.
That's some serious work right there. That's above and beyond. My goodness. Woo! Yeah, that is hot fire right there. Boys and girls, if that doesn't get you interested in what's next for Mojo, what's next from these guys, I don't know what will. I like, oh my goodness. See, I love good writing. I love a good story, and that'll get me invested, and that'll keep me in a book long term and stuff like that. But even for some, I'm an artist, obviously, so that's what gets me going. That's like, I see stuff like that. I've definitely bought stuff just for art. But if I can, and I'm speaking to you guys who haven't gotten in on Mojo yet, if you haven't, if good art and a dope story and dope people behind creating it are your thing, then get up in on that, man. Just get up in on that, because it's we got pointing going on now.
I can't hear him.
No, he's muted. He's just pointing.
Oh,
Mojo.
Oh, I thought he had to go to the bathroom now.
No, what I'm gonna have to do, I'm gonna have to go put some ramens on for the kids here in a minute, though, but I'm good for right this minute. So, what do we got? We got Bill saying hi
Hey.
to Russ. Hi, Russ.
What's up, Russ?
There you
There
go.
he
There's
is,
the man's
Shiloh.
watching right there,
he
bro.
is. Yeah.
Hey.
Bro, that
Yeah,
is some
bro.
serious stuff. That is serious.
Monitor to do the art or a
I'm
camera?
actually working on that right now. I'm trying to pick out a camera so I can start drawing live on Twitch more and stuff like that.
I'd like to, but I can do screen sharing, so I figure I just screen share. I work in Photoshop anyhow,
Right.
so
We were talking about that. We were talking about that yesterday, the production, and then it's now. I know some of the guys working on Mojo Digital. Some of the guys working, obviously, Shiloh, that amazing canvas piece. I tell people all the time, there's just, the difference is ease, maybe convenience, or the mess that you make.
the mess, yeah.
the mess. You don't get ink all over your hands and stuff when you draw digitally, but you're still drawing. You're still painting. And
Yeah, it's just a tool, just like the rest of them, man.
So yeah, so it's pretty incredible the amazing things that you can get from either medium. And I think this book that we're talking about right now, not to further, it's going to be hard for Raj to get out the door with his ego now because we're feeding it pretty well. But
Nah. All of us guys that are in this group, we're just regular dudes, man, and
but you have no idea.
we're just having fun, and we're really laid back. Pops gets on to me all the time because I'm too laid back, but we're just regular guys that enjoy
Amen.
what we're doing.
Amen.
I just want everybody to be successful, man. And sometimes it's like, get out here with me and push, bro. You know?
Yeah.
That's it.
But hey, I mean, like I said, we did pretty good. If you could have been out here for this last few days, we would have done better. I mean, we would have been able to hit more podcasts and a even wider audience if we'd all been out here together working. But we still did all right, dude. Your book is out there. We're printing it.
For first campaign being funded in 48 minutes, 130 backers. Yeah, we did really good.
That's less than an hour. Some concerts take longer to sell out than that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Also, I got to make an announcement because tomorrow during Monday Madness, I'm going to be doing the drawing for the Autograph Pop's first appearance in the crew, and I'm going to be doing we're going to be
Mojo,
the prints, right?
Mojo CRoM print.
Right. So now this is for paid backers, y'all. If you haven't paid yet, not going to be in the drawing, not going to be on the list.
Well, paid physical backers, yes.
Right. So if you haven't paid yet, drop your money if you want to be in on the drawings. I mean, I'm trying to make sure everybody knows that ahead of time. I'll probably say it a few more times. Or if people that really want to be in the drawing can't get the money this week, we could maybe put it off till next Monday Madness. But, if people let me know they need a week, I'll give them a week. If people just ignore, then we're doing the drawing tomorrow. If I get some people saying, hey, wait till next week, then I'll wait. But if I don't hear nothing, we're doing it tomorrow.
Yeah, they don't want to miss the boat. Better hop on it.
He said tool.
He said tool. He said tool.
A CRoM pinup art book or something. Well, we're getting quite a few pieces of CRoM art. Never know, that could happen.
That's a good idea.
I got about 10 different pieces of CRoM art already that are really cool and a lot of different people. So,
oh heck yeah, it's already there. Throw it all together, put it out there.
That's what I'm saying.
Everybody's been loving the pinup art books lately. I've noticed.
Oh, Danny throwing ideas at us. Look at that dude, man. We're gonna have to bring him on.
He's stealing my idea because I talked to him about me doing my art book next year.
I'm thinking we're gonna have to bring Danny on somehow as an admin in the group, maybe part of.
Well, I know I've decided. I didn't really talk to him about it, but it's been working out. I know I got the idea when I brought him on Friday night. I'm just gonna, if he's in, I'm just gonna get him a link and bring him in from time to time while we're talking to folks. because he brings a different energy. He brings a younger energy. First off,
I'm saying, Pete, like, I'm talking about bringing him in as an admin in the group and bringing him in as one of us.
no, because he's gonna try to take my job. No.
Yeah, he's gonna make it so that you don't have to be out here 24. You know? He's the kind of guy we can hand the show off to for a minute, go do our thing. You know what I mean? It's like, especially next month, you're gonna need a co-host. You're still gonna have Phil for tech support. You're gonna need a co-host.
No, you didn't want me to co-host? No, I'll
Well,
co-host.
that's up to you. You gotta have a camera by then, bro. You can't co-host with your icon. No.
Oh, come on now.
That's funny.
You got to be out here letting people see your pretty face.
No, you don't want to. I've heard it'll turn people mad.
No, Danny, I'm talking about bringing you in as an admin in the group and maybe making you a more part of what we do in CRoM Con.
A more presence.
Who's Steven? Steven there where you were?
Steven is one of the guys at the collective. I'll jump in.
That's what I'm saying.
He's one of
taking everybody's job.
yeah. Steven's one of the guys at the collective. He seems to be the number 2 over there. I may be speaking wrong, but Danny, I definitely see Danny trying to do the NASCAR. You know, I'm passing him on the right, but they're both good. Steven is the other guy you see next to Brendan when they're doing the auctions. Steven's the funny guy. I do have it with me. The other day in one of my live scenes, Danny asked me if I could draw Steven as Stone Cold Steve Austin, and I'm going to give myself a little. So I went ahead.
That's awesome, man.
Drew Steven is Stone Cold Steve Austin. So having some fun with that. That was again, all the guys down at the collective were awesome.
I like it.
Lots of good energy coming from those guys. It's just an example of how important and how great a good, solid local comic book shop that's run by good, solid people can be. And those are kind of the shops I see that are going to be involved with indie crowdfund. You know, these are going to be people that want to, build the indie scene and that want to help their community and spread the love around. And that's, what I like what Mike did with creating indiecrowdfund.com. So I love it. And I know we're talking about links and we're talking about all sorts of stuff. Anybody and everybody that's watching on Facebook here, thank you. If you're not hanging out or checking out the Indie Comics Cast YouTube, we would love for you to do that. Go over there and hit it to subscribe. It would do nothing but help and give you an opportunity to see a ton of cool stuff.
That's fact.
Most definitely.
So check that out.
Well,
We do have another thing, that I don't think Raj has said anything about yet. But Raj has another project.
I know. I was just going to ask him that.
I think that's a good segue for this. That's a good segue for this.
Well, I'm working on Skinwalker Ranch Chronicles, and what it's set in Utah on the famous Skinwalker Ranch. It'll have aliens and skinwalkers, and I began writing that one last week, and that will be coming out on Outlaw Studio probably summer.
Nice. Very
on
nice.
all the platforms.
And little synopsis, dude. Tell people what. I mean, not everybody might not be familiar with the Skinwalker Ranch and the kind of stuff that goes on there. So, not talking about your book, but talk a little bit about the actual Skinwalker Ranch and give people an idea of what it is.
Well, it's in Utah, and what I've been researching is when Bigelow Air, the guy who owns Bigelow Air Space or whatever, he owned it, and then they start having all these alien sightings and Skinwalker sightings and stuff, and it's really, if you Google it, there's a lot that's happened there. So
yeah.
It's a cool little story. So I'm going to have some of the kind of like what Barron did with Florida Man. I'm going to have actual stories in there from it.
Cool.
Yeah, and there is lots of stories behind Skinwalker Ranch. Some really cool stuff.
And I wanted to do a more horror type book and sci-fi, so it brings both of them together. So It's going to be a fun project.
Awesome.
And then I'm writing Desolate Angels, which everybody's heard of Lucifer being kicked out of heaven and all. Well, there was other fallen angels, so I'm going to be doing that story where they're going to be on Earth and they're going to be going against heaven's angels and hell's angels. And Eric Dominguez is going to help me write that.
That sounds like fun. I'm already in on that. I like that whole. I like that whole aspect.
Hell's Angels.
Well, no, the heaven and hell thing. I'm not even going to get into that with this beard.
I'm down.
I like the whole aspect of the heaven and hell thing. I'm a fallen former Catholic school guy. Okay,
me too.
I spent a lot.
That explains it. Me too, man.
I spent a lot of years there, and I people ask me. I call myself a spiritual person. I really don't claim anything anymore. If I have to, I say I'm either Catholic light or diet Catholic, because but whatever. But I've always been into that whole thing. Like my favorite Spawn character, and now she's my favorite Marvel character, was Angela. And how the angels were the warriors and things like that, and everything was weird. And the whole in the first run of how Spawn and Malbosia, really, that's what I loved, that whole aspect of those books. So you just describing it the way you just did, I'm like, I'm in. Take my money. I'm down. Let's go.
Well, and Eric is so good with the God stuff, so
right.
it was just natural to bring him on with me, and it's going to be a fun book too.
Got some Nephilim in there.
Now we also want to give a little shout out to that guy on the ticker right there. Hybrids.
Yes. Okay. Now, my other project.
Raj just has projects, kids.
My boy working.
Luke Stone's got hybrids right now on Indiegogo, and if he hits 8K, I get to write 2 pages, and I'm going to have Jim O'Reilly draw them for me. So, and he's got other creators and artists that's going to add more content if he hits this goal. So it's going to be extra pages added on. So with different takes on his characters from us. So that I'm looking forward to doing that. So we got to get 8K.
And I want to pull that one up. Hold on.
Yeah, let's give Luke some love.
Where is it? Where is that? I made the mistake of dropping some crap off my computer, and most of it ended up being the links to the stuff that I need.
I've been that guy. I gotta follow my buddy Jay. You guys all know Jay. He because of all the digital stuff that he does, he has like 8 million terabytes. I'm exaggerating, but he has a ton of backup, and I got to do the same though. I got to back this machine up and get all the poop off of it.
You definitely want to. You want to back up the work. I've talked about that before. I've lost a bunch off an old hard drive, and I regret not having it backed up.
There we go.
There we are.
All right, now.
What's he sitting at? 27.
He is a little over halfway to being funded. Got 12 days left. Only 53 backers. See, now this is one of the ones I'm hurting about, Raj, because, like I said, man, my son's getting married, and I just can't spend no freaking money right now. So, I mean, there's $20 or 25 more bucks that would be on there right now if I wasn't in the time frame I'm in.
Now I backed this book without even before Luke even got with me. I was going to get it anyway.
Oh yeah,
regardless if I was in there or not. But it's a beautiful book.
I mean, I plan on getting it too. That's what I'm saying. I'm not waiting for it to get to 8K. I don't want to spend no money in case my son needs money. He's getting married.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know if I'm broke, he's going to need money. And if I save my money, he probably won't. But I don't want to be the guy that's not there if my son needs me on his wedding day or that.
Oh, that's understandable.
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
So everybody this month who has a great book up, I'll still promote the crap out of it, man. But I'm just sorry, there's no money coming out this month. It's just not happening. We got Joe saying CRoM Con 6 Day 2. Jim O'Reilly working on Mojo right now.
And
That little avatar right there that you see, that is the Gator Bay cover on Mojo Rising #1.
which y'all will be able to get if you were late. Me and Pete was talking earlier. If y'all were late to the party, we'll be on
Indiegogo
Indiegogo. Yeah, there you go.
and IndieCrowdfund.com.
Absolutely.
We want to get on the store shelves, y'all, so we're putting it where the retailers are. There I go, saying we again. They. Sorry, Raj. It's just, dude.
It's all good. It's all good, man.
I felt like part of the team since the very beginning, and it's real hard not to represent myself as we when I'm talking about you guys, But here we go, man. We got the Sons of Gods Volume 1, which I think that's all. I wish I knew more about the background of the books, but it's
me too.
It's the 5 books together, right? Combined into a
trade,
into a graphic novel or trade.
Graphic novel, yeah.
So you're getting the first 5 books of the story, and then as Raj said, if they get to a certain amount of money, then they're gonna make the book bigger and bring in other creatives to be part of the project, which, come on, we all want to bounce off each other's fan bases. That's, so as you can see, there's all kinds of stuff. The super box, I thought I told him to change. Didn't we change that name? Didn't we give him a better name for that? I could have sworn we gave him a better name for that tier, but anyway.
That is really dynamic in there. I really enjoy this.
Oh, look, I like this one right here. Is that a cover, Raj? Because it should have been.
I don't believe it is, but I'm looking forward for Jim and me to work again. So it's a cool thing if we get to do it.
Well, there you go. That cover is cool. Yeah, see, you got a few different choices of covers. So, Cannon White.
Yeah, that Canon one's really good.
That's an IGG exclusive cover. Geminis, everybody use a Gemini. Do you want to watch the story?
I'm down. I'm always down.
Well, let's see. It's 4 minutes, so buckle up, y'all.
Cool.
Oh, full screen is unavailable. Well, I tried, you. Can you hear it? I can't.
No.
No audio.
No parent shot.
There we go. Start over. There you go.
Hybrids, the Sons of Gods, is not what you might expect from a typical superhero comic book. There's no magic hammers, vats of toxic chemicals, and there's no parent shot in the alley. There is, however, genetics and a fair amount of actual history and lore that feeds this story. The book of Genesis tells a story of the sons of gods, or angels, coming to earth and seeing the daughters of men and taking them as wives. Unholy unions produce what we call Nephilim. Every major religion on the planet records something of these creatures. The earliest accounts of the Nephilim predate the Greek gods by a few hundred years, and many scholars actually believe that the Greek gods are exaggerations of real-life Nephilim. These Nephilim, the real-life inspiration for the Greek gods, could have passed their angelic DNA down to their descendants. That's the basis for the world I've created. The genetic offspring of the Greek gods have been walking the earth, none the wiser, until something starts to happen to wake up this ancient trait. People start to develop godlike abilities, seemingly out of nowhere. The most intriguing aspect is that you or I could actually potentially possess this Nephilim DNA. We could possess a recessive trait that, rather than give us red hair or blue eyes, gives us the ability to lift entire buildings or control matter with our minds. Now, Knowing what to do with these powers and how to use it is one thing. But the real meat of our story begins when these newly found superhumans begin to vanish. It takes a group of intrepid heroes to discover who is taking them, where they are taking them, and why they are taking them. Yes, Hybrids follows the story of superheroes, but it does more than that. It deals with loss, with faith, hope, addiction, restoration, and community, and all from a different worldview than what is present in most entertainment today. Real-life history, with actual documents accepted by people of varying backgrounds and cultures, feeds the imagination. That little hope inside of us all that wishes we were somehow more powerful than what we are fuels the strength. If knowing that you possess the DNA of an angel-human hybrid meant coming to terms with your belief or lack thereof in the supernatural, how would you handle that? What if the very thing that you are right now is enough? What if you never needed superpowers to save the day or inspire the masses? Maybe what connects us as a community isn't our ideals or identities, but our common purpose. The most interesting thing about a superhuman is not what makes them super, but what makes them human. We look at these things through the eyes of the normal guy who feels awkward in his own skin. The relationships and connections that form along the way with a web of interpersonal dynamics. As one thread pulls another, shadows of our own life experiences and decisions can be seen throughout the story. But don't get me wrong, there's plenty of action and the risks are high. Corporate greed and human trafficking are not the least among these very real threats. Time is of the essence, and the outcome is uncertain. People are called to step up, and differences are set aside for a greater cause. And not everyone is who you think they are. I'm confident that you will find enjoyment from this story, and I encourage you to come along on the journey with me.
Most.
Ta-da.
Yeah. I dig it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
it's
here you
great.
go right here. You see when they say stretch goals, aka 12 more pages of content from guest creators, like our friend below me, Mr. Raj Mayhem.
Yeah, me and Jim, we're looking forward to doing it. I think it'll be pretty cool.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool. So
Wonder who that is.
definitely has my curiosity.
Dude, it looks awesome to me. I'm down.
Yeah, no, it looks pretty awesome. So
I'm gonna drop a little comment about
I dig it.
a YouTube channel. Please go subscribe to the YouTube channel.
Hello, Phil Mannix. How are you?
How are you, Phil?
Saying hi to everybody this morning. Now, I just not breaking news because we talked about it a little bit the last couple of days, but for everybody watching, all the creators watching, all the creators that have been on already or that are interested in getting involved in the next CRoM Con, October 3rd and 4th, Saturday the 3rd and 4th of October. I know Pops will be at a wedding, but don't worry. We got some things settled down for you already. I'm creating a sign-up sheet right as we speak right now in Google Forms, and it's going to have all the information you're going to need. Now, I'm going to give you a little head start on what you need to gather together. I'm going to need your name, obviously. I'm going to need to know if you're a member of the Comics Related Madness group, because that's kind of important. I'm going to need, if you are an indie creator, I'm going to need to know what platforms your books are on. I'm going to need some logo information from you so we can make it all look nice and pretty. I'm going to need your social media and your website links. I'm going to need a blood sample. No, I'm sorry. I'm not. And that's pretty much all I'm going to need, I think, as of right now. Oh, I'm also going to give you I know how we've been kind of free form with choosing the time slots and stuff. We're upgrading a little bit, and this is the big one for me. I'm giving you 3 choices to choose your own time slots because we are going to still go on a first come first serve basis for the most part. However, if two people pick 8 o'clock, but one person picks that time slot before the other, obviously the person who picked it first gets the slot. So I want to slide you in to your second choice, and it'll be pretty simple to realize what I'm doing as you see the sheet. Yes, Pops. I did add the other thing.
Yeah, we will be. I mean, myself now as being the executive vice president of marketing for Indie Crowd Fund, and Comics Cast being the media arm of Indie Crowd Fund, I will be giving a little bit of a preferential treatment for the people who are on the Indie Crowd Fund if they have a campaign up on that site. So, you know, I'm just letting you know. If you have a campaign up there, you're probably going to get a little preferential treatment from the con, from us at CRoM Con and Comics Cast. You know, that's all. Video trailers for which, Joe? And I mean, for what? That's fine. I'm not sure if you want to set up
video. Oh no, he wants video. He wants video trailers for people's books in the Google form. I will see what I can do about. Yeah, I will see what I can. This is what
Okay.
Video trailer. First off, Danny, this is exactly what I was talking. Why we're doing the Google form. The sign me up thing and us just signing people up as we go. No. My OCD.
Take some people around, Danny.
Yeah, my OCD is way too much. I am too crazy in the head to do that. You should see my marker collection. We're gonna have the Google form, and you're gonna be picking stuff like that. Joe, video trailers. I am on the website right now. I'll see what I can. What?
Whoa, that's a big one.
You see who you're going to be interviewing, Pete?
Get ready.
Yeah, well, let's look at that.
Woo.
You're going to have to put him on Sunday, Joe, so that I can be there for that one, bro. Hey, Tyler, what's up, Tyler?
Okay, well, that's gonna change some things. No, he still has to fill out the form. Damn it.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to see if I can get the functionality in the Google form to do that, and I'll be working on that as the show's going forward. But the sign up for the official sign up date, I think some point Monday night, maybe Tuesday, just to give us a little breathing room, because I know I'll want to relax a little bit after all this is done. I know Pops has a bunch of stuff going on. Plus, breathe, everybody. Breathe.
There is so much going on.
Yeah, everybody take a breath. Okay, that's what got me in trouble. That's what got me sick. I wasn't breathing. So breathe. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Just breathe.
Jimmy Reyes, he did the Gator cover with Jim O'Reilly.
Oh, okay. See, we want everybody involved, and that's cool.
I love that cover.
Yeah, it's good stuff. What happened?
I'm sending the link to our next guest.
Oh, excellent.
Baron Robert Bell. I think that was one of Joe's friends he set up. So I'm sending him the link, Joe. If you want, I'm not sure if him and I are friends. So if you want to reinforce that message and let him know it's game time.
5 minutes till stage, Mr. DeVille.
I just sent him the link, so if you want to let him know, it's on its way. There are a few people that some people like you've never been here before, and they kind of like maybe slip their mind, and it's like something that happens.
Yes.
I mean, I understand because
I think we all, with people streamed on their own and whatever, and then you would just, before everything that went down, before March, let's just put it that way, you would just go on Facebook or Instagram or YouTube or whatever and see the stream and whatever. Now that everybody's kind of getting more involved in actually doing them, they're trying to figure out the platforms and the functionality of it. So StreamYard is actually, I think I like it better than most. I mean, I like going directly from Facebook. I like going directly from Twitch. But I like the studio aspect of the StreamYard. So a lot of fun. Yeah, I really like it. It's really user-friendly. It's very easy for a dummy like me to figure it out.
Yeah, that's
but I won too many brownies and I can't touch buttons. So, one too many brewskis and then that's it. But whatchamacallit, I found that with people that I've invited, they're like, well, do I have to download? Nope. Well, what do I have to? No. Just allow the camera and the microphone, which you were going to do anyway, unless you're Phillier, and get on, and I'll do everything else. And it's nice and easy. And you can. And this isn't an ad for StreamYard. I'm not sponsored by them or anything like that at all. It's just an opportunity for people to be like, this is easy, and then it leaves us kind of in control to take care of it for you. And we're all learning about this stuff now. That's actually, I'm glad you posted that because I wanted to talk about that again too. The Corey's GoFundMe. I was actually just on the site because I threw my little bit in after I shared it. It's growing.
Good.
It's growing. It's going. It's moving. I look. First off, I'm not going to say what I'd like to see because obviously I'd like to see it move a little bit faster. But my man lost his home and his business. He and his mom are homeless to a fire. And Christy Shin said it best yesterday that this is not the time in the world to be homeless. It's just not. Yeah, for anybody. This is just not. This is an opportunity for us to help out a friend.
I'm Corey's right now. If dude lived anywhere near me, he'd be sitting here next to me.
Right, exactly. So this is the opportunity where you say, you want to do something. Well, here you can do two things. You can either donate, which is cool, and if you can't, I understand that because I know we're living in weird times. If you can't donate financially, but you can. Everyone should be sharing the GoFundMe, so we can get as many eyes as possible on it, so we can get as much help to this family as we can. And that's the one thing I'm very happy to see is the shares on it are going up exponentially.
Danny, he's in the group. Actually, if you go to the group and you look in the announcements, it's pinned to the top. The GoFundMe page is pinned to the top of the announcements in the Comic Related Madness. And even if you ain't got a buck throw dude's way, please share it, man.
Yeah, just share it. Yeah, exactly. Just share it.
We got you, Corey, dude. We got you, man.
We'll do everything we can to help you out, brother. Absolutely.
Phil, you got that? Joseph put it in the chat. He'll pin it. You don't have to use that whole big address, just up to the, like I had there. Pin that.
Oh, you need me to pin it?
Either one of you. I don't care.
Where
All you got to do is put that right there, just up to where fire happens, and the link will come up. You don't have to put that.
I got it. I'm on it right. I'm on it right now.
Sorry, a little off my game today, guys.
I was on the GoFundMe checking out the shares anyway. So,
Raj, right on, dude. Hey, man, we did all right, man.
We did great.
Did all right. I'm pretty jacked, man. This has been great.
It has.
It was a wild ride, man. It really was. I didn't know what to expect. It's been a blast, man.
It certainly has. Got to work with Travis and Luke. That was really helpful, and they were just great dudes.
Definitely. So much fun. This whole 9 months, man. The delay, the delay to making the book better. The whole thing, the ups and downs. It's been a roller coaster. It's been a blast, man. I appreciate so much that you included me in this, and because of you including me in this, all this has come from that. We wouldn't be sitting here talking right now, Raj, if it wasn't for what you did. So yes, and sir, he is in the background. We are about to bring him up.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me, Pete. I'll get with you,
Raj. Yeah, we'll definitely chat about all sorts of things. And bro, hang tight. And if you ever need to chat about stuff, I'm always around.
I hear you. And Phil, send me your stuff, bro.
I will, man. Stay in contact with me. I'm usually around unless I'm dealing with some things. But
I hear you.
It's good talking with you, and
good
always
seeing
love
you.
hearing about your books.
Good seeing you, brother.
All right, man. I'm out.
Later on, brother.
All right, you guys, I'm going to drop you up in the background for a minute and bring out our next guest, somebody I really am not very familiar with. So this is going to be interesting and fun. I like it that way. See, Mr. Bell does not know that I am the new guy out here in the neighborhood. And I'm one of them comic collectors and readers that never really looked at credits and just bought books and read books, And now, since I've gotten involved more in the industry and helping people promote their books and stuff, now every time I meet somebody, I'm running over to my collection and trying to find all the stuff they did that I had. And every time I have a stack of books by my guest. So I'm anxious to find out what I have of yours in my collection.
I don't know. It just came out, so you might not have it.
Oh, all right. Well, then we're going to push it, bro. That's what
absolutely.
we do.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Oh, yeah. My name is Dr. Baron Bell, and I am the art director over at a small little company called Terminus Media, located in Atlanta, Georgia, but I work out of Portland, Oregon. My day job is I'm actually a college professor. I teach art and design for Liberty University and for George Fox University. And I actually have developed a master's level comic book publication course that I teach for both
Now
of those
I know
schools.
who you are.
Yeah.
Now I know. I've seen your video. Yes. We gleaned things from this. Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. I just want you to know that's the smart guy in the room. Right?
I don't know about that, but I know a little something about a little something.
That's
But
cool.
I do a little book called Dominion: Fall of the House of Saul, and it is a sci-fantasy space opera that is inspired by the book of 1 Samuel in the Bible. So if you ever heard of the story of David and Goliath,
Yes.
the story that preceded that is the story of King Saul, and he was the first king of Israel, and he was not that great of a king, and that's why God had to replace him with a better one. And so,
Can I interject there just for a second?
Sure.
When I was a kid in a church play, I played Saul.
Okay.
And threw the cardboard sword at David and everything, dude. Yes, I know the story very well.
Yes. Yeah. Well, imagine that in space. Imagine that in space with the main characters. All the characters are lions and anthropomorphic beings, and it is really kind of trippy. And so it's not your typical like church Bible type stuff. No, this is more on the level of kind of like a Star Wars, Game of Thrones type stuff. So yeah, or actually, it's very close to like Dune. If
That's
you
what I was just gonna say. Sounds like Dune to me.
Yeah.
And yeah, I've read all that too. Everything.
Yeah.
All the after stuff. Everything.
that is my wheelhouse right there. And so yeah, man. So we have a website, www.terminusmedia.com.
Why do you always have to come talk when I'm in an interview, dude? What? What do you want? What? What? I'm. Yeah, you're just being goofy. I can tell he don't want nothing. He just wants to be attention.
Oh yeah, you gotta love him.
It's Rocky.
Oh, I love him. Rocky would fit very well in my story. Actually, I have lots of animals. There's lots of anthropomorphic characters. I don't know if I'm able to share my screen.
Yeah. If you throw it up here, I'll.
Yeah, let me share my screen real quick. Let's see here.
I'm actually getting better at this tech stuff. Usually,
That's good.
I used to have Phil do it all, man, and I'm getting better at it.
Practice makes perfect,
Well, I never had all the bells and whistles. I used to do this just on the basic StreamYard.
Mm-hmm.
No banners, none of that, right?
Yeah.
I'm getting better.
Yeah.
This is the 6th time we've done this. So,
okay.
I mean, and,
so we're all noobs then.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not. I was just a collector. I had no organizational skills with cons or anything like that. It was just all my friends can't set up their tables. How can I help them? Here we go. And I just dove in with both feet. This is
Nothing wrong with that, man. I love that. You know, you're a lover of the craft of the craft and the art form, and me too. And that makes us brothers.
I got so many friends that are in the industry now since I started that group, the Comic Related Madness, you know, and it's like everybody, it's so much fun, all the networking going on and everything. And I'm honored that you're here because
Oh yeah, man, me
now that I
too.
know who you are and I've seen your video and stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, Raj, you need to go check out dude's video.
Yeah, you know what though, man? At the heart of it, man, I'm a fan. You know what I'm saying? I am a comic book fan. I'm a nerd. I'm a sci-fi nerd. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I just so happen to be a Christian that wanted to tell a really good story based on the Bible, but do it in a different way that, you know, is more kind of like what I love, you know, which is the Star Wars and the Game of Thrones and the Narnia and the Battlestar Galactica and all of that. And you'll see a lot of that in this book, Dominion.
Now, see, my people are going to start interviewing you for me because that's Jim O'Reilly. I don't know if you know who Jim O'Reilly is, but
I do.
He's an accomplished artist.
Mm-hmm.
That piece, right? He did one of the covers for the previous guest, Raj Mahan, on Mojo Rising.
Okay.
He's doing the origin story, but he wants to know: are you the artist on this?
Yeah, I actually created it. I penciled it, so I'm the pencil artist and the script writer. And then I have a fantastic colorist who just so happens to be a former student of mine. And then the inker also is a former student of mine as well. So, you know, I have kind of like a pipeline of creative students that it's almost kind of like, you know, a farm. You know what I'm saying? I'm farming really good artists and putting them on books and stuff. So, yeah.
Cool. There you go, Jim. There's your answer to that.
Here goes some pages. So basically, like I said, I take a lot of inspiration from Battlestar Galactica, Dune, Star Wars, and you know what I'm saying, a lot of it is just you know, oh yeah, and then of course, you know, I make these characters into lions and all sorts of different anthropomorphic creatures, and there's a little bit of symbolism behind making these the royal characters as lions, because you know the Israel is or Jesus is described as lion of the tribe of Judah. They're described as the lion lineage, and so I'm like, yeah, let me take that and just kind of like extrapolate that and go down this further path. So yeah, you're gonna see the kings be the lions, and then you have this crow guy. He's Samuel, and all of the priests are crows. Nice. And so, you know what I'm saying? And, you know,
all the representations are there.
Everybody's there. And the cool thing is they have all this cool tech. And so King Saul, he has this power armor that he wears. It's like mechanized armor. And he has this crew of kind of like Navy SEAL level soldiers, Marines, called the Seraphim. And so he is the 7th Seraphim in the army. And so he would go out and fight when there's a war.
Nice. I really like the idea behind this. Now, my question. You obviously are selling this through your own website. It's not an Indiegogo or a...
Yeah, well, the first book, yes, we sold it exclusively through our website. We did the pre-order and the pre-launch through the website in order to just really start to build our audience and get them familiar with the brand, and then just really build up a solid mailing list like that.
Right.
For book 2, we will probably go the route of Indiegogo now that we have a really, really robust mailing list. And a nice little fan base, then it'll be a little bit more streamlined once we do the book two. The book two launch is going to be happening probably within the next couple of weeks for a Christmas release date. But this is available right now on our website, terminusmedia.com/dominion.
So how well do you know our buddy Joe?
Joe, not very well, but he interviewed me before on the show.
Okay.
And I really dig what you guys are doing. Honestly, you guys are doing what I'm doing, which is kind of exposing people to comics. You're teaching them comics. You're just bringing on people to talk about it, because comics is a vibrant, thriving art form that's even more so accessible now, because the big comic book meltdown with DC and AT&T and all that creates a vacuum that can be filled with really, really talented artists. And so I like to just keep, I expose my students to it. I'm really trying to build up that next generation of really good, solid storytellers and artists through my grad course at Liberty and at my other school, George Fox. And it's like, really, I'm teaching people that it is cool to do it. You can still make money doing comics. You just have to do it right. You got to be smart about it. And there's no reason why you can't do what you love to do.
You know my boy Ernest? Do you know my boy Ernest? Look. Dude's on my wall right there, man.
Okay.
He's on my wall. He's on my wall over there.
Hey, I hope to be so, bro. I hope to be so honored as to make it to your wall one of these days. I mean, when I grow up.
now that I know you, it probably happen. See, that's the whole thing for me. It's like I said, I was just a collector, and I never paid attention to people's credits.
Mm-hmm.
I bought a book because I liked it and read it, and then it went in the bag and board and went in the filing cabinet or went in the box, and every now and then it comes back out. But you know what I mean? Like, now as I meet these people, I'm looking, okay, what do I got of his? What do I got of his?
Yeah.
And
well, I'm honored, bro. I'm honored that you have me on the show and that we're talking now. And like I said, now we're brothers. So, because we all love comics and we're all nerds. And so, it's all good, man. It's all love.
That's another guy you're going to want to network with. He puts books on the shelves in the store he works at down in Florida. He's totally behind helping indie books get on shelves. We actually have a new crowdfunding site that's just based on that. So yeah, we're going to network, bro. We're going to talk.
Yeah, absolutely. We're trying now to expand our network, to really get our books on shelves. We're almost approved with the Comixology process and the Amazon, so that part is just about done. We're actually translating the book into Spanish and Portuguese as well.
Nice.
So it's all about just really getting it out there. One of the things that I'm all about is, really good storytelling. Because our story is based on a Bible story, it's something that really can put some good in this world with a good, solid moral story. And just, we're really all about, just getting it out there, putting it into the hands of kids and adults, but really kids, to get their literacy up, getting them really interested in good, solid storytelling, imaginative storytelling. And that's really what we're all about.
And this is something else that I always stress. There won't be a next generation of comic book buyers if we do not cater to them as youngsters.
Yeah.
Like Dan and those guys catered to us with Spider-Man and the Hulk. They gave us the inspirations for our love of this genre, and we have to remember to feed those youngsters. We have to remember to feed those youngsters. Now, Danny, also, like I said, he works in that store down in Florida. He would love a Spanish copy to give to his grandfather.
Well, Danny, you can email me directly. My email address is baron.bell@terminusmedia.com. You can, maybe Pops, if you want to, I can just kind of send you all my stuff, and then we can kind of network. But yeah, actually, we're going to be translating it into several different languages. We got Portuguese, we got German and French, we got Arabic, and then we got North African language, Berber, that's on the way. And the reason why we're doing this is because the story of Saul, which will eventually lead into David, which will eventually lead into Solomon in this dominion context, it's universal. Everyone from many different faiths has this story in their faith. So you got Christians who have it, you have Muslims who have this type of story, you have Jews. So it's like everyone has kind of like this kind of a story that they can relate to in their faith, that you can see, but we have elevated to kind of like a sci-fi context. This whole kind of a thought of, you have this king who was supposed to do exactly what the Almighty told him to do. He didn't do it. He failed. And so here's Samuel saying, hey, listen, you were supposed to do what the Almighty said to do, but now you haven't done it. So the kingdom has been stripped from you, and it's going to be given to someone else better than you. And the story of the fall of the house of Saul is just Saul's desperate attempt to maintain power as at the burgeoning of this war with this Philistine empire, which is knocking on the dominion's doorstep. And so he's trying to maintain power from within. He also has to maintain a family too. So this story is about war, and it's also about family. So where the biblical text doesn't really delve too much into the family dynamic, that's where I go into. I go in deep. You're filling out characters, Jonathan, filling out, creating really strong women characters. The queen, she's a prominent character in this story. The princess, she's also elevated beyond just being property, like they would be in the Bible. So, I'm really just kind of taking it and making it something kind of new.
Dude, this is awesome. Pete, I know you're in the background and you probably got questions. You want to come out and I know you got questions.
I got a couple questions. Yeah, absolutely.
My co-host. He's my co-host. He's going to be running the show next month because I'll be at my son's wedding.
Hey, Pete. Oh, congrats to your son, Pops. Congrats to your son. Mazel tov.
So I know Pete's sitting in the background going, come on, Pops, let me out.
I have a couple things scribbled down that I wanted to ask. Yeah. Talk about, first off, hello. How are you, sir? Good morning.
Yeah, man, I'm great, man.
Whatever this is. Good.
It's morning for me, but it's all good.
I think it's 1 here. I'm in New York, so it's 1 for me.
Okay.
I'm first off. It was really funny because we were talking about it just a little while ago. Because you said the Christian and everything. My basis. I was born and raised Catholic. Again, I said I made the joke before. I survived Catholic school, but I
Me
definitely
too, actually. Me too.
Yeah. There you see, yeah, you survive it. But I definitely had. I like, and like Pop said, because he in the play he was Saul, and we all have that little bit of a background there. And I like where you're doing it so that everybody, regardless of denomination, can get into the thing. And that was cool, and I wanted to talk about because you said you're an art professor.
Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, I'm an artist. I did a lot of my stuff was I have a degree in art history because I'm a traditional guy, but I still did the graphic design thing. So I'm just giving you a little background. So when I start asking you the questions, what inspired you? Because we obviously we talked about the religion and the Christianity and everything, but comics wise, what got you going? And like obviously, so you're an artist,
yeah.
So you had that. So you had something deep inside got you to want to draw, got you to want to create, got you to want to express yourself. And I'm dying to know what it was.
I will tell you exactly what it was. That moment that I fell in love with comics was Mark Silvestri X-Men. Mark Silvestri X-Men, okay? Particularly, I don't know if you guys remember that cover, but it's Wolverine crucified on an X. One of the most iconic covers I've ever seen in my life. It was transformative. And also the fact that the X-Men were dealing with social issues, social justice issues before it was chic. You know what I'm saying? They were doing it back in the day. when they kind of equated being a mutant to being a minority.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
so that was the thing that really, really, really got me, because I'm like, wow, I can kind of see myself. Yes, yes, that's what I'm saying. That right there is, it made me fall in love with comics, because there was so much, you could read so much into that. And especially as a Christian, I can relate to that cover. I can relate to that. I'm like, okay, well, I'm a Christian, I'm a black man. There's many things I can relate to in this storytelling. And I'm like, I didn't know comics could do that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know you could use comics as, commentary, social commentary. And
Excellent.
that's where I fell in love with it.
Yeah, I like that. I like the passion in your voice with that. And X-Men, I think definitely, for me anyway, more than any other book really did do that, because you got to see, and we chatted about this on another stream a while ago, that they did it organically.
Yeah.
And they didn't push, when the Giant Size X-Men came out and we had a Native American and Storm who was black and Canadian and Irish, it wasn't done to do it. It was just done because these are the people Professor X found. And
thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that, because this is one of the things that I tell my students. And, I teach at 2 Christian schools, but I'm teaching comics. Believe it or not, they allow me to do that. I get paid to do that. And my thing is to do not preach at all to anybody. Tell a good story first. Tell your story first. Do not try to push any type of agenda on your readers, because they get it. Readers are savvy. They pick up on it, and they will flee from you.
Yep.
As quickly as we fleed from Snowflake and safe space.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm telling you right now, that is a mistake. You do not push your agenda on people. You just tell a good story. And then organically, if you weave it into there, people will then get it. You can't underestimate the reader. They're smart.
I forget who it was where I read, and I think this is kind of where you are with your book and what we're talking about now. It was actually a Chris Claremont interview. He wanted, again, like you said, organically, quietly, just this is what's going on. But then he wanted the reader to make their own decisions. Yes. I'm just putting this out there. Whatever side you want to fall on is the side that you're going to go on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. My thing is, with Dominion, my whole goal was to tell a Star Wars story.
Dope. That's great. Hey, look.
I wanted to be the next Dune. I wanted to be the next Star Wars. And why not take thousands of years of lore that you can translate into a good story? The story's already written. I used the same plot points. You know what I'm saying? So Saul loses the kingdom. David is the next in line for the kingdom. And then Saul is trying to pursue David to kill him because he wants to maintain power. Those are plot points. But isn't that a great story, though?
That's a fun story.
You know what I'm saying? That's a great story.
That's a great story.
Yeah, I took all of my my Catholic school experience
and drove it that day. I understand. I actually, now the next question then, there's a perfect lead in. The story is basically, like you said, story kind of already written, the plot, we know kind of, but what's next after? Are your plans to move away from the story, but still in the same theme? Are you going to just keep going with things?
Yeah, it's a hybrid.
Okay.
So basically, the Bible serves as the skeleton. It serves as the plot points. So the major plot points that have to happen are Saul loses kingdom. David achieves the kingdom after struggle and strife. David then has a son named Solomon. Solomon will then pick up the kingdom. Now, those are the plot points. Everything in between is up to my creativity.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm exploring more into the daughter, Michael. She becomes a freedom fighter. She has her own power suit. That's a older generation seraphim armor. And she goes out on the frontier to fight injustice, because that's where the Dominion is crumbling. And the Philistines are kind of trying to shore up their authority on the border. The queen, you know what I'm saying? She has it. The only thing you see in the Bible about Queen Ahinoam is that she had a father and she married Saul.
Okay, so you're going to get into that.
That gives me great license, because I kind of equate Queen Ahinoam to Queen Nefertiti. in Egyptian history.
Yeah, there's a parallel there.
But if you see that, there is a very distinct parallel because King Saul starts to spiral into madness. Okay, Queen Nefertiti's husband, Pharaoh Akhenaten, spiraled into madness. Queen Nefertiti had to take power behind the scenes. Queen Ahinoam is doing the same thing in the story of Dominion. And so, so I'm filling out that backstory that I think is kind of obvious, but you don't really see it behind the scenes because it's not in the historical text.
Okay, well that I see. I love the it has a bit of a history piece to it. It has a good foothold in fiction, but it has a very good foothold in fact too. So that's,
absolutely.
That's a good strong base there where you can really world build inside of a world that kind of already exists.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of networks.
Max Lee is coming. Max Lee has been very active with this, and we appreciate that, Max. I appreciate it. He's asking, were you asking if Nefertiti was Egyptian or if the queen was Egyptian? Also, I think he's asking.
I don't know. There's not much information on Ahinoam. We don't really know. I do know Nefertiti was definitely Egyptian. But yeah, that's the thing with this history. And I'm a historian as well, and so I really like to dig deep. And I tried to dig deep, man, and find as much secondary, tertiary sources for the queen as possible. And there really isn't much at all. So I had a lot of opportunity to really build that character into something I thought was going to be a powerful woman character, which we really needed more. We need to see more powerful women, and that brings more girls and more women into the comic as well. I really think that there needs to be more representation.
I agree. Well, first off, I agree 100%. Sorry about that. I was reading a comment. But yeah, I like the way you're doing because you're using the reference of the Bible, yeah, but you're still creating a story and you're still adding strong characters, be they male, female, but you're
absolutely
consciously representing these strong, and not like Max here says, organically done, right?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it has to be organic. I don't want to. I'm not about whitewashing, blackwashing. I'm not about any of that. I'm like, the character, if it feels right, that's where it needs to be. It needs to feel right. So, they're already represented in the biblical text. They're already there. So it's not like I'm doing anything new. I'm just adding context to who they were in relationship to Saul and to Jonathan. So you see they're a family. And so that's really kind of my thing. I'll show you. This is the picture of the family. This is the royal family. And so they all kind of have their own story. Even though the story is really focused on kind of like Saul and Jonathan, and they're kind of a dysfunctional father-son relationship. It really is also about Ahinoam and Michael as well, because of course they're very important to the story too.
That's I think I love what you're doing with that, but Joe Tolliver Comics Cast definitely brings it up exactly the way I was thinking too. It's a great story, and absolutely, I love how deep and how you've weaved fact and fiction, but the art really, really, really is next level. I gotta tell you,
thank you.
It is absolutely phenomenal. Joe's absolutely right about that, and as Max agrees with us as well, it just absolutely next level.
Thank you.
Well, I want to introduce you to our next guest because he also runs a podcast, and maybe somebody that you can go out on their show as well, you know. And he says he's never met you before. So, Michael, Dr. Barron, Michael.
Hi, Michael.
Hey, how's it going?
Madness, you're both in the madness. Maybe you can hook up and Dr. Bell could be on one of your shows or something, Mike. You never know what.
I would love to.
It'd be fantastic, yeah.
I would love to.
Let's do it.
Well, Pops, we will talk afterwards, and then of course you can make those connections.
That's what this the first weekend of every month is about, is making those connections in madness. So that's the plan of doing this, is getting everybody to know what everybody else is doing and maybe bounce off each other's fan bases and stuff. You
I
know,
like it.
Awesome.
Dr. Bell, it's great having you out. It was great meeting you. Everybody, check out his video. I mean, seriously, you can learn some stuff if you're trying to do a crowdfunding project or whatever. You can learn some stuff from this man.
Dr. Bell, I'm going to hit you up because we're going to talk about some. I wanted to talk about the story and I wanted to talk about your book, but privately we're going to talk about some inside geek art stuff, techniques, and stuff like
please.
that.
You know, I'm actually going to be starting a kind of like a technique, kind of a training art show podcast where we just go through, because like I said, I teach this at the master's level. And I'm all about comics and the technique and behind the scenes of all of it. So yeah, we definitely can talk about
you and I will talk later. Absolutely.
Okay.
For sure.
All right.
Somebody you want to
Thanks,
follow,
guys.
want to check out. Thanks, Dr. Bell. I'll talk to you.
Thanks, Pops.
And now we got Mr. Am I gonna butcher your last name, dude? Is it Dolce?
It is. You got it.
Okay, cool. I mean, I try to pay attention to accents and stuff, and it's like,
I am very easily offended. Clearly, so.
Hey, Pete, I need you to do me a favor, handle the first part of the segment because I'm feeding the kids lunch. I got
okay. No, I got you.
No parents here, man, so I'm scrambled a little.
He's got everything going on. Michael, how you doing?
I'm doing really good. Thank you for having me.
What's going on?
A lot going on.
Okay, well then I'm gonna let you dive in a little bit and talk to me. What's going on? What's new? What's old? And we'll fill in all the gaps in between.
So I mean, lots of really cool things. So just a little background. I'm a writer, artist, podcaster. Pretty much touched on everything. I've worked Wizard Magazine long time ago when there was a magazine.
I used to love Wizard Magazine.
It was great. It was a great book,
really was.
And it was a great magazine. It was a great time in my life as well, and it helped set up my my creator-owned book, which is The Sire, and it's about a superhero forced by his own costume to go fight evil. So it's kind of like a little Venom meets Greatest American Hero.
That's pretty cool.
Thanks, man. And
can we find? First, I'm sorry, everybody, because everybody usually checks out. You got a Instagram, Facebook, website, so we can.
Oh yeah, totally, yeah. So you can go to SireStudiosInc.com. And you can check out all the fun stuff I got going on there. My most recent project, my most recent project, self-funded, was actually my image book that I did. I had an image book come out about 10 years ago called Descendant, and last year we crowdfunded the trade paperback, which never got made when it was at Image, so it was pretty exciting and awesome. Prior to that was The Mainstream, and that was it's an interdimensional police force that polices alternate realities, keeps bad guys from other worlds from getting into ours. That was published through Zenescope, but you can pick up all the issues, off of there. And just now, which is my backdrop right now, we have a Kickstarter launching on Tuesday called Plan 59 from Outer Space. 58 plans didn't work, but the aliens never stopped trying to destroy us because we are the universe's greatest risk, and they finally found a way to do it. And that way is, well, you'll find out on Tuesday. Thank you. If you go to SireStudiosInc.com/Kickstarter, it'll take you right to the Kickstarter page. You guys can preview it, and you can check out the, you can sign up to follow it. We've got over 100 followers already on it. It's actually going through Dren Productions, which is a good buddy of mine. His name is James Massia. We went to college together. We actually co-wrote the script. Dren has done, I mean, it's funny. I do like smaller Kickstarters. I tend to kind of, do my, like The Sire is going to be coming to Kickstarter in January for volume 3. Like I'll do these smaller Kickstarters that I kind of just enjoy. And he's managed to do, lots of really great things through it. So we're actually going through the Dren Productions Kickstarter. So yeah, you can check out the page right there. I can actually, if you go to, let's see, what's the URL for the? Yeah, it's like projects. It's a whole.
You can share it too if you have it like an easy.
Oh, awesome!
To it. Yeah.
Yeah, I can share. Can I share my screen? Would that work?
Yes, please, please.
Perfect. Okay, great. Let's go Firefox. Can we share Firefox?
Yes, that's what I'm doing. Actually, I'm doing Chrome, but you should be able to share Firefox. Actually, great question from Max. is that based on Ed Wood's Plan 9 from Outer Space? I was actually
That
about to ask the
is
same question.
Absolutely, yes. It
Because
is.
I
It is.
adore that.
It is set. Yeah, it's set in the world of Ed Wood. It is set
Ah.
in the that whole entire period, and we actually are working with what do you call Tom Hutchinson from Big Dog Inc. So he's
Okay,
going
cool.
to also, he's also going to kind of join into this whole thing. Sorry, I'm having a little screen share issues with my Chrome at the moment.
It's interesting, right? Go. Well, while you're working on that, I'm like, Plan 9 from Outer Space. I know because from school and from everything, the best worst movie ever.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
It actually is. If you go in and you just go to watch, it actually you can kind of see what's going on. Plan 9 is actually something I think everyone should watch because it's just an interesting part of cinematic history. And then the accompaniment is the Johnny Depp Ed Wood.
Yep.
Which is absolutely, I think, something to watch after you watch Plan 9. Because I think it really it's almost it's a fictionalized documentary. Ed Wood, I think.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty impressive. It's one of those things. Yeah, you really do have to watch, and I think it's it's hilarious. I think that's just the best way to put it. It is absolutely hilarious here.
And now, if I can remember my film classes, Plan 9, Bela Lugosi, for a little while until he passed away, and a lot of the Ed Wood liked monster movies. He liked a lot of things, and putting that into Plan 9. Now I'm just ridiculously curious what you got going on with Plan 59.
Well, it's like I said, it is pretty awesome. What I'm gonna end up doing instead is just showing you some artwork because I think that's what's gonna work out. I'm actually just
that's actually even better.
Right?
I'm all down. That's definitely my wheelhouse. I see the sign in the background. I'm like, okay, this looks like something that could be a really interesting book.
Yeah, we have awesome covers. So here we go. I think I can share this now. Let's do it here. Share. Oh, here we go. Look at me now.
Yeah, the share screen right on the bottom.
No, I hit that, and then it's telling me I have to like do something because I'm in Mac Catalina or something. Oh, here we go.
There you go.
There we go.
There
okay,
it is.
Great. So there's some of the artwork. So here's one of the covers we have. Brian Peterson did a cover for us. Mog Park did a cover. That's the Brian Peterson right there that you're looking at. It's both a black and white and a color screen. I mean, just this is our book artist, Joaquin. He did a great job. That's the Mog Park cover as well, and just some preview art as well too. This is a nice little cover as well too. I mean, just
it's not moving on the screen. I just have.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you. Here we go. Let's see. Technical difficulties.
It happens. It happens.
Here we go. You see that, right? There we go.
Boom.
There we go. I'm gonna do another one though. I know. I have to like choose between the two of them. So.
I'm fine with it. Yeah. I like it.
Let's see. That's another one too as well.
We're gonna hold on to this for a second. Who's the artist?
On this particular cover, it is. If you give me a second, I'll tell you. I'll show you the Mog Park one for sure because that one I know right off the top. Right off the top here. Give me one more second. I'll do it again. And
we're just looking at pictures, guys, because that's what we're getting into right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, that's.
Yeah, it's an awesome. Yeah, just awesome stuff.
It's got 50s, 60s mod sci-fi feel.
Mm-hmm.
Does that go throughout the whole book, or?
Yeah. So some of the art that you'll see is, I mean, it's kind of a modern rendition. We're not necessarily trying to do. So this is by CB Zane. Did this master plan cover, and then Joaquin Gonzalez is our interior artist, and again he's just fantastic. If I can get into my Kickstarter, then that would be the problem.
Yep, totally fair. Totally fair.
Yeah, let's see.
And I could only come up to with the first page for you.
Here we go. Here we go. I got it now because I'm going to get this. Is going to be great. You're going to see my face, and then we're going to go here. The funny thing is, so doing my podcast as well, which I definitely want to get into. Just been like I'm a master. There we go. Can you see this now?
Boom, boom.
All right.
We'll give you the full screen so everybody can see.
Yeah.
And then we'll definitely talk about the podcast because I want to talk about that as well.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So this is Joaquin Gonzalez did this main cover right here, and can you see me scrolling down? I hope so.
Yep,
right?
absolutely.
Right. Excellent. So here's some of the interior pages that he did. We have a Vampira black and white cover. This is from Brian Peterson, which we'll show a little bit further down. Mog Park did a Tangled Web cover. There's a movie night cover by an artist named Greg Bow. And Rich Ortiz did the abduction cover, which is the one you saw. That was the one where she was pressing the button. So it's fantastic. And yeah, some of the artwork's just amazing. And again, we set out to create a modern retelling of Plan 9 from Outer Space. And we just figured, Tom Hutchinson is a kind of funny story too. I don't know if you know him from Big Dog Inc., but he's a friend. He's a good friend of mine. And we were just chatting, and he's like, yeah, weren't you ever going to do this Plan 10 book? And then we started really, fleshing it out. And he's like, well, maybe we should do every decade they come up with a new plan. So now, 5 decades later, we're at Plan 59. And so that's where Plan 59 is. So then, if people respond to this and get into the book, then they can go back and they can, they can go and we'll come up with new Kickstarters. We'll figure out what Plan 49 was and Plan 39. And as someone mentioned on a podcast I was on last night, they're waiting for Plan 69, which it'll happen at some point. But you can see all the great it's the CB Zane cover right there. The Greg Bow cover right there, which is great, and the Mog Park cover. Brian Peterson, we did a Vampira, but a black and white cover. We do have a print of it. Yeah, Brian's amazing too. He's doing another cover for me for the Sire. He's gonna be working on something as well. And we got tons of stretch goals. And look, again, barring an act of God, which I guess in 2020 is not is not a not out of the realm of possibilities.
Murder Hornets were on my list. So
yeah, I know. Where's your bingo card? Right?
It's full.
But yeah, so that's pretty much it. So what I want to talk about real quick too, because
dive in.
I want to make sure we get it is the podcast. But the podcast is actually part of something greater, which is pretty awesome. So I started a podcast many years ago, about 5 years ago, called the Secrets of the Sire, and Sire was my character, and so it was a really great way to just kind of network back in the industry. And this is kind of before this podcast thing. It was like the end of 2015 is when I started it was a radio show actually, in January 2016.
When everybody kind of didn't really know what podcasting really was gonna.
Yeah, it was like right on the cusp of all that stuff, right? So again, people didn't really know, anything much about podcasting. Podcasting was funny because I actually did it as a radio show, so it was live, and it was there to really be able to, again, reach out to the best guests that I could, that I knew in the industry, people I had either known through Wizard or known through Image or known through Zenoscope or whatever, and just kind of reconnect with everybody and kind of put forward this fun hour-long show. And as a bonus, it's like the guy on the radio show is like, yeah, and you could turn this into a podcast. And it's like, okay, great. And so, Sam Leibowitz, who runs Talk Radio NYC, was, because I'm based in New York City, it was great. And it was a really great way to get the show kind of started and get everything kind of kicked off. And then it kind of grew. We lucked out because, again, it was on the cusp of all the podcast stuff. It was in the cusp of all the streaming stuff. And we really grew really with Facebook Live, because Facebook Live had literally just started. And I was like, oh, well, I'll do this Facebook Live thing, whatever. And, we were averaging like 2,500 viewers a week on Facebook Live, because Facebook wanted Facebook Live to work,
right?
And so it was one of those like just happy accidents, and we managed to be out there, and we did it at the right time. And then from there, we attracted a lot of great guests. I wrote for a newspaper down in New York City too, so I had a lot of connections with music guests. So I got to interview Chris Cornell from Soundgarden.
Oh, cool!
I got to interview right before he passed away. I got to interview Billy Corgan and Art Alexakis from Everclear, and I mean, Brandon Boyd from Incubus, and so I have this like Rolodex of like, you know, pretty famous musicians, and then that, you know, having that credibility gave me credibility. I ended up getting actor Paul Reiser for Stranger Things, and Christina Anapau from True Blood, and then, you know, Kevin Bacon. We got to interview Kevin Bacon as well, and then I would take the trips to the different, you know, conventions, and, you know, again, just kind of utilizing all my past connections. You know, any Wizard World show where they had just tons of celebrity guests, we ended up getting more, you know, celebrity interviews, and it just raised the profile of the podcast. And from there, we actually got bought by a new digital startup company. The company is called Rogue Matter, and I'm gonna do a quick little shout out to Rogue Matter right now. So Rogue Matter is a brand new website. It's looking for creators. So this is actually a great announcement for anybody in Comic Madness.
I love breaking news. Yeah, let's go.
Rogue Matter it's started by it's a company based out of LA. They have connections. They have partnerships with Lionsgate, Paramount, and all this other stuff. And they really are looking for creators who don't ask permission, kind of, you know, the true definition of a rogue, right? Just someone, and that's what he said to me too. His name is Roger, and he says, Mike, you know, he's like, anybody can find their podcast news anywhere. He's like, I love your podcast. You talk comics, movie, TV, pop culture. It's great. He goes, but you're the rogue. You know, you're the reason you're watching this. Myself and my co-host Hassan Godwin. You know, we don't ask permission. We just kind of did it, and we built this thing up from nothing. And he's looking for people like us. He's looking for people out there who can, you know, kind of rise to this. And it's rooted in you know, they welcome diversity. They want to disrupt the norm. They want to embrace the rebellious spirit. You know, they built the studio to provide programming and entertainment that shatters boundaries and colors outside the lines. Simply put, we look for stories and creators you can't find anywhere else. So this is an open invitation website that has the credentials and has the connections to take your work and actually partner with you and bring it, you know, forward. So our official launch is October. However, you can go to Rogue Matter right now and you can sign up. I can't give away who else is involved, but it's a pretty impressive list of folks who've been in the industry on that side of things. And again, their whole mission is to find, you know, folks that are out there and doing their thing. So I really encourage you, go to roguematter.com, sign up. You'll get access. We're just collecting email addresses, and then we're going to do a big beta launch to anybody who signed up, and they're going to be able to check out all the cool projects we got. You know, there's some artwork that looks a little familiar too from some renowned creators. You know, the editorial staff. You know, I mean, we have folks, again, household names in the comic book industry that are working on this as well too. So it's been really awesome, and what a great experience. And again, through that, I was able to kick off the Rogue Wave podcast. So Secrets of the Sire turned into Rogue Wave. We're 25 episodes in. And again, we just had Tyler Main and Renee Geerlings on. We had Kevin Bacon on again for the Rogue Wave, which is great. I'm trying to think who else we just had Simon Barry from Warrior Nun. You know, he was on as well too. And then we just do fun stuff. You know, I mean, look, it's especially in this age of COVID where content is kind of rare. You know, we try to get as creative as possible. I always say we bring the sports radio feel to pop culture, and I think it's something that you guys, you know, which is our niche. It's really Hassan and I. We had a fan come up to us at New York Comic Con, you know, a year ago, and he's like, I just found your podcast. He's like, I love it. He goes, when you guys don't get along, that's when the show's the best. And we don't literally try not to get along. We've known each other for so long. We were in bands together. All the music on there is ours. It was from a band we were in together called AGO, and we're going to release some of those tracks as well too. I mean, it's just, you know, we have a great dynamic, and it's just fun. And that's what everyone's kind of says. They say, you know, I feel like I'm the third person in the room talking. So.
Oh, well, see, that's what I like to see though. I like to see the, what's going on with that, and I like to see. It's fun when you can. Again, we talked about it with Dr. Bell before, the organicness.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
Yeah, no.
This.
I'm gonna fall back just for one quick second. I got the doorbell ringing.
Do it.
Good. I wanted to segue right into that because this show that you just started recently is the one that I became aware of and
Right.
started, and that's how you and I ran into each other.
Mhm.
I think, do you remember the day you did the watch party into the group and I went to try to watch what you were doing?
Yeah.
I couldn't see nobody's comments, nothing. I couldn't interact
Yeah.
with the watch party. And I was like, yo, dude, share that direct to the group so we can
Yeah.
with you, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm learning things, right?
Yeah.
And because I'm the new guy. I mean, really, I'm the new guy. I was nobody until CRoM Con 1 6 months ago.
Oh, that's great, man. Look, but that's what you're doing. You're taking initiative, and you're not asking permission to do it. You're just doing it.
And I like what you're doing with that because I don't know if you've seen it or not, but I'm also promoting a new crowdfunding site that's putting retailers.
Oh, cool.
Together.
No,
I see what you're doing, and I'm like, man, there's got to be networking.
Sure. Absolutely.
I mean, because we're trying to launch one that's just for comic people, not lawn chairs and all that crap. We're trying to launch one that's just for us, by us, about us, and we're taking, all kind of requests and suggestions and whatnot. But what you got going on is the kind of thing that we can
absolutely
make something happen in between.
Absolutely. No, look, I'm all about it. I think there's a level of, just reaching out and communicating with people. You can find synergies no matter, where you are, what location you are, what spectrum you are. It doesn't matter. So yeah, look, that's anybody that knows me. I think I got interviewed once and they're like sum yourself up in like 3 words. And my 3 words were everybody gets along. Everybody gets along. Even if you don't agree, you get along.
And if you've been in the madness long enough to watch, you've seen nothing, right?
Yeah.
Everything is just positive, people sharing their stuff, and that's the way the madness was built.
That's great.
It's, we're trying to get everybody to rise the boat.
So, so Danny Morales comments says, I want Plan 59 at the Collective. Oh, yes. What is the Collective? Tell me what that is.
Store in Florida. Wow, that's way back there. Where did he say that?
Yeah.
He has a store in Florida, and his mission is to put indie books on store shelves. He doesn't have a store. He works for a store. No. Brandon, I'm sorry. I keep doing that. Danny's just such an overpowering personality that you just attribute whatever he's doing to that brand, if you know what I mean. Brandon, you got a gold mine in that dude. I just want you to know.
Good.
Danny is all energy.
Good. That's great.
And is to get you guys on the store shelves, and his store, the store shelf that he works at mainly.
Yeah.
Also as that snowballs and into other places. And that kid has so much energy, man. I wish I was that young again doing this.
You know what? I'll tell you right now. People say I look young, and I try to, which is a good thing. But I mean, I've been doing comics now for 2 decades. Like, it's crazy. I mean, I started out with Wizard Magazine. The Sire first launched in 2006. I actually self-published right out of college a book called Crossfire, which turned into the Sire years later, and it was my attempt at writing and drawing and all that fun stuff. And it's something that, you just you never lose the urge to do this stuff, or I never did. I mean, I've always it's funny because my Image book came out in 2009, and that was probably the height. Like, if anyone asked me, like, what's the most memorable story that you have, and I said, well, Image United was signing autographs, and I was at Shadowline at the time, so my book had just come out, and I'm literally signing copies of my book next to like Eric Larson and Jim Lee and Rob Liefeld and Todd McFarlane and these are guys that when I was a kid I waited in line 3 hours to like go see, and so that was definitely like the apex. But then things, oh, look at that. Small world. He was a contest winner, Jim O'Reilly. That's pretty cool. I ended up, taking a bit of my editor, was let go. Things had kind of changed. And from 2010 until I did my first Kickstarter in 2014, like I didn't even have another book out. I revisited the Sire, which I actually kind of had wrapped up kind of nicely into a trade paperback to where I could tell more stories if I wanted to, but the intention was to kind of tell some more stories. And I was lost for a few years. Like I was like, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get back into this. And but the idea that you say like, oh, you wish you were younger, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. It's just it was the drive. In 2015, I left my full-time job. I started the radio show, and now I'm doing this.
I wish I would have dove into comics. I was a collector back then, but I wish I would have dove into it. But then we didn't have social media back then.
Exactly.
The kind of platforms that we have.
I know. Well, you were prison to platforms. You were prison to the publishers. You were prison to the gatekeepers, and now you don't have to be. It is also there. Look, there's challenges to this also, right? Like I don't think it's something that you necessarily can say just because you have a platform that you can get out there doesn't mean you're going to get noticed either. So I think a lot of the same things that helped you or helped me, 20 years ago still apply. It's, and people want to say it's a meritocracy, and it is, but it's also who you know. It's also who you connect with. It's also who you get to know, because people want to do business with people they know, like, and trust, and it doesn't matter what it is. And that is not something that I want to make it clear is not a diversity thing or anything that's in today's topic. That is just human nature, right? That is just human nature. I don't care what skin color you are. If I know you and I like you, I will trust you, and I will want to do work with you. And I mean, obviously, as you can see, Rogue Wave, Hassan and I have known each other for so long. We have such an amazing dynamic. I mean, there's other creators in the industry as well too. But the podcast really was the catapult for me, getting back out there and kind of, doing all that stuff. I know I got 4 more minutes or 3 more minutes. So what I wanted to do really, really fast is the last screen share of the day for me. If you go to SireStudiosInc.com/subscribe, jump on my newsletter, you get 3 free comics. So you click right here. Yes, I want 3 free comics. Just fill out the 3 comics. Fill out your name and your email, and you'll get Mainstream #1. You'll get the Sire #1, and you'll get Descendant #1. And it'll be delivered right to your inbox.
I think I already did that.
I think you did too. I know, and no one has told me they haven't gotten it. So
it's all good. Actually, like Danny said, shoot him a friend request. He's in the group. Most everybody that you see on here or whatever, they're all in the group. They're all looking to do exactly what you're doing, and that's work, get noticed. That's why I wanted to include podcasters and stuff in this show, is to let all my art friends know, all my creative friends know, there's other people out there trying to help too,
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, and and again, once Rogue Matter launches in October, we're going to start really opening the floodgates. So again, go to roguematter.com, sign up, and be one of the first people to sign up, because it's such an important thing. Yes, you get to kind of browse what we have, but we're going to have so much more in October anyway. And it's not just what we have; we have a whole thing called Job Board, and we have stories that we're looking for writers. We have stories we're looking for artists. We have stories. If you have a story and you want to partner up 50-50 with a company that has connections that can maybe take it that next step that you can't do on your own, I mean, this is the place to go. So really go check it out. Again, the mission statement, the kind of range of art and story, and we have short stories. Like I have 2 short stories that are going to be up on the site. I have at least well, actually, the deal I have, I'm going to be writing a bunch of different books for these guys as well too. It's something special. So I really encourage anybody out there. We're going to be looking. I run the podcast network there, so we're going to be looking for podcasts that kind of do something that that has a Rogue twist to it, or even just the method of it. So again. That I can't stress that enough. Go to roguematter.com, sign up, and be a part of the movement.
And I'd like you to go check out indiecrowdfund.com. Done
and done.
Which is us trying to get the creators on retail store shelves.
Indie, like indie IE?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, yeah, I got it. Great.
And that's what the mission there is. It's great. It's built by comic people for comic people. We have a lot of fulfillment partners, Gemini, Berry Metal.
Oh, this is fantastic. Yeah.
So I mean, we're trying to build something just like you are, but I think the two can help each other.
Let me ask quick, and we can talk offline, because I know I'm out of here in a minute. But is there any limits to what you can put up here? I mean, it's just basically, if it's been kickstarted before, does it matter if it's now on this?
No gatekeeper site, bro.
Okay. Well, I love it.
Gatekeeper site. You can put up in-demand, open-end, closing-end campaign for crowdfunding. You can make your book available to retailers in quantities for discounts with 100, 150 variants, whatever you want to do with the retailers. We're bringing them to look at your books. That's, that's what it's all about. So go
That's
check
great.
it out, man.
I got it.
Look at Jim's like links for artists and creators. My backup guys are supposed to be handling that for me. Dude. No, really, Jim, I kind of got dropped with 4 kids today with no parental unit, so I'm kind of semi-distracted from all the usual stuff that I do. But you can go look up.
Hey Jim, there's been a link scrolling underneath us the whole time.
Well, yeah.
Well, that's just for me though. That's just me. So definitely plug it indie crowdfund as well too.
What I'm saying is,
All weekend long we have this.
I want everybody to understand most of these people are in the madness. You can all find each other. You can all find each other in the comic related madness and talk to each other. You're all members, man. That's why we're there.
Cool.
Jim, hit him up, man. You know where to find him.
No, that's great. And I'll definitely check it out. And Pops, let's talk offline after this weekend, and we can get we can get something, get an advertisement or something for indie crowdfund. I'll definitely look. I was throwing love out for CRoMcast on the last couple of
and I love it. I love it.
Shows, and I'm happy to pump up indie crowdfund. Anything that can get more of our stuff in stores is fantastic.
Exactly. So thanks so much for coming out, dude. It was nice meeting you finally.
Thank you so much as well. Yeah.
And we do it the first weekend every month, bro. You'll know.
Just sign me up. Yeah, just sign me up.
All right. Take it easy.
Thank you.
Our next guest. Gee, I think I know this guy.
Hey, Pops, how you doing?
I had to give away my cup, man.
I know.
I had to give it away. I might have to get another one.
CRoM went for a visit.
Yeah, but we can't ever do that design again. I told dude that would be one of a kind. So
okay.
Different design for the next one. I really like that one where he's pointing the slingshot right at the camera view. I don't know if you've seen that yet. I just got that one.
You got to send me as high resolution as you can, and that's actually one of the things for Moto Glass when I work on a custom image. The higher resolution, it doesn't matter what size it is, but that resolution really helps. And if you have it in black and white, that's really helpful because that's what I have to turn it into. And a lot of the times when I turn it into a black and white, I'm not sure if it's going to be exactly what the customer wants. So I always show it back to them and make sure that, it's, that's light enough, that's dark enough. Because my goal is you get the etched glassware that you envision that you want.
Phil, can I get a share screen on Moto Glass? What, the Facebook page?
Yeah, that'd be fine with the pictures.
The Moto Glass Facebook page, please. What do you want, dog? Jeez, that dog's on me all day today. Right here.
Yeah, I'm hoping mine stay out because they're very insistent when they want attention, aren't they?
Well, I mean, he's just been right here all day, either yelling at me or I let him out. He wants to come right back in. I hear him out there yelling. It's like, what do you want, dude? No.
Well, I've got a couple here in front of me, so I can show them off. So, little Serenity, Blue Sun. That was like one of the logos for Jane's T-shirts, and also it was like a product inside the movie. I always like that when movies, kind of plug products that are, they're totally part of the program only. Another movie that did that was RoboCop. And then I think I showed this one off. This was a one of a kind spy versus spy that was actually each of them have a bomb and it's hand painted.
Dude, that is awesome.
That was a limited edition too.
Yeah, I was just talking about that the other day because somebody showed me a pandemic mask. And I was
Mhm.
like, every time I see one of those, it reminds me of Spy versus Spy. Every time I see one of them pointy nose masks.
Little Rocketeer
Dude,
on a black glass.
this guy kills it, y'all. Kills it. I'm telling
That's
you.
one of the things about the colored glasses. They really can prominently show off a design.
So go ahead and give us some scroll on that page. Oh,
Okay, I'm looking. What is the exact
Just
address? real quick?
just go up to the mobile upload pics.
same
Oh,
page.
I was on the right page then that I had up.
Yeah,
I was.
Yeah,
all right.
Moto Glass. Yeah,
I'll get it right back up for
no
you. Sorry
problem. No
about
problem. Yeah, some of the things. So I do have an announcement that I have a show coming up, a live show. If it goes on mid-December, I'm not sure the exact dates. I don't think I have it in front of me, but it's Los Angeles Comic Con, and I'm real excited about it. I haven't. I need to start posting on my own page about it. No, that's something else. Put
That's
you have a J. Put
Joe.
MOTO space
Oh,
glass.
Oh, Moto. I am
Yeah,
sorry.
Moto. No,
I got
no, that's
Mojo
fine.
on the brain. Sorry, man.
I mean, that's pretty cool
Mojo.
artwork right there.
We'll forgive you for Mojo. Anybody's got Mojo on the brain, get that, all right?
There we go. We found you.
There you go. Yeah, and just go down to the mobile upload pics. I don't even know where they hide it on there.
Probably in photos here.
Yeah, there you go in photos. There you go.
All this stuff, man.
Yeah.
This dude kills it. If you guys like, I mean, I'm talking about everything: shot glasses, coffee cups, all of it. Dude
Yeah,
kills it.
yeah. I've got glass coffee cups. That Spider-Man one was really popular. One of the few glasses where I did almost a full wrap of the glass. That's about 3/4 wrap, even maybe a little bit more. Where you've got the spider web, and that was one that I actually created myself because I use a lot of images, and when I find the images, I try to backtrace to the artist so I can get permission, but sometimes they're just it's impossible to find anybody. And that Betty Page one near the bottom there, you can see that it's like photorealistic, and that's one of the things that I can offer. If it's a really tight, high resolution image, I can get that much detail.
And I always dig this one.
Yep, good old rat pink. You can't go wrong with rat pink, and of course had to do it in the green.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Do you have a picture? Do you have a picture of the CRoM glass?
It's in there, I think. Well, yeah, but it's going to be way down there because it's a few months older.
Way down there.
Yeah. So you can
I
see.
like that
I mean,
the original old
No,
school
put-
Batman.
yeah, the old school Batman. Yeah.
Look at the Rebel one right there. Go up.
Oh yeah,
the
go up to
Punisher,
level.
Nice. Go
Yeah,
up.
the level one.
That
That's an arcade bar. That's another one of my markets.
Go down, dude. Where you going?
And yeah, it's in pink.
The level one? Yeah.
Yeah. So I've got pink glasses. I've got red. I've got green. I've got black and blue. And all of those, except for the blue, are a little more sensitive, so they need to be gentle hand wash.
Do you have beer mugs?
Yep.
I like those are nice too.
Yeah, so that's an acrylic blank, and I can pretty much etch anything on it. Obviously round or square designs are gonna work the best. And it comes with a wireless controller that you can use to change the color to whatever color you want.
Nice.
Jim O'Reilly wants a mojo on a glass. that image of his in the avatar right there, can you see that? That's his.
Oh yeah.
Holding the gator. That's the cover he did for Mojo.
Yeah.
This guy will send you some serious art to put on the glass, dude.
Yeah, Jim. send me some art, and we'll figure out the price and figure out what color you want, and go from there.
And you can even get it on a beer mug, Jim.
Yep.
You could
I
get
even have I have 16-ounce beer mugs and 25-ounce beer mugs.
Woo, you could get a big old Mojo mug, dude, with him holding the gator and everything.
And one of the things that I can do with the characters is I can actually, be part of your crowdfunding
Right?
deals, and whether it's in the front page or the back page, the backer list, and it can be an option for pretty much anybody.
Yeah, we could be actually as an add-on for a
Yep,
character.
as an add-on. Mhm.
Or whatever, you know.
And when we do it, it can be limited edition. I can number the bottom of the glass, so then you can make it really exclusive for your customers and for the levels.
Jim's thinking tier level. Joe
Yep.
said this is cool. Now look at that one. That's one of my favorite ones. Because look,
Yeah, where you've got the symbol and then it bleeds into the ship.
Breaks away over there. That's really cool.
bleeding. It's just so cool. And the Empire one is the same, but it's bleeding TIE fighters and stuff. Dude, those are awesome. The Punisher's Venom.
There you
Yeah,
go.
look really good in the black. There's a little Star Wars. That one on the right is one of the few split images where you've got, two different things or two different parts. And here you've got Luke in the white, frosted, and Darth Vader in the clear, so dark. So you've got light and dark.
Ernest says he needs that. And Ernest's gonna be out here later. He's next, as a matter of fact. I better send him a link. He'll be out here in a little bit. Ernest, he's chipped, dude. His art kills it, and I can see my Thor on the glass too. My Ernest Thor, that would be awesome on a cup. So, telling you what,
And
guys.
most characters look good, look better in a frost. But there you can see that one of the Mandalorian. You've got one in the frost and one in the regular. So sometimes it can be a personal choice which you think looks better, or you can get the pair.
Hey, can't beat having two.
Straight up. All right, so I'm trying to get this right over here. But, dude, it's good seeing you.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, there's the bleed one for the Empire.
Yeah, see, look at that, man.
And on the previous one for the that we looked at that was like this, that one was on a whiskey bottle. So I have whiskey bottles, I have whiskey decanters. At some point, I think we may have passed the last one, but I do a whole whiskey set, and it comes with a box and 4 coasters, and those are actually laser cut by a friend of mine. There it is. So that one was for Harry Potter, and it comes with 4 Whiskey Rocks glasses or tumblers and a whiskey decanter.
Dude, that's sweet. Look at that. All 4 houses.
Yep. And then on the decanter, they put the Harry Potter one.
That's
And and it's customizable any way you want. I mean, I had one. It was interesting. The wife was getting it for her husband, for her father, and the father was really into restoring a 1940s Ford truck, and was also into Minnesota sports. And so we did the big M, and we did a silhouette of a Ford truck, and then did the symbols, and just combined it into one whiskey set. So he got best of both worlds for the things he liked.
awesome. It is awesome. I love it. I love it. I love it. What do you think, Phil?
I think they're really cool.
So, I'm taking orders. Always working on orders. I have about a 3 or 4 week turnaround based on how many orders I usually have. Um, and as I said, in mid-December, anybody in California, I'd love to see you and meet you. Come to Los Angeles Comic Con. They're going to be doing social distancing and having masks, and they're expecting 100,000 people, but they're only letting in, I think, 10,000 or around there at a time, so that they can make it really safe for everybody.
Awesome. Awesome.
So this will be actually, as far as I know, this will be the first large con that Comic Con that will actually be being put on, and it'll be interesting to see how well they can adjust for it. And one of the things that they told me is they hired more people to go around, make sure that everybody is social distancing and is wearing their mask the correct way.
There's going to be mask police at the con.
That's right. That's right.
No, man. I see. Look, Hash was out here yesterday. He set up at an outdoor con, had a tent set up, and they were, and then all the tents were really, like 20, 30 feet apart. I mean, everybody had masks, even though they were outside. It looked like they had a pretty decent setup, and I'm pretty sure he had a good time. I hope he comes out at some point today and lets us know how that went for him. Or if I don't even know, he might even be out there still today.
Yeah, he probably is. If it's a con, he's usually going to do the whole weekend, and especially with the holiday, it might even be through Monday.
It was kind of like a flea market setup. It could have been a one day. You never know. But I mean, it's like I'd like for him to come out and let us know how that went at some point today. Hash, if you're watching. If you're not watching, shame on you. You're an admin.
Yeah. Assassin's Creed.
Yep, that's
and that the cap did actually end up getting frosted too. This had actually been an original one done in a non-frost, and the owner had accidentally broken the decanter, and so when he had me redo the decanter, he also had me redo the glassware because he wanted a matching set all in the frost.
Wow, I really like that. That's sharp.
So Phil, you got me for a second. I gotta go check on kids.
Okay, sure. Yeah, you have some very cool work, dude. I really enjoy seeing that. So I see that you do a wide range of pop culture things.
Yes. So a couple of my main markets, of course, are comic book, and then I do a lot of retro gaming, like the Assassin's Creed as an example. But then I do Dragon's Lair, and
I wasted many quarters on Dragon's Lair.
I know. That game, I could never get more than a few minutes into it.
I don't think I finished it until they actually put it out years later, so you could actually play it on the computer.
Oh, there you go.
Then I finally got to finish it.
Yeah.
After I don't know how many quarters I bumped.
Yeah, and how many quarters did you save when you were able to do it on the computer?
Yeah, exactly.
And then I do horror conventions. I do a lot of Star Wars, and then just general pop culture like Rick and Morty.
Awesome.
I've probably got a dozen Rick and Morty designs, and it's always been very popular. And the thing is, for me, when I started doing this, the very first pint I did was somebody asked me to do a Father's Day pint, and and it had like the dates of the children on it and that they were born, and so that's how customizable I started. Just when I started doing it, I made this, and then when I started making designs and putting the glassware together, I just did a lot of things that interested me. So comic books, number one, and then, Star Wars and different, animated cartoons. And then it's just grown from there, not only from me just expanding out into other areas and arcade and pinball, but also just getting custom orders, and then that adds another design to my portfolio.
And I was wondering, do you like mix and match sometimes, or like you take like something like let's say like the Hogwarts one here, but for like anything, like if it was a video game setting, like you could have like the main. Do you have any where you did like the main logo or whatever you're doing for the video game, and then like individual characters or something like that? That'd be very cool too. Yes.
Yeah. In fact, I'm working on one right now. Let's see, where is it? I'm working on a Qbert. Everybody knows Qbert from arcade, right?
Yeah. Boink, boink.
So, so there's the general design, and then on the back, I'm doing the logo.
Awesome. That's cool.
And that one's going to be on a red pint. They decided they wanted red.
Yeah,
and
that game drove me nuts too.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, you done one of Marble Madness.
Yeah, I've done. As I was saying, it adds more designs to my portfolio. I haven't done a recent count, so there's the Assassin's Creed with the other 3 sides, and it has characters on it.
Yeah, I like that. Those decanters are really nice.
And it came out much better because that was, I've only realized in the last year or so that the character look a lot better in the frost.
So you got some ready for Assassin's Creed Valhalla when it comes up?
Oh yeah, I'll be doing that one definitely. That's definitely one of the things that happens with my customers. They'll come back and say, "Hey, there's this new game, and I'd really like to get something from it," or here's some screenshots of my character playing, and what can we do with that? And so that's one of the things that I can do too, is because I can do photorealistic, I can work with a screenshot.
Oh, awesome! And I'm guessing with the I probably wasn't around when you were talking about before, but I'm guessing is that basically like sandblasting?
Yeah. The whole process is always sandblast etched.
That's what I was thinking, because I've done mirrors like that before, way back in the day.
Yeah, and one of the things, nothing against laser etching. I mean, for those boxes that I have for the whiskey sets, that's laser cut and laser etched, and that's the only way I can do it. And a friend of mine does those. But when you get to the point of wanting a frost like that with a laser, even if you get it really, really in sync so that it looks good at this point, if you held it up to the sunlight or to a light bulb, you can see the little lines. And it kind of shatters the effect.
Right. So how do you mask that off exactly?
So I actually use it's called a photoresist.
All right.
And I make that mask similar to how they make the silk screen.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And that's why I can get down to pixel definition.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you actually cut out in vinyl or anything, because when I did way back, I didn't do the photoresist except for T-shirts.
Yeah, when I first started, I was doing flat glass, and I was cutting it. I was using the liner for shelving, that white thin vinyl.
Right.
And then I was hand cutting it out with an X-Acto knife.
Yeah, I remember those days for sure. Yeah.
and then I graduated to actually like a vinyl cutting machine, which is similar to like a plotter, about the size. It's larger, about 3 feet wide.
Oh,
looks
right.
like a printer. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a lot more of those out lately. People.
Yeah. So
I can't think of the name of the units.
Instead of an ink nub, you've got just a little blade, and the blade just cuts it out. And then the part that I really disliked the most was then you had to weed, with tweezers. You had to pull the little pieces out.
Oh yeah.
And it was very time consuming when I moved.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
You have a lot of patience, man.
Yeah. Well, my designs were obviously not as intricate at the beginning because of that, and because the blade would actually rip. Like if you went to go to one of the characters there, left or right,
Okay.
like that character or that character, those line would be so thin and so close together that the vinyl cutter would actually rip it. So there was no way I could get that definition
Oh yeah,
until
you'd
I
have
went
to
to the
have like,
photoresist.
yeah, an extremely sharp blade to get that thin.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the reasons that, though a little bit different than a silk screen, because I can only use the mask one time
Yeah,
because it
right.
it degrades it all around
Yeah, because the
the edge.
sand's pitting it and everything. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So it's a lot of fun though. I mean, I've been doing this for 5+ years, and definitely have improved my creativity with it over the years, and my booth has definitely changed over time and become more complex and more distinctive. I
Definitely, I can see
actually
that.
I set up these risers that are laser cut out and all flat packed, come apart in pieces, kind of like a puzzle. And then I lay a black covering over that. Then on each shelf, I line it with LED lights. And once I have the LED lights, then I place the glasses on top. And once you have that, you've got quite the showstopper. And I get a lot of compliments for my booth.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the lighting, I love the way lighting goes up through a frosted glass like that.
Yeah, yeah. There should be some pictures in there. You probably have to scroll down for a while, but I definitely post pictures from my shows. Of course, there hasn't been any shows for a while, so.
Yeah.
And then you're just to the point where there's a whole bunch of pictures of the acrylics there. Got a Alice in Wonderland, Mandalorian logo. And then I love the mashups too. You can see that in the center one. It's a mashup of NASA and Mandalorian, so it says Mando. Those are a lot of fun. And with the 1,300 designs, I don't actually have one of every design at a show, but I probably have at least 150 designs.
Of his display.
He's looking for it, I think.
Yeah, show the pictures of his display. Those are wild, man. I'm like, so nervous all day long with all that glass out there like that.
Well, one of the interesting facts about my shows is that I have never had a customer or a child or an adult or anybody actually break a glass. We've come close. Now, I, of course, do break glasses. When I'm setting up, I'll bump a corner and one goes off. And, as everybody knows, at most shows, you've got a nice concrete floor. And my glassware, of course, cannot survive that.
Wow. You have to roll carpet out and then set up your tables.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I do have plastic mats behind, so when I'm standing on that floor for 8+ hours, it gives my feet a little bit of a rest. Or it also saves me from, sometimes the glasses will fall backwards and it'll catch them a little bit.
Man,
but yeah, I really miss the shows. I know everybody is, but
it looks like you lost Bill completely. So
when you're a vendor, you kind of get to be on both sides of the table, and I really miss being a vendor and then also seeing everybody else's work and purchasing what I can from everybody. It really makes a big difference that we haven't been able to.
We'll just take a little run through your photos.
Yeah, no problem. little selfies with people that I know that either customers or that's my horse. That's Buford.
Awesome. Now look behind. See all the glass and stuff behind?
Yeah. Got some
It's
some
crazy.
glassware there. Yep. So
Yeah.
there we go. There's one.
That's awesome. Imagine how nervous you'd be, people all leaning up over it like this, and he's got a camera hanging off him.
Yeah.
I'd be like, back up, dude. Social distancing from my glass. Yeah, dude, that's crazy, man. But I always show those pictures off. That one and that one, I think, are the ones I show
So if
off.
you go back to the one that's the trading card.
Oh, the other way?
Yeah, the other way. One. There we go. So in the arcade and pinball gaming community, there is the superstar cards, and they're like trading cards.
Right.
So I can check that off my my bucket list. I have my own trading card.
Awesome. Hey man, it's good seeing you again, bro.
You too. You too.
You know we always got a spot for you out here, man.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
This though, man, people got to see it. You know.
Yeah.
You do something.
And I love
off, bro.
Yeah, and I love doing collaborations, and I'll post more of my stuff on the page.
Yeah, definitely. Jim, send him a mojo if you want him to do a glass. Lee Reese, please send him the best resolution picture you have of the slingshot. If you're watching, bro. If not, I'll get with you later. But yeah. Moto, good seeing you, bro.
All right, you too. Thank you, Phil, too. All right, you guys take care.
Thanks, man.
Bye-bye.
All right. That's how we do that. And, you know, I got a real good friend coming out next. He's done art for me. He's done art for my grandsons. I think he's got something he's doing for my granddaughters. And that's because of his wife, because she's awesome, too. So I want to introduce you all to my friend, Mr. Ernest McClendon.
What's going on? What's going on with you?
Oh, dude. Oh, man. What do you got going on there?
We're working on my birth of butt comic strips. That's what I've been working on. That's what I've been working on. That's what I've been working on the last few days. Actually, it's all because of you. When you told me, dude, you need an art page.
Yes.
Where's your art page? And my wife told me, see, I wasn't lying.
Awesome.
Yeah, so that's what I've been doing. Also, I'm doing my art page. I got a lot of stuff that I'm doing, and I ain't like you. I need help.
I want to put the link up to your art page.
Yeah, at Ernest McClendon 21.
Okay, let me make a banner. Hold on. Ernest McClendon 21.
Yeah. So it's
not the Onyx Comics anymore.
Yeah, it's Ernest McClendon. When you put in at Ernest McClendon, they take you automatically to Ernest McClendon /Onyx Comics.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking for right there. All right. See, I got this action now.
I see that. I see that. You done became a pro at this thing.
I'm getting better, bro. I'm getting better. Let's see. What do we got right here?
Oh yeah, that's my studio. My that's the other side of my
Well,
if you scroll back down,
we got what we want here, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got your art. That's, and it's right there. People can see right there on the screen where to find you. We'll go right here for now because this is all some recent stuff that you've done. That's just
and and people are still asking for your grandson Ant-Man.
Dude, look,
I tell people that's a one shot. That's nobody else get that.
Dude,
that's for my and tell your grandson if you can send me that Ant-Man picture so I can put him on the wall next to my other stuff that people draw for me.
You got it. Dude,
I got a frame for it already.
I was so blown away, dude, when he brought me that, and I was like, "What's that?" And he said, it's Ant-Man, Grandpa, just like that one. And he pointed at the wall at your picture, and I was like, get out of here. He did that upstairs, like with no, he wasn't looking at it at the time. You know what I mean? And it was just like, this guy blows me away. And then, you know,
I was like, yeah. When you showed it to me, I was cleaning one of my buildings. I had to stop. I'm a brought tears in my eyes. I was like, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's all love. Yes, that's all love. That's all love, man. I was like, I can't. You can't get no better than that. Can't get no better than that.
That's awesome, right there.
Thank you, sir.
See, I'm representing today. You see?
Oh yeah. I see. But see, I always knew about this right here. I got two books. One's a tone gray, and one's a tone tan. And I'm going to finish these out. Like, you know, like I started this when I first got it,
dude.
And then I started. That's
and then I start if I want to use right there. That's sweet, man.
Yeah. So I wanted to start planning it. So I started this one. I said, you know, I like the tan. I like this tan paper. Then I said, you know what? Let me try the gray paper. So once I started doing the gray paper, I haven't came out of it yet. So I warmed up with this one. I said, okay. Then I started playing with the Superman one. Then I said, okay. Then I did the Harley Quinn, and then I just started going crazy. I was doing a back study. I went too far with that, but I left it alone. But then I just started going stupid with my inking, and it's pretty much I pretty much like this paper because I'm working on my inking for when I start inking my strips. So I can develop a free flowing ink style that I want, you know. So this is what I've been working on ever since in the Black Panther. Ever since you told me, bro, you need an art page. You need an art page, and my wife come out. Yeah, see, I told you. Oh yeah, I told you. You know.
Yeah, with me and her, we got a little wavelength too, man. Her and I think alike. I like her. She's awesome. Yeah.
So I told you, you don't want to listen to me. You won't listen to me. I said, you know what? I'm gonna get it done. So yeah. So this is what I've been working on.
Now look, this guy's style, man. Y'all look. Hold up. I'm gonna interrupt just for a second and throw something up here, okay? Because this is the Ant-Man he's talking about, right? And this is the one my grandson came out and did just through memory. And he did it upstairs, and he was like, and he come down and he's like, Grandpa, this is my Ant-Man. It's just like Ernest. It's just like Ernest's Ant-Man. He's pointing at it on the wall. And I'm like, no way. Little dude's 4, man. Little dude's 4.
I'm going to keep that too. So when he get rich and famous, I was like, look, man, I got something of yours, man. I got something of yours.
But yeah, this, it goes on the boys' wall because Ernest did this for the boys and another colored one. And he also did a piece for me a while back, which look at this. Now look, this is Ernest style. You can see that. That's seriously Ernest style. That's my Thor though. You can see that style. That style stands out. It's yeah, and he's right here on my wall. Just so you know, he's right there on the wall, bro. Right there.
Right there on the wall. Right there on the wall.
And that's not anything against the guy whose art I replaced. It's just I took the prints and put them in my new portfolio, and I put the original art on the wall. You know, so I still have dude's piece. It's just in my portfolio, so I can look at all them prints at once. Jim O'Reilly's, he happens to be in the chat. You know, I got a bunch of his prints. Greg Harm's, a bunch of his prints. But I'm making room for the original art on the walls now. So yeah.
No. Shoot, how Jim doing anyway? Jim, what's going on with you, Jim? I haven't spoken to Jim in a minute.
He's out there, man. Oh, what? Look, Phil's over here doing it too. We already got you, Phil. See, we're already moving, bro.
Yeah. So, like I said, and then I've been looking at the old characters like 8 Ball and stuff like that.
Yeah, hold up. Let me get you back up there. Hold up. All right.
You know, like 8 Ball. So I had a discussion with a friend of mine, and we talked to him. He said, "How come I don't do work for like Marvel or submit stuff?" I was like, "Dude," I said, "I think I can. I'm not afraid to." I said, "But right now, to me, it's the indie time.
Yes.
It's the indie time." I said, and if I would admit stuff, it wouldn't be, yes, sir, working on Mojo. Yes, 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 yeah. So I tell him I wouldn't do stuff like Batman, Wonder Woman pages for samples because everybody is doing those. Do something that's Marvel DC, but don't nobody do, and make it your own and make it sexy. And I guarantee you got a better chance of getting in of doing something if you're not doing. Because if I was an editor, how many times am I gonna see Batman, Wonder Woman, Superman, Wolverine sample pages? Do something that's theirs that don't nobody do no more, and I think you have a better chance of getting in of doing comics.
And don't be afraid to submit your own style. Don't draw somebody else's Superman and that.
Put your own flavor on it.
Yes. Look at everything. Look, all your stuff has that earnest flavor to it. All of it does. You got a style, and you roll with that, man. You know.
So
I've followed Ernest for a while, and I see the art automatically. I know it's his work.
Yeah, me too. That's what I'm saying. That's a style. That's a standout style, and that's what every artist needs for people to be able to look at your work and go, "Oh, I know who that is."
Yeah, I know who that is. Yeah. I know who that is. So yeah, but that's pretty much it. And going through all this, I really do wish con season was a whole was different though. But it is what it is. I think I'm blessed that it's giving me a time to sit down. I got you, my wife, everybody behind me talking about this is the time to sit down, get your stuff out. So by next year I'll be ready.
Yeah, we're gonna roll through some more of these, man. If you see something you have a story about, just tell me to stop. I love that one, dude.
Oh yeah, no, that one was because it was a challenge.
See, and it still got your style though. That's what I'm saying. You just did Venom, but you did it McClendon.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. It's like it's not just everybody's Venom, but it's Venom, but it's you at the same time. That's what I'm saying.
Because my thing is I look at it, Venom. I don't see him as a big bully person the way people make him. I see him more slick.
Right.
More slick, more tone, more slick. Something. I mean, because it's movable. It's all kinds of. So I just go whatever.
Dude, you kill it. I love your art, man. Look at that. See, that's fierce right there. Dude wants to yell at you. There ain't no whisper getting ready to come out of that. Dude's like, "Bruh!"
He's like, bring it on.
Yeah, look at this, man. See, Ernest has style, y'all. A serious style. If you want something different, this is the guy, man. It's definitely, like I said, I got 3 pieces so far. I think the girls got a couple more coming. So
yeah. They do.
People that's on my wall a lot, like Adam Fields. I got some people that are all over the house, man. There's gonna be one of them.
Yeah, because my wife said because she actually says, "Are you doing his granddaughter's picture yet?" I said, "He got 2." Oh, so you got to do 2, huh? I said, "Yeah." I said, "I can't leave him out." I said, but I also told her that you and I got to go to where our grandkids got, dog. I don't care where we go.
Yeah. There's a couple cons around here. I'm hoping to do some kind of a comic related madness bash, like maybe at Grand Rapids Con in Michigan. I mean, I think C2E2 would just be too much of a rat race in the first place without trying to do some kind of an event there. But maybe the smaller cons, something in maybe Fort Wayne or something like that. I don't know.
Fort Wayne.
Yeah, Fort Wayne.
I guess I'm gonna have to. I guess I'm gonna be following behind you with the camera then, huh?
See what I'm saying? See,
Well,
I'm
hey, if
trying
you're
to
in my
make it-
neck of the woods, man.
well, I'm not that far from there.
I know. That's why I said that.
No, you know what? I actually wanted to do Fort Wayne at one time, but it was just when I do cons, I gotta make sure that they've got money to get there, money to eat, set up,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
so
see, that's what I'm saying. If we do some kind of a CRM like bash at a con or something, we'll get it set up where we reserve like rooms for everybody at one hotel or something. We'll
If you guys do it here, I'll or anytime, any of you guys, if you want to hit me up when they start doing them here again, I'll fill you in on places to be and places to go.
We'll do it right, man. We'll all hang out together. And, it'll be awesome. We get a big
do some after show partying. I know all the proper places.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Just trying to maintain, make sure that wife, make sure my wife and pops be like, what you working on? You got to get. Oh, I'm also trying to get my website put up.
Good.
Yeah, so like I said, but and then and being an artist is weird because there's so many platforms that you can put your work on, and there's certain groups that I'm in that I don't post in because I know my artwork don't fit, but I check in with it. Like I like anime, but I don't like drawing anime.
Yeah, I hear you.
You feel me? Don't get me wrong. I like the storylines, but the art to me, I don't care for it. And then it gets me kind of beheat me sometimes. We have a lot of American kids that's coming up who draws anime, which is fine. But once they trying to make that switch from drawing anime or somebody commission them to draw something that's not anime, they have a problem switching out of that.
Yeah.
Because my daughter, she's a hell of an artist. And she was drawing anime for a long time. And then I asked her to draw something regular. She had a hard time doing it. But now that she's 25, 26, she's like, man, she said, I understand what you're talking about. She said, I like it, but once these kids get the anime bug, man, it's like they cannot come out that bug. It's I get people ask me, can I draw anime? And I'm like, no, I can't draw anime to save my life.
Sometimes I'll mix a little bit of style when I'm doing drawing. I usually do a lot of colorist work, but when I'm doing drawing, sometimes I will add a slight bit of flavor of anime in with it.
Yeah.
Hey guys, it's Pete. I'm the resident anime guy.
I was just gonna say the anime guys right there.
I do a little bit of everything. Now I can do. Now I see what.
Hold on, just a second, because somebody wants to say hi to Ernest.
Oh, okay, cool.
What's going on, buddy?
Hey there, man.
You got to have your pops and you got to have your dad and your granddad send me that picture so I can put it on my wall behind me.
No, this is the other one. This is the older one.
Oh, that's right. Oh, you know what? I got to put my glasses on. My bad. Yeah, it sure is.
The one that did the man, dude. You gonna tell him thank you?
Thank you.
You're welcome, little buddy. You're welcome, little buddy. You welcome anytime.
I'm
really quick, gonna jump on this. I hear what you're saying, but number one, that's not anime or manga's fault. That's the artist's fault. If they if they can't teach themselves, you're an artist. You're supposed to get as much information. You should always be learning. Like I'm 46 years old and I have nothing but art books, and I'm still taking classes and still learning various things. If your basis, especially if you're going to draw humans, if you're not going to take your basis and learn your anatomy and learn your poses and things like that and get the muscle memory in, then you're not going to be able to draw anything out, because then you're just Xeroxing.
Absolutely.
Okay, but if you're going to, I'm going to step. Then I'll fall back. Now, the problem with some people, if they do comic book stuff, they can't do anime. They can't do anime. They can't do comic book stuff. Is again the way they've been learning. Your anatomy isn't there. You're just Xeroxing. Like I am. I draw a little bit of everything. I can draw a cartoon. I can go photorealism. I can go comic book.
Stuff, dude. Pretty cool, huh?
He blinked out. He blinked out.
You there, Pete?
I clicked the button.
Okay, there you
I
are.
can do
Okay.
comic. I can do a little bit of everything, and most guys that I know can. Now, if you want to do an anime style, that's cool. Joe Maduria.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
Joe.
yeah,
Incredible.
yeah.
I think a hybrid style of it is J. Scott Campbell, Mark
Well,
Silvestri.
I think Madura's style is a little bit, of a
Yes,
mix.
yes. You're right. You're right.
Maduria's style is. He's even said it. He's more an anime guy. Even in his games, his run on X-Men looked like a manga.
This is the other one that Ernest sent. That the
This is
other
fantastic.
has.
Your 4-year-old grandkid did a great version of this, man.
No, he did the other one, the
Oh, he
black
did
and white. He did the black and white one.
He did a dope version of this.
No, he did a version of this one, Pete.
Yeah. Oh, that was real. Okay. My bad. Dope though. I love what your grandkid did.
Yeah, well, Ernest wants me to send it to him, so
Oh yeah, even better.
it's right here, Pete. It's right here, dude.
That's it. That's the one. That's the one I like. He's got the hand. He's got the cross and the chest. It's so dope. But what I'm saying is, and again, as the anime guy, to give full roundness to the discussion, it's not anime's fault or anything like that, and it's not. And quite frankly, there's no such thing as a lesser version of art. All art is the same. It's just subjective, and it depends on the person watching it. If it's not your thing, it's not your thing. That's cool. If something is your thing, it is your thing. Like some people don't like Francis Leonard Liu. I adore his work. Some people don't like. Some people didn't like the Romita style of drawing. I've seen so many people destroy the Romita style of drawing, and I'm like, I love it. Like they hated his run on Superman. Some people didn't like Michael Turner, and that boggles my mind. Some people don't like anime styles of certain things. Some people don't like the Dragon Ball Z version of things. Some people don't like, it's all subjective and it's all based on what you like. Now, if for someone trying to draw from one style to another, if they can't do that, that's on the individual artist. Where you need your fundamentals are lacking at that point. And I'm not trying to insult everybody or be disrespectful. I'm just saying that in general. And I talk to a lot of kids, right. And I go to a lot of schools and libraries and talk to kids in classrooms about this. You have to get your fundamentals, no matter what level of artist you're at. If you're a little kid drawing, and you want to do art, or if you're a grown old man like me, you have to continually work and fine-tune your fundamentals on whatever platform or whatever medium you want, because if your fundamentals are there, your work is going to show it.
Yep, and like I've always said, as an artist, if you're not learning new stuff, you're not growing as an artist.
You're not an artist. Being an artist is a verb that is a verb. It's not a noun. It's not an adjective. It's a verb. You have to continually conjugate it, and you have to continually use it. If you don't, you're not an artist. It's just a hobby to you.
And I say that all the time. It's just a hobby to people. But I tell you what, the book, I just got a new book. Because I'm always looking for, I know everybody use, Bridgman and Loomis. Loomis and Bridgman are, because Loomis was a prodigy of Bridgman. Well, I'm trying to tell you, this book right here, Anatomy for Sculptors.
Yes.
This book is, when I say this book is awesome, this is a good book. This is a real good book. And I think if you're an artist, beginner, I think it's a little bit, sometimes I think we get the art books like Loomis. Yes. Because I think stuff like Loomis and Bridgman, they're good books, but as going, they're kind of dated a little bit, but the information is forever. Ever.
Anatomy is anatomy. That's not going to change.
Well, that's why the one that's always like a green, always new and always pertinent. And I have a copy of it. It's too big. I can't grab it. Grey's Anatomy. The one's adopted.
Yep. Exactly.
That one's always, and you can get that online and you can find whatever. I've also found when you draw, I have sketchbooks full. I'm sure you guys do as well. Ernest, I know I'm looking at you. I know you do. I'll sketch people. Like I like doing, especially obviously this summer was tough to do it, but I used to call them stoplight sketches. I would sit at a cafe or an outside eating place where I could hang out with a couple and sketch. Yeah. And I'd quick sketch people waiting for a light to change to walk across the street.
Like a gesture.
Like a 20-second gesture drawing. And I'm constantly doing it. So it makes you better. I tell kids and I tell people all the time, draw from life. have somebody stand in front of you, take a picture of yourself and draw it. Hold a mirror and draw it yourself. Go to magazines, and I'm not talking comic book magazines. You want to get your anatomy? Go to Maxim, go to Sports Illustrated, go to magazines like People Magazine, whatever, and draw those people in their. Like my favorite's always like when there's an award show, so I can draw the fabric on the gowns and everything, so I can learn how those shadows work and how the fabric flows and things like that.
Google image searches, you can find lots that way too.
That makes you so much better.
But also tell people when they're learning, I said, what we got to come out of is when we learn the anatomy, a lot of young artists has a tendency of not knowing how to put them in a setting. And I tell people, stop doing this drawing anatomy in the space, because that's just crazy, because we're not in space. So if you're going to practice anatomy, practice it drawing it in front of a window, in a crowd, inside of a car, sitting in a chair, sitting at a stove. I said, that's really going to help you learn, because sequential art is drawing the anatomy inside some kind of a setting.
Yes, absolutely.
They're not always inside space. So I said, when you start learning, also learn how to draw that figure in some time in a kitchen, bedroom, laying in a bed. I said, because it's going to show you differently how to portray that anatomy. So I talk
hand in hand. Absolutely, I agree with you.
Yeah, so because this drawing stuff in space, you get pinup artists, they do hell of lovely figure drawings, but asking to draw it in a sequential form, the figure be nice, but the perspective with their buildings, because they don't practice it enough.
Right. Yeah.
It's not they don't know it; it's just they don't practice it enough. And once you start practicing sequential art on a regular basis, man, your art stuff, your anatomy can suck a little bit, but you put it in a nice background, man, it just makes
it, man.
What's that?
Turn that camera around. Let me see your face for a minute, bro.
My face? Oh my God. Let me see where we at. I'm upside down right now because my stuff got knocked, because I knocked my stuff over.
There you go. It's upside down, Ernest. What's up, dude? There he is.
I'll make it kind of crooked. Because make it kind of crooked. There we go.
You're good, I just wanted to see your face, man. Say hi, like look in the eyes. Say hi.
There we go. You see that back there? You see that spot? You see that spot above my other computer? I'll put the picture right there.
Nice.
That's where it's gonna go. Right above, right there. Because that picture right there, I got from a little girl from a con I did. She wanted to draw me a picture, so we traded. I didn't charge her anything.
I'm have to get the other three to draw you a picture too. Now watch. I have to send y'all.
I'll put it right there above my computer, right there with the other girl, because I love when I go to cons and kids want to draw me a picture. So I tell them pick anything they want. I don't care what it is. It's just idea to get kids back drawing and having fun with it, and just having fun.
I'm glad that you got it together, got an art page up, dude. That excites me. I'm glad I can show people your stuff now and say, just go check all this out. Because
what's his name? The guy from the Brooklyn Open, Ed. He contacted me last night. He wants to know, can I submit some artwork to this magazine he's talking about doing. So
sweet.
Yes. So that's pretty much what. Yeah, you know what? We can't send the Rob Liefeld. We can't. But you know what, Joe? I tell people I like Rob Life. I mean, I like his art, but as a businessman, I think he hands down the way he does. I mean, he niched himself into the comic history.
Yeah.
So so he's now hungry for anything. And
I think he's got his pulse on something, and he's not afraid to say what's in his head.
There it is. You're right. He speaks his mind. So
yeah,
like,
it's great seeing you again, dude. As always, it's great talking to you. We don't get to talk enough Man, I've been busy, busy, busy.
Oh, I know. I know you have. I know you have. 'Cause, you know, I be watching you. I'm like, shoot, I got to keep it with them. I told Greg yesterday. I said, Greg, when I grow, I want to be just like you, Greg. Just like you, you and Jim and all them guys. I got to be just like y'all. Got nugget.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, but you know, but it's nice to have somebody like Greg and Jim that you know them because they keep you inspired. You know. So yeah. So. And then, you know, I was talking to Greg, you know, there's a couple of stories that he gonna help me flesh out for next year, like my war pigs, um, you know. So yeah, so but I'm gonna get my birthday butt stuff out first, you know, the comic strip with my art book.
Well, your work is awesome too. It inspires me when I see new stuff from you, man.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I'm just glad you're getting out here where people can see you, man. Because I know you, like I said, it's a style, and people like artists that have a style that they can recognize and that other people recognize. And your art has a style that people recognize. So we need to get you out there, man. And that's why I want you to be part of this and to get an art page up and to get moving, man. Because we're gonna be having you on covers and stuff, dude. We ain't messing around. You watch.
Yeah, I know, and thank you, and you know, and thank you, because like I said, I always go back to that story I told you before. I went to a comic book convention when I was younger. I did some Hawk something, and at that time, you know, Todd McFarlane was doing Hawk, and they was breaking that. So the editor told me, you know, I like your stuff. Maybe you should translate your style to look more like this. And I was hurt a little bit. So when I went home, I told my mom, like, Mom, he want me to draw. And my mom said, well, if you draw like that person, it's not going to say Ernest.
Drawing like you. Then you're not drawing like you. That's right.
Then you're not drawing like, she said, they're going to have plenty of people who draw like that. You need to draw like you and be comfortable with what you draw. She said, I'm not an artist or nothing like that, but be comfortable with what you draw.
Yep. Be you.
And from there on, man, I've been doing that. I've been doing that. It took me a while to get, you know.
Appreciate you, brother, for sure. I got another guest in the background. I hate to say your time's up, man.
That's fine, man. That's fine, man. Because you know what? I just got a call from my sister. I got to run out now and go help my sister because her car, she got my car in the stop, so I got to go.
All right, cool.
Well, it's awesome talking to you. You know, we've been on Facebook as friends for a while, but I haven't really got a chance to talk with you, so it's really cool, man.
So everybody turn this up. Everybody check out his work.
Yeah, I'm always
sister. I got another guest to bring out, so I love you, bro.
Love you too, man. And Phil, you stay easy, people, and be safe.
You too, man. Thank you.
All right, peace.
No problem.
And now, somebody who has also got art in my house. Man, I love saying that. People that got art in my house.
Art in the house.
We got Mr. Sean Howe. Oh, he got some up. Got it fixed back up again. Yes.
Oh, yeah. I learned my lesson last time. How's it going, Pops?
I'm good. I do got to run upstairs real quick, do another one of them kid checks. Phil, you got me for a minute, bro?
Sure.
All right.
How you doing, Sean, man?
Hey, man. How are you?
All right. It's been a minute. How you been doing? How are things going for you?
Man, things are back on track. Everything's great. Just killing it with commissions lately.
Awesome.
Well, getting killed with commissions. But, hey, that's a good problem to have.
Hey, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Whittling through that list. I've been doing a couple of little personal, you know, I've got the time, so I might as well do it projects. There for a while, man, it seems like I was doing nothing but 80s stuff, which is okay with me.
I was getting picked up on some of that for colors myself, because sometimes I'll do that style.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's fun, man. It's a simpler time, and, you know, given how much this year has sucked, it's nice to go back and draw some stuff from the childhood.
Yeah, I need a little nostalgia right now.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Just a little.
Yeah.
So what kind of projects you been working on lately?
Man, I have I've got one that's kind of the bane of my existence, but if it works out all right, it'll be pretty awesome. It's a giant 20 by 30 Transformers piece, man. And,
Oh, nice.
oh my God.
20
It's one
by
of those,
30. Wow.
yeah, Generation 1, you know, it's got about 14 bots in it, and I'm like, man, why do I hate myself? But you know, it's a potential game changer if it works out, and so far it's working out pretty well.
Oh, awesome. I can't wait to check that out, man.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'll be sharing it to the group.
Cool. Great.
Yeah. It's for a client up in Canada. He's doing, you know, just loads of work with me, and he's real happy with everything, but he's like, hey man, just take your time on this. You know, I'm patient. It's like good, because I hate drawing straight lines. But
so you collaborate with him?
well, he's a collector, but I've been blessed with a couple of collectors who just come up with crazy ideas all the time, and they consistently buy stuff from me. And I look at it like it's an opportunity to break out of my comfort zone and show people what I can do, because you get bogged down in the same stuff all the time. You know, when people, it's a blessing and a curse when people see that you draw a particular character pretty well, or they like the way you do this, they'll end up, you know, buying that, and then the next thing you know, you've been drawing 14 Harley Quinns in a row.
Right.
So it's nice to be able to get out of the monotony or out of the rut of doing the same character over and over again.
I understand sometimes when I'm working on a project and I'm doing so many pages of some of the same character, well, of course, for a book and stuff, same characters. Yeah. I like to just take a break with something that I like and work on that for a minute, just to get the perspective for a minute.
Yeah, and see, that's why I stayed away from doing sequential art, because I don't, you know, I'm not good at it in my estimation, so I don't do it. But drawing the same character for, you know, 6 or 7 panels, and then switching up, that just gets, that would seem to bog me down. So I don't really, you know, want to get into all that. That's why I like doing covers and pinups and, you know, stuff like that, because it's, you know, it gives me a change. I got too much ADD to work on the same character.
Yeah, that's why I like working on covers too. It's the one and done, you know.
Exactly. You're like, okay, well, that was good. Now on to something completely different.
So do you want to show off stuff?
I like that reference.
Do you want to show off stuff there by hand? Do you want us to share a screen somewhere? What do you want us to do, bro?
Man, I put the drop up so I can take you on the tour if you'd like. I put some new stuff up here.
Awesome.
You know. All right. I don't know how the glare is working right now.
Good. You're good. It looks good. I can see it. I can see it all.
Well, I'm in a new studio, and it's like a sunroom, so it's got a ton of windows, which is good and bad at the same time.
Right.
But last month when I was here, I didn't really have a chance to do much because part of my ceiling fell in the studio.
No.
Oh yeah, no, it scared the hell out of me because it fell right beside my drawing table, and I'm like, oh God.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, okay, so we'll figure out how this works. All right. So I've added some new stuff up here. You know, since I've gone full-time art, I've had a lot of different kind of requests, you know, than I normally would. So we've done some more pinup type stuff, some more, you know, we'll say a little bit more into the PG-13 and R-rated stuff, but you know, it pays the bills.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's something that doesn't compromise your principles and is paying your bills, you know.
Exactly. You know, and getting back to what Ernest was saying, you know, a lot of times you end up using like Maxim and stuff like that for anatomy anyway, so you might as well. And I mean, we're in comics, so.
I'm really digging that one, man. I had to pull that up.
Oh, that Rocky Horror?
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
Back in the day, I lost count of how many times went to the midnight movies with a big group of friends and watched them.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. I wish they would
scroll through that.
Some places still do it.
Scroll through that page. Shows, go because man.
Awesome.
Look at that.
Oh man, my stand.
Did you see the Steve Austin that he dropped in the group?
Yeah, I better not pull that one up though, since we're on Comics Cast today. I already was gonna do that, and I thought better of it, man.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna draw Steve Austin,
Yeah,
you gotta draw him with the middle finger.
There it is.
Okay, a quick one.
There it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got to. I mean, it's like you have to draw him with a beard. You
got to draw him in character, basically.
Right. I love the gift that you posted on that, Pops. By the way, that was great.
Now, what did you use?
What did I post? The swimming in the beer? The swimming in the beer, Jim?
Yeah, swimming in the beer.
So exactly what mediums did you use on this one exactly? It pops out to me there.
I have this crazy mixed bag of medium that I use. I use Copics, obviously, because you have to. Nothing blends like them. And I use these Tombow dual brush pens, which I love them for the big sweeping lines. Like they're my go-to for hair and sweeping shadows and stuff like that. And then, of course, go on top of it with the color pencil and the fine liners, because
that's what I was thinking with the colored pencil. It kind of reminded me of can't even think of his name right now, Andy something, but he does a lot of colored pencil work. And I thought I saw some. I was thinking that maybe was some colored pencil in there. But that looks awesome.
I use it to add some of the small details and some of the depth. People all the time are saying, if they buy an original from me, it doesn't quite look exactly like the print. And I'm like, well, the print's a scan, and then I use it to, I go in and kind of edit it to clean up some of the brush marks in the dark and stuff like that, so it doesn't look so splotchy. And you end up losing some detail that way.
Right.
So, I've had a lot of people pretty happy with getting the originals, and they're like, "Oh man, I can see the hair on his arm." And it's like, yeah.
So, what's some of the process you do when you take it into digital?
Well, honestly, I don't do much with digital because I'm old and I don't really understand as much with the digital. But I'll end up going through like an app and just kind of, adding just a touch darker to it, just to kind of even out like the heavy blacks, like in the snake eyes. In the original, I noticed there was some unevenness in the black behind him, and most people probably wouldn't notice it. If you're at a con or something, your normal fan's not really going to care about that. But I'm so ADD and OCD about stuff like that it's like, I can't have any kind of evenness. So I'll just go and kind of use a little smudge tool just to kind of even the black out.
Right. Yeah. A blend, smudge, or blur. Yeah.
Right. And it's funny because I did a con with Larry Hama, and I gave him a copy of that Snake Eyes, and it was a total fanboy moment for me because he really dug it. He asked me to sign it for him and everything. I was like, oh my God.
Nice.
Yeah, he's a really good guy. We ended up talking for about 10, 15 minutes just because, he's just G.I. Joe was such a huge part of my childhood. So.
Yeah.
Now see that Electra right there. Go back. Hit that Electra, dude.
Pops loves my Electra.
I got that Electra. Right here in my portfolio. I had to pull you off the wall, man. I need a room for original art up there, man.
No, it's completely cool, man. I was up on the wall for a minute,
dude.
And I felt good about that.
You're in here with some good people. Dude.
I believe that. And I keep promising you I'm going to do another Electra, and I am. It's just I'm trying to find the Pops level of Electra to send you.
I really like the highlights and the shadows in that one.
See, look, she gets to hang out with Wicked, dude.
Okay.
She's hanging out with Wicked up in here.
I'm good.
I do need another Sean Howe so I can open that up to one page of Sean Howe on both sides. You know what I mean? So eventually we'll definitely talk about something.
There you go. You should get you a Supergirl there, Pops.
Dude, I love all of his stuff, man.
Somebody commented last night because I posted a work in progress of a Catwoman, and they're like, "Man, you draw boobs really well." And I'm like, "Yeah, thanks." There's worse things to be known for.
love people that want to schedule stuff while we're talking in the while I'm in the middle of a con. Hey man, I'll be on your show tomorrow. We'll talk. I'll talk to you tomorrow, bro.
Is it like, are you watching the show now? Do you
yeah,
not see that I'm
that's
in the
kind of
middle
what
of
I'm
an
saying.
interview?
It's like if you're watching, Nicholas, I'll talk to you. We'll do something. I'll figure it out. We'll get you out there either tonight or tomorrow or something, bro. And we'll show that 9-minute video.
Is that the one you were talking about, Sean?
That's the one, yeah. And oddly enough, I'm using the Tombow brush pens to do all the shadowing in her outfit, and
Oh yeah, I can see that.
yeah, it's really flowing pretty well. I like it a lot, and
Nice brush work.
I'm still trying to figure out exactly how I'm going to have the whip wrapped around her waist. I was thinking about going crazy with it and having the whip wrapped around all parts of her, but
yeah,
I'm like, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It might look good, but you know.
So yeah, okay. There you go, Nicholas. You guys tomorrow on Monday Madness, the second hour, you know, or 8:39ish, something like that. Okay, cool. Allow me to. Hey, don't mind me. I'm just scheduling my guests for tomorrow's show. You know.
I mean, Pops is busy.
Dude, I'm actually working now. That ain't no lie. I'm actually working now.
Dude, I'm telling you, you know, I reached out to you and sent you a message, and this was right when the Kickstarter from Mojo was coming to a close, and you were like, "Hey man, I'm super busy." I was like, "Oh my god, I completely forgot." And it's no worries at all, because I mean, I completely get that. Yeah. I mean, you got a lot going on, and what you do for us. I know I've said this before, and I probably sound like I'm kissing ass a little bit, but yeah, you have done a great service for us, because I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but I had 10 shows canceled this year, and you know, that's how I get out there. That's how people know me, is through cons. So, you know,
well, I mean,
it's cool. Everybody's is getting there. Everybody's been really good, it seems, in the art field of pivoting through this and learning, you know, dealing with the online a little more and getting used to it and adapting over a little bit. And I've seen a lot of comic people were some of the fastest to pick up on that out of different areas of what people are doing.
Yeah. I'm just sitting here and I'm blown away by the fact that I'm talking to all these people, and like Sean come in, you know, and it's like, yeah, he's been on my wall. Everybody's on my wall or been on my wall, or they're in my collection, or they're in that box, or they're in that file cabinet, or they're on that wall back there. It's like I'm meeting all these people that basically I've enjoyed all my life with, and some of them without even knowing that's who they were. And I'm getting to meet them now, and it's a blast, man. You know.
Oh, yeah.
And I come across. I'm gonna tell you the one that drew me to Sean, the picture they did. Geez, don't you got a Morrison?
I'm sorry, what?
Jim Morrison that you did.
Yeah, a long time ago.
That was the picture that I went, oh, I need to talk to this dude. And that was the one that drew me in to look at everything else you did. But that was the picture, because Mojo Rising, we were all about, you know, we were all about everything Jim Morrison at the time. And that was the first picture of yours that I think I saw that I went, oh, you know, and looked at it and then stopped to look at everything else. Now you hear that crying up there? I don't have to worry about it no more, Mom's home.
I really think that Bash the Stampede. That's cool.
Well, thank you, man. Thank you.
I think Mom's home. Hold on. Let me go check.
My kids are real big into anime, and fortunately for me, they're real big into kind of old school anime, as far as like Trigun and.
Oh yeah, because that's the stuff I like the most too. Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, when they talk to me about doing some anime style stuff, because you know, it's all about making yourself more appealing and broadening your appeal. And, you know, it doesn't matter how much stuff you have at a con, there's always going to be something that somebody, Chester, there's always going to be something that somebody's like, hey, do you have any Doctor Who? Well, crap, no. You know, so I'm trying to get out there a little bit more. And I had enough people ask me about anime type stuff. So I was like, okay, that's why I did the Kenshin and the Bash the Stampede, and probably going to do a Vampire Hunter D.
Vampire, I was going to say, you're going really old school, because Vampire Hunter D, yeah.
Yeah.
City Shinjuku and some stuff like that.
Oh yeah, and I mean, and I'm still going to get into.
Star.
Oh man, I love Fist of the North Star, but and I'll still try to keep it a little current with like some of the My Hero and of course the Dragon Ball and stuff. But I just try to have stuff at a con where people look at it and go, "Oh my God, yeah, absolutely, I love that." The Monsters drawing. I mean, we all grew up watching the Monsters late at night on reruns and stuff.
I still got a crush on Lily. Leave me alone, dude.
There ain't nothing wrong with that, Pops. There ain't nothing wrong with that.
Look, Lily and Morticia, yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I love the Christina Ricci that Armando Horta did of her as Morticia.
Look, that David Bowie right there from Labyrinth.
Oh.
That David Bowie right there.
Oh, there it is. I had to look a minute.
Oh.
Focus.
Yeah.
Focus.
I like that one.
It says Sean Howe on it. It doesn't say, "Look at me." Somebody did David Bowie. It doesn't say that. It says Sean Howe style. You know what I mean? Just like what I was talking about with Ernest. It's like, yeah, we know it's David Bowie, but that's not what captures the screen. What captures the screen is the style.
And I love Ernest's work.
Using the hair. A lot of people don't do that as much, and that is really cool when somebody does. I dig that.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I was glad to come in and catch the last part of Ernest because I've been loving his stuff that he's been posting. I've been wanting to kind of talk to him.
Yeah.
That's who replaced you, bro.
I'm okay with that.
But he sent me that that original piece of Thor, dude. That's Thor's my guy, and it was like,
yeah.
Sorry, Sean.
Hey, man, it's okay.
Thor's my guy.
It just means I got to step it up next time. So I got you.
No, it's like Thor, Surfer, and Elektra are my top three, and
Oh,
they
yeah?
have been since I was little.
I had to pull that up since you said Thor.
Dude, see that
what?
Awesome too, man.
I've been kicking around a Thor that I've been working on, but honestly, I'm not ready to commit to it just yet because I don't like the way I draw lightning yet. So I'm working on that because drawing Thor without lightning doesn't really make sense. But
there you go.
What, getting kind of that glowing haze on the edge of the lightning?
a little bit, yeah. So I've been trying to get back into airbrushing a bit so I can make that look really cool.
Oh, you've airbrushed, cool, yeah.
I know. I play around with airbrushing.
Okay. I used to, but long time ago, I airbrushed for a while, man. So I always dig it when people do that. Actually, I dab some of that over myself when I'm doing some color work. I'll use a soft brush like an airbrush.
Mm-hmm. Have you tried the Copic airbrush?
No, not yet. I've seen them where you put the Copic right in the unit and it blows across the tip.
Yeah, like the little Crayola thing that they make for kids.
Right,
it's pretty cool. I picked one up on clearance at Michael's, and because there's no way I'm gonna just drop full price on it if I don't know what I'm doing with it. But I ended up getting it for like $20.
Oh,
so,
nice.
Yeah, and it's been good. It works with the little cans of air, which sucks, but
Well, I bet you could hook that up to a small little compressor unit somehow.
There's an adapter, but I hadn't been able to find the adapter because I went and I hit Harbor Freight up and got me a little adapter for my airbrush, and I've been kind of playing around with it from there. So,
right.
But stuff like lightning and clouds and whatnot like that, where you just have to have that really soft touch,
right?
That would be just perfect for it.
Yeah, definitely. Do you find that it drains your ink faster on your Copics?
Actually, no. It ends up saving you ink for some.
Wow.
Yeah. The Zuko in May that I did, where it's just a giant red background. I ended up using the airbrush for that because I was like, man, I'm going to be here for 6 days coloring this red, and it's going to suck. And I'm going to end up having to refill this marker 3 or 4 times. But somebody suggested using the airbrush for it, and I did. And man, it just went by really quick. I didn't end up wasting a bunch of ink. I got a bunch on my table, but we can go from there. We can fix that.
Cool deal.
It's awesome. Sean, you're always looking good, bro.
Thank you so much, Pops.
Everything you do, looking good.
Well, not everything. It's everything I show.
And I want to give a shout out to this week of people joining the group too. It's crazy. Like we just went past 1575. It's growing. The reach is extending. The arm is getting longer.
Yeah, the mass appeal of comic related madness is just, it's taken over.
It's fun, man. I'm having a blast. How about you?
I feel like I got in on the ground floor.
You kind of did. I mean, look at it like this, man. It's like this could be a thing. This could be a monthly thing. You know, Pete, Bill, and I, we could be doing this 5 years from now. You know.
Oh yeah.
And it's only gonna grow, and it's only gonna grow through people like you and your fans, and Bill and his fans. You know, I mean, people that join the group. It's all us. It's the people from the comic, community that want to have a good time. And those are the ones that we seem to find gravitating our way, is the ones that want to have a good time.
Well, you see in a lot of other groups, a lot of infighting and hating on people, and that person uses a photo reference, so they suck. Man, look, everybody uses a photo reference. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, it's like nobody needs that negative stuff right now.
No, there's already so much out there, and we're all bummed that we can't just go hang out at our local comic book shop as much as we used to. We're all bummed that we can't go do cons. And I mean, my daughters do cosplay, and they're going nuts. They're like, they're trying to go. They want to go cosplay at the library or something, wherever they can go. And it's like, look, just chill out. Everything will be fine. Hopefully, we'll get back to normal. Maybe hope.
We'll have to incorporate a cosplay contest into the next con, since Pete's going to be running it, and Pete already has cosplay connections and stuff. Maybe I'll have him do a cosplay contest, and your daughters can get involved in that next month.
Maybe so. They idolize Kara Nicole. So, well, I mean, we all idolize Kara Nicole for one reason or another. But
her, that lady.
Yeah. Yeah, she's next level.
Yeah, I love Kara. She's awesome. Arizona people. I love Arizona people. On top of the fact that she's cool, I mean, I'm pretty sure that she lived within a mile or two of where I live. She lives within a mile or two of where I lived in West Phoenix, Glendale area. So, that's just. I love connections, man. I love connections,
and she's another example of just someone who is so nice. You had asked me before if I used her as a reference for that Elektra.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't know. Let me reach out. And within 5 seconds, she, messaged me back, no, that's not mine, or whatever. Oh, thank God. Because I'm real bad about using cosplayers for references, but not remembering who I used, so I can't credit them.
It did look a lot like her, though. I was like, I kind of thought it was.
A little bit, yeah. It was enough to where I had to ask. I'm loving this whole tour of my stuff, man. It's like, I remember doing that.
I'm loving it too. This is some cool stuff, man.
Well, great, man. And like I said, I think me and Pops talked about it last time. I started trying to get into doing the cover work for people. Like Larry had asked me to do a cover of one of the variants for Ravage, and then things ended up happening, so I had to kind of drop out of that. But I'm definitely in the mode where I'm ready to get into it some more. And I think some of our illustrious members who have these wonderful indie books, Loggerhead and Vampires of New Jersey, stuff like that, I think they're going to get surprised, because they're going to end up getting some Sean submissions just, at random. And it's like, hey, if you want me to, I'm just putting it out there. Here's this. If you guys like it, great. You can. A
lot of times you want it like I'll always I'm a fan of fan art, but some creators, some artists are not fans. So it doesn't hurt to reach out and say, yo, is it okay if I take a shot at your character? And get that okay. That way nobody can come at you from the side or any crap like that.
True. Yeah, because I don't want to piss anybody off. I can do that enough on my own. I don't.
Yeah. That's always a good idea. If you're going to go after or use somebody's character, if it's somebody that you can get to, like in our group, like suppose you want to draw Mojo, just hit Raj up. Raj is always open to that because he believes in bouncing fan bases off each other. And if you're drawing his character and people in your fan base don't know him, now they're going to know him, and vice versa.
Right.
Is his fan base that don't know you, they're going to go, "Who drew that Mojo?" You see what I'm saying? That's what that's why I like fan art. I think it's good for all of you. But then there's some people who's like, man, that's my IP.
Sure.
So,
Yeah, and Raj is a good guy. We talked a little bit about some of the music stuff that I've drawn. He liked my Slash and Chester and Chris Cornell and stuff like that. So
Sean, throw it out one more time. Where can people find all this wonderful art?
Okay, so Facebook. I got a fan page called Zero Dark 30, the studio of Sean Howe.
Zero Dark 30.
On Instagram, I am at Seanzilla Art. That's all one word. It's Sean, ShawnZillAART. I'm on Twitter, I think. I don't know. I don't do anything on Twitter very much, but I stay off Twitter.
Stay away from it. I'll share your stuff out there. You stay away from it.
Yeah, I don't like Twitter very much.
No, not at all.
All right, man. It's good having you out again, Sean. We'll see you again, bro.
Great to be back. And anytime.
Everybody, you can find him in the madness if you don't remember all Zero Dark 30 studio and all that, but he's in the madness. He's one of us. So, that's
absolutely.
All right, bro. I'll talk to you later, man. You have a great day.
All right. Thanks, guys.
You bet.
Good talking with you, Sean, man. You take care.
All right.
And our next guest, I've only recently met as well. He's a newer member to the madness and to the CRoM Con scene. And his name is David Whalen. And welcome to CRoM Con VI, my friend.
Hi guys, hi Pops. Thanks for having me on. I've been watching the show. Amazing creators, amazing work. It's been awesome. I really appreciate you having me on.
Hey man, this is what we're about. You know that.
Oh yeah.
You guys you guys introduced me to a whole nother side of people's audiences, and I'm just trying to, like I said, make sure everybody can take advantage of each other's audiences and expand their fan bases, and that's what this is all about.
Yeah, love it.
So if you would do me a favor and drop something in the private chat I can make a banner out of, I would hook that up for you, and then I'll let Phil go ahead and start the questioning, the interrogation. Are you ready, bro?
Interrogator. So how's it going, Dave, man?
Good, Phil. How are you?
All right. Yeah. So what have you been working on lately?
Yeah, we've been putting out a lot of stuff over here at Correct Handed Comics. We just had issue 13 of our ongoing series, The Offspring, come out, and it actually kind of finished what I'm calling season 1, issues 1 through 13. It kind of wrapped some storylines up, but then created new storylines for issue 14 that I actually just wrote yesterday, and I'm super, super excited about it. We start introducing a little time travel into into our world building, and it's the first place we're time traveling into is the Civil War, for very specific reasons. I just finished writing issue 14. I'm super excited about it. We are taking a little bit of break from The Offspring for at least a few months because I have a few one-shots that I want to get out with some great creators. We just had in January our first one-shot, way back in January. It seems like a million years ago now. Our first one-shot called Shady Lady that came out in January, and it's done pretty good. We're pretty excited about how it's gone. Let me flip real quickly there. But Shady Lady was our first one-shot, and I had 3 or 4 different ideas for some more 22 to 24-page stories. Been talking to a few other writer friends of mine, and they said, hey, I've got some ideas, let's get them going. So I'm right in the middle of working on my next one-shot that I wrote and am drawing called I Won't Stop. that will come out next month. And it's probably the most traditional superhero story that I have, but it's superhero with a really, I think, deep and kind of a dark psychological twist to it. You can see some of the images. I'm going to put some images on Facebook up starting next week, so I'm excited to start showing those off. Then I have I'm a big fan of horror, like Friday the 13th, Halloween series, Nightmare on Elm Street. I came up with a character and had a buddy of mine write it from the Everything Horror podcast called The Sock Hop Killer. And it's about a woman who dresses in 1950s sock hop poodle skirt type garb, but she's very much a maniacal killer in the vein of Freddy or Jason or Mike Myers. And that's going to be the next one shot we're going to get out. I'm hoping I'm not going to quite make it for Halloween, but I'm hoping for Thanksgiving for that to come up. So it's still going to be fall, scary stuff time happening. And then after that, I have one more one shot, which is a alien invasion story, but it involves a teacher who is trying to protect his second grade class from an invading alien force. Cool. And then after that, it's season 2 of The Offspring, starting with issue 14.
Now I want y'all to pay attention to that. That says correct hand comics.
Correct hand, yep. It's right-handed and correct-handed.
Correct-handed. See, I'm left-handed too, so I'm down with that. I liked it the first time I saw it. I was like, somebody understands.
It's a right-handed world. We're just trying to live in it, right? Without knocking into too much stuff.
They even make us learn how to do some stuff right-handed because that's the only way you can do it. It's ridiculous.
Unfortunately, that's a right-handed world.
So yeah, you got how many different titles you running?
So Offspring is our flagship, and like I said, we have 1 through 13. We have actually volumes 1 and volume 2 already done in trade paperback that you can find on our website, correcthandcomics.com, and they collect issues 1 through 4 and issues 5 through 10. My plan is before Thanksgiving to get the next volume 3 that shows issues 11, 12, and 13. And Shady Lady, the one shot that we had on January, is going to be additional story in that volume. So volume 3 is going to have issues 11, 12, and 13, and our black and white noir thriller Shady Lady in there also. And then we also have our 4-issue miniseries, Evolution Utero, which came out about a year back, and it's done really well. I have the next series for it because it kind of ends on like a Back to the Future kind of cliffhanger. The story ends, but it continues. There's like that to be continued thing to be able to get the next series, the next 4-issue miniseries on that one. I've got a nice 100-plus page graphic novel called The Loved Ones that I wrote with a buddy of mine who was a great writer, Brian Menard from Dojo CRoM Comics. And it's a black and white 100-plus page, 100-plus page graphic novel that is about the children of classic movie monsters, Wolfman, Dracula, Frankenstein's monster, the children of those classic movie monsters hunting their parents. And it's a really good story. I'm really happy with the way that one came out. And that's other than the one shots I've got coming out, that's all we've done so far.
That's quite a bit of all we've done so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're working hard. We've got no shortage of stories to tell, and I'm excited to tell them.
That's awesome because that's what we want is more stories to read. It's man, the colors.
The 4 individual issues that you're showing right there for Evolution Utero, if you put them all together, it makes one giant panoramic poster.
Connecting covers.
That was really fun to put together. I really enjoy that. It looks really good when it's all put together.
Yeah, I
see
that.
Those colors, man, those colors pop. I see you got 2 different colorists up in there.
Yeah, the first colorist, Patricia Lupe, I actually haven't heard much from her in the last couple months, and I think I'm going to reach out to her because she is a great colorist. she does a great job. Our styles really mesh together, and I thought it really created a bold dynamic. Or really, her colors really helped to make my inks, pencils, and inks pop. And she did a great job. There was another colorist. The second colorist was Luca. I always mispronounce his last name, so I'm sorry, Luca, if you're listening. Bulgarani, I'm pretty sure is how you pronounce it. And it was the same kind of thing. His style, his colors, and my style really meshed together really well. I think Evolution Utero, as a full story, the look and everything really came together really well. I'm super proud of it.
Well, and you should be. It looks great, man.
It does. So scroll down some more. Let's see what else we got here, Phil. What else? Is there more? Is there more? Or is that
Not
it?
on this particular page.
Hit click one of them. See what else we can show. There's got to be more. What else is there, David? What else? There you go.
So this is my first novel that I ever wrote. This is a Western. My wife makes fun of me because she says, you're the only person in the world that would write their first novel in a dead genre. And I personally love Westerns. I can't get enough of them. Modern Westerns, old Westerns, TV shows, movies, books. I can't get enough of them. My goal is to read every Western book that's ever been written and to watch every movie and TV show. I probably won't make it, but I'm going to try. But this is my Western, The Last Ride to Tyburn. And it's got a lot of traditional Western stuff in it. So it's got shootouts, and it's got horseback riding, and it's got ranchers, and it's got the town that is fighting against a maniacal villain. But I think it also has a lot of twists and turns, some scary, some funny. I think that really help it to stand out as a Western that I think people would really, really enjoy. It's got, again, that twist ending that I really like. I think that people aren't going to guess. I've put some clues in there here and there in the beginning chapters, but once you get to that end chapter, there's a twist I think that people are really going to enjoy.
Yeah, Neostar Productions. I'm always up for more Westerns.
Oh yeah, Neostar, you and me both, man. Thank you very much.
What else we got hidden in there, Phil? What else you got hidden in there?
We did that. Hold on.
It's the Shady Lady.
So that is a promo, if you scroll down a little bit, a promo for the next one-shot we have coming up called I Won't Stop. And like I said, it's a very traditional, it's the most traditional superhero story I've ever done. But I try to take some of those tropes that you would see in Superman, for example, since he's the biggest superhero of them all. The secret identity, the protecting his family, the powers that he has, just really the idea of what if somebody really had these powers. And it's kind of a psychological breakdown of the responsibility that somebody does or doesn't have if they're able to save the world. So the character itself is very much based off of a traditional superhero, but the situation that he's put in, I think, is very different than most superheroes. There's a Justice League type group that comes in to try to convince him that he's going about what he's doing the wrong way, and he essentially tells them to scram, to mind their own business. And ultimately, for me, it was a story about the consequences of that. With great power comes great responsibility. So is it up to one person? I guess is the question that I asked the question on the poster there is how do you decide when enough is enough? And this character, the superhero's named Spiral, and it kind of goes along with the character arc that he goes through on the 24 pages that I tell the story in. So Spiral is presented with the ultimate dilemma, the ultimate experience that pushes him into thinking about whether he should or should not save the world from itself, and the psychological and physical ramifications of that. And I think in 24 pages, I put something together that really kind of breaks down a lot of those superhero tropes, and I think will be a really interesting and exciting read.
Cool. I like that.
If you scroll back up, Shady Lady, I'm a big fan. Here's that one. Yeah, that one right there. I'm a big fan of noir thrillers, especially some that kind of involve Alfred Hitchcock or the old Frank Sinatra noir thrillers like Lady in Cement, The Detective. Suddenly is a great Frank Sinatra movie that I've watched since I was 12 years old. My grandmother was a huge Frank Sinatra fan and introduced me to a whole bunch of his dark noir thrillers. And this was my take with a strong female lead, um, giving her that noir thriller feel, but with very modern problems. So, a lot of the problems that she comes across in her life in New York City, no powers, no superheroes, no anything like that, no costumes. It's just one woman who has, to steal a phrase, a particular set of skills, and how she goes. But she's not like a master at hand-to-hand combat or weaponry or anything like that. She's a fairly normal person who does have training, who does have some training, and we find out why and how near the end of the story. But she goes around. It's her how she would react. I hope is how most people would react in these social situations of people trying to tell other people what to do or how to live their lives, or that one group is better than another group for whatever reason. And for me, Shady Lady is the epitome of what people should or how people should react in those situations in mostly a very positive way. And
Mostly, I like the way you say most.
In most, she's not a perfect person. She's the hero of the story, but she is not. She is not simply a white hat. She is. She
Areas
has.
of gray.
She has her shades of gray, and they definitely near the end of the story start to show more. You can see those shades of gray throughout, and that's really what I wanted to go through. How it's not a black and white world; it is very much shades of gray, and how you find yourself confronted with these situations. It might not be the situation itself, but it's how you react to that situation that makes you who you are, for better or for worse. So that's really what I wanted to do with Shady Lady. Shady Lady.
There you got some Joe Tolliver, Comics Cast, chiming in.
Thanks, Joe. Good to hear from you.
The correct creator is creating comics. Nice.
Joe.
I'm going to start working on my radio voices, y'all. I'm going to be out here. I'm going to give you a little of this.
I like a story like that where you have more of a complicated character, instead of just surface value, where you go a little bit deeper. That's always more intriguing.
Yeah. The other thing I wanted to say is, if you'll notice, that says written and illustrated by this man right here.
Yep. For most of my books, I do the writing. I do for most of them. I like to reach out to the other creators and have them write stories, or I'll even reach out to other artists or colorists to join me from time to time. But I'm essentially a one-man band. Some of these one-shots, I'm going to be doing some stuff with some other writers, and I'm always super excited when I get to work with other writers. But yeah, those characters who are very black and white is something I'm very interested in doing. The Offspring, all three of the main characters are not in any way, shape, or form heroes. They have dark pasts. They have problems in their past that they may never really be able to climb out of, those holes, physically, mentally, emotionally. They may never be able to climb out of. Even if the story turns out okay for them, they still have to deal with their past. They still have to deal with their issues, and how they were brought up and how that affects them mentally and physically as we go through the first 13 issues. And it's going to be touched on even more in the second run. Issues 14 will kick off a really deep dive into some of these physical and emotional problems that these characters have. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to start issue 14, this season 2, in probably one of the darkest parts of, depending on who you ask, one of the darkest parts of American history, the American Civil War. And we're going to touch on some of those issues that we're still struggling with today in the 21st century.
Back. Joe said, check out anycrowdfund.com. He's doing my job for me over there. Appreciate you, Joe, dropping that in the comments, because Comics Cast is the media arm of anycrowdfund.com now. So, Joe's joined our crusade to save the indie comic creator.
You know, one thing I wanted to add too is for the next run of books, Chris McCauley, who is a great colorist, he's colored for Boom. He's colored for the William Shatner Tech series.
Yes.
He's just started working there. He's worked with Disney on The Mandalorian for some step-by-step scenes and coloring some of the costume design. He's actually going to start full-time coloring for The Offspring starting issue 14. And his colors are amazing. You can see the colors for the cover of issue 13. But he's going to start the interiors on issue 14. I'm super excited to have him on board. He's a great colorist and a great guy, and I can't be more excited to get some of these pages started to be able to get his colors out to be able to show them to the world. He's a great colorist and a great guy. I'm super excited to have him on the team.
It's cool. I mean, it's hard to come back and find all the stuff that I've missed out on. Okay, because like I said, when I just run into you guys, then I'm just exposed to what you're doing, and it's like you've been doing this for a while.
Yeah, I think we're working. I mean, for the last year and a half, it's been really full force. The first anybody who starts in indie, starts in indie comics, it's going to start off slow. But I think once I got my groove and I started finding those group of people to be able to help to pull in and help in certain aspects, or to even help let them shine in some of these stories that we're creating. Once we found our pace, it really started to take off. And yeah, 13, I never, 10 years ago, if you would have asked me in 2.5 years if I would have been able to get 13 issues of a series that is really near and dear to me, I would have laughed in your face. I'm like, no, it'll take me 10 years to get 13 issues. But to get 13 issues in about 2.5 years, I'm super excited. I try to get an issue out every 2 months. And so far, with a little breaks here and there, because I'm a human being with a full-time job and kids and a wife. But I've really been able to do it really well with the help of my kids and my wife letting me lock the door and say, Dad's got a deadline for himself. Let me get all this stuff out. So I'm super lucky to be able to have a family that knows that when that door's shut, it's time to leave Dad alone for a couple hours to be able to create it. So, and then on top of that, be able to create other stories and other one-shots and other 100-page graphic novels. It's been amazing, and I don't really plan on stopping anytime soon. I think 2021, I think it's going to be a year that really takes it to the next level for kind of the stories and books that we're creating.
Yeah, I think it's going to take it to the next level for all of us, if you want to know the truth.
I think so too. It's going to be Indie's year. 2020 has been pretty good for indie comics. I think 21 is going to be even higher, bringing it up even higher.
Yeah, man, it's like the whole thing of shutting everything down this year taught everybody how to create, how to keep going, how to expand what they were doing, get out on the internet, whatever they needed to do to still be a force in their creative genre.
And it gave a chance for people to know that there are indies out there, because believe it or not, some people don't know that, and they're discovering it. And it's
that's what I'm saying. It's like I'm running into new people all the time, and I've been doing this for a few months now. Where I'm steady looking for people to be on the con and be in the shows, and it's like it's blowing up.
Yeah, I'm still amazed at the amount of people who go see Marvel movies and DC movies and all these great independent movies on some of the bigger independent comics. And you say, oh yeah, I write and draw comic books too, and they look at you and go, they still make comic books? Like it's amazing that people still aren't aware of. But the simple fact that one of the best things out of all this weirdness with this COVID and coronavirus and people having to stay home a little bit more is the connections that we're able to make with each other. And I cannot be more happy with the amount, not only the amount of creators that I've met, but the amount of creators that are willing to stick their necks out, willing to help other people. I try my hardest to share and like and comment and support as much as I possibly can. But there's so much great stuff out there that it's like you said, Pops, it's hard to find it all. It's hard to find out, but that's a very positive place to be in, because there's so much and there's something for everybody.
I'm having a blast. Like I said, I just keep meeting new people and being exposed to more and more stuff. and it's like, what's next, man? Because it just keeps getting better and better. I mean, that's how I'm looking at it. Seriously, for me, it keeps getting better and better. And I know, 2020 ain't been great for everybody, but for what we've been doing, it just seems to be creating connections. Everybody's networking. Everybody's doing cross promotions. Everybody's trying to figure out ways to help each other get out there and get seen. And it's like when I do it and I see other people doing it too, that's like, yeah, I'm doing the right thing.
Oh yeah. And it's always a learning process, right? It's always, whether you've been doing it for 20 years or 2 months, it's always a learning process. I can't tell you how many times I think, man, I wish I could go back and do that differently or do that again. But you'll learn from it and you move forward. I think that's one of the great things about meeting other creators like myself who are either a little bit further along or maybe just starting and where I was 5 years ago. You can learn from everybody. And as a teacher myself, I love being able to connect with those different kind of people to be able to continue my lifelong learning, whether it's comic books or whether it's being a dad or whether it's being a teacher or being a husband. It's really just chances to be able to connect with other people and make yourself better.
Yeah, and just like you said, it's like the bouncing the fan bases off each other. This thing here, nobody was doing this internet thing to promote themselves that much 10 months ago, except I'm going to be at this con, I'm going to be at that con, I'm going to be at that con. They weren't out there promoting their projects because they figured they'd be at a table selling it. They wouldn't have to worry about it. It's a whole different game now. Now they're promoting their project for people to go look at their online store, their website, whatever. And now you have to go out there and sell. And they're all learning how to self-promote. And I keep saying self-promotion is awesome. Selfless promotion is what we're about. Where you hit that share button for other people too. Where you try, you know what I mean? When you're being selfless. Yeah, you're promoting your own book, but you hit that share button. You make sure people see that other guy's book too, because we're trying to raise the whole boat.
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
And you're a big part of that.
If one of us rise, we all rise on some level in comic books and in life, right?
And you're a big part of that because the first time I seen you, that's exactly what you were doing, was networking with somebody. And I was like, yeah, I'm watching that podcast and I'm like, yeah, right there while you were talking to dude, you were like, yeah, we need to work together. Or we need to figure something out where we're going to do something together. And I was like, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's what this whole thing is about, is to expand us, to turn us into a thing that doesn't need a corporate godfather to make it happen. Okay, we don't need that. We don't need Warner Brothers and AT&T and whoever else tries to take it over. they just take it over because they want money, not because they want to better what we're doing, or we got to stick together as the people bringing the new stuff to the people.
Definitely, it's our love of not only comics, but hopefully our love of the different kind of stories, different genres, different kinds of people who are creating different kinds of stories. If we were all the same, wouldn't life be super, super boring? Of course it would be. So it's that diversity that I think is one of the strengths, not only in indie comics, but in life, that really, that I think indie comics really, really latches onto. There's so many different kind of diverse creators from different backgrounds, different places, different countries, different whatever, that I think is really the strength of indie comics. Every time I see something new in my feed that I haven't seen before of the different level and different kind of stories that are being told, and it's amazing. I love it.
That's what, and I love finding something I haven't seen that I can share it to the group. Anytime I run into something I've never seen before, and I get to bring it to the group, or somebody puts something in the group I've never seen before, and I get to bring it outside the group to my other news feed, to my Twitter feed, and everything. It's like I'm having fun right now, and everybody needs to understand I'm having fun right now. No matter how screwed up 2020 is, this has been great for me. If you told me 8 months ago I was going to be doing this, I'd laugh too.
Your stamina is a thing of all, Pops. I'm not going to lie to you. From 12 in the afternoon to 12 at night, I don't think I could do it. Yes,
we were out here till 2 in the morning.
Oh my gosh.
We were out here till 2 in the morning last night, man.
Hey, if it's something you love, do it. Yeah, but your stamina is very impressive.
I just it's enthusiasm. And I'm one of them people, just like my son. I have a work ethic that if I bury myself into something, I go 100%. I jump all the way in. I'm not a shortcut, hem and haw, try to get out of the work kind of guy. I'm gonna dive in and get the work done kind of guy. And that's pretty much why I'm out here all day, every day, unless I get lucky enough to go play golf that day. You know, that's my life: comics and golf, y'all. My grandkids, you know.
Now we just got to get you doing some drawing.
Well, I do a little bit, but like I said, that for me, I've never been an artist, so drawing is a very inspirational thing. I have to really be grabbed by something to go over there and pick up and sharpen a pencil and sit down for 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, whatever it
How
takes.
about some writing? I would be interested to see some Pops writing.
Well, you're gonna get exposed to some of that here real soon. I have somebody I'm collaborating with on a project as well. As a you know, like co-writer and creative consultant and character and the whole.
Give us a little snippet. What's the genre? At the very least, what's the genre?
Space pirates.
You sold me. You sold me. I'm sold. Where can I get my copy?
We'll be on IndieCrowdfund.com. You know that. Thank you for the segue. Thank you. I appreciate it. Like to throw a little shout in. David, do you know Mark McCann?
Yes.
You do? Well,
I believe. Hey, Mark, how are you?
How are you? Nice to meet you.
Say hi and then say goodbye. As I'm glad you came out, man.
Really nice to meet you.
Good talking with you, Dave.
Nice to see you, Mark. Meet you, Mark. Phil, Pops, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Have a great day, guys. I'll see you later. CorrectHandedComics.com.
Bye, guys.
Yeah.
CorrectHandedComics.com. Always love talking to David. Great dude. All right, I got to remake a new banner here real quick. And Mr. Mark McCann.
Nice
Hello there, Mark.
Nice to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
This is all about everybody. It's, you know, you're always welcome in the madness and included in anything we got going on, man.
Well, you know what? I got to tell you, I was working earlier. I got to tune in just a little bit at the end. I was listening to David. And one thing I love about all this is the sheer amount of passion that's involved. You know, everyone's in it because they love it. And that's what I'm all about. You know, I'm here because I love the genre. I want to be here. You know, I want comics to do well. And I love seeing the passion coming through and all these creators, you know.
Yes, most definitely. And that inspires, I think that inspires the rest of us too as we're working on projects.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, I find nothing spurs me on more than you know, it's competitive as well. You know, it brings out that competitive spirit, and I love that. You know, whenever I see someone who's doing really well, they've got like a fantastic book out there, and say I'm buddies with them, and I see it, and I'm like, God damn, I gotta get me a book out there that's as good as that. You know, I gotta up my game. So
yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I
see that stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I got to step it up.
Yep. It lights a fire under your ass, and I love it. You know, it's especially gratifying whenever you come across material out there, and it is, you know, it's doing something different. Because one of the things I've noticed folks have been talking about, indie. This is the year for indie comics, and I would tend to agree, because I think people want new, innovative material that is. I mean, if you look at some of the biggest hits that have ever been in comics, so stuff like Ninja Turtles, this all started out as real indie stuff. I mean, I was lucky enough to meet Kevin Eastman a couple of years back. Really nice guy. And he told me, him and Peter Laird were living above a pizza, or they were working in a pizza place, living in a tiny little apartment. And this is where one of the greatest comic book creations of all time came from. You know, it was indie comics. So you know, to see indie coming back in such a big way, it's very exciting.
Yes, yes, and we're trying to make it come back even bigger, bro. We
Yeah,
are. We're trying to give you a format, man. We're trying, dude. Seriously.
100%, 100%. That's what it's all about, man. I love it. I love to see it. It's just, it's people helping people, you know, and that whole magnanimous attitude towards, you know, your fellow creator. It's great to see. So yeah, I mean, what more can I say? I love it.
That's the whole thing. It's like we get out. Okay, here's the book. Here's this and that, and then we spend 25 minutes talking about just how much fun being part of this is.
Yeah. I mean, well, that's it, isn't it? And that's what it should be. I mean, definitely. Whenever I've spoken to creators in the past, some of the best things. Well, I mean, I started out in a zine. It was over in Ireland in the UK. Judge Dredd, 2018. It was very big, you know. Yeah. I mean, I grew up on it. I grew up on Dredd and Marvel Comics and Ninja Turtles. And you know, so I started out in a zine. We were just doing our own little Dread stories, but I got to tell you, it was one of the most rewarding experiences in terms of you will never get critical feedback like you do in the indie scene. You'll never get the level of people giving you their time as you will in that scene. It's one of my favorite times. We've actually got a little thing coming up soon, and I can't wait because all the guys are going to get back together again, and you know, it's just very rewarding. So, as opposed to whenever you're slightly further up the corporate end, which is a different matter altogether. But you know, the indie scene for me is just I think I've got a lot of heart there. You know.
Yes, I'm much more leaning that way. They kind of lost my attention with too much. We're gonna switch this to digital, and you know, I mean, it's like, no, man, I was buying that book.
Yeah.
You mean you're going to digital? So
yeah.
you know, and the power goes off, and I can't read book 6 now. What? You know, I mean, I'm just not a fan.
I gotta tell you, I tried digital. I tried it and I didn't like it. I like to physically hold something in my hands. You know.
It's like I was saying to somebody yesterday. It's like the power goes off and you don't own anything.
Yeah.
I take my lighter and I light a couple candles up behind my bed over there, and I lay down with my book, and I can read with no power.
Yep.
Well, what's nice about it, go through by hand, have the tangible thing, but then you have a digital copy, so you, after you went through it tangibly, skimming through, you have a backup, and you can go through that, so you can not wear your print books out so much.
Well, you know, my attitude is, you know, books, print is a medium we've had for thousands of years. You know, it's an ancient medium. So why are we trying to get rid of this? Because it served us so well, and it is just it's a more I don't know, it's a more whenever I read, I feel more connected to the material. Everything's disposable on whenever it's just on a screen. And I find there's a big problem with today's culture where everything's just disposable. Toss it away, get rid of it. It's that's my cat. Everything's just that. It's infinitely, you know. I think it's lessened the value of art. But whenever you've got a big fat graphic novel sitting on your knee, and you can spread those pages open, you're looking at all the beautiful artwork, and it really sucks you in. I love that, you know.
You get more excited about it.
Oh, yeah.
Know? Like I can't wait to turn the next page.
Oh yeah, man. You know, and whenever it shows up in the mail as well, or you go down to the comic shop and you pick up a copy and you know you get to read it on the shelf. That to me is infinitely more interesting than, you know, spotting something and going, oh, you know, I'll click this and then I'll spend 5 minutes skimming through it, and I'll have to, you know, I'll have eyeache by the end of it. And yeah, so I'm not a digital guy. That's the point I'm trying to make is I don't enjoy digital. Yeah.
I'm not a fan just because I sit in this chair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, when I go over there, I want to read. I want to go over there and lay down, be comfortable. My light over my shoulders, so it's both lit up real good. And it's like that's for over there, you know. I sit in that chair enough, man. I don't want to sit here and read too.
Yeah, I mean, reading to me is a really relaxing experience. I think it should be relaxing, and suck you in. You become immersed in it, as opposed to something where you're sort of squinting to see, and you're not really connected to it. And that's what I find. I mean, it's different with watching movies or computer games and stuff. Looking at art and looking at literature, it's a very different thing.
Yes.
It should be immersive in its own way, and I don't get that through a screen. But that's just me. Everyone to each their own and all that.
I'm a little bit of both. I do prefer a print copy over anything, but I'll flip. I'll read through a digital once in a while if I don't have a print copy. But I much prefer print.
Here's my thing with digital. My thing with digital, there's two places where it fits. Okay, right now worldwide shipping is crap. If you're doing a crowdfund, offer a PDF for the worldwide audience. Sure. They can buy your book later when worldwide shipping ain't crap no more. Okay, so there, yes, I understand it. Now, also, if you're trying to sell your book to a retailer and they're asking you, about your book, send them a PDF.
Yeah.
Read it, and they'll be like, "Yeah, my fans will like that," or my might like that. And you see what I'm saying?
Definitely good for that. Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying go cold call a bunch of retailers because they hate that. But if one reaches out to you because they like your book,
send
them a PDF, let them read it.
That's practical, man. That's just being practical, So yeah, I mean, fair play. I like whenever I get a PDF of something, one of my buddies sends me over and I get to look at it. I'll look at it and I'll go, oh yeah, I like that. I'd definitely pick that up. So, but I'll look at it and then I'll be thinking I'll pick up the physical whenever I got the chance. Whenever it's in the shops. So. See,
and with me also, I guess a lot of people kind of think because of what I do that I'm a reviewer of some kind, and I'm a very, very much a artist subjective type of person. And what you wrote, I might love and somebody else might hate, or what you drew, I might hate and somebody else might love, and that's the way art is. You don't go out there, you don't criticize other people's work because art is subjective. So as a reviewer, I wouldn't be any good at that. I mean, that would not be my game. I wouldn't be good at that, so I don't do it. But I do get a lot of people that send me PDFs so I can check out their book because I do go out and promote people's books. Yeah. And it's a lot better if I know what you're selling. I mean, I'm real good at spoiler-free promotion. Just enough to get somebody's attention, but not tell them the whole dang story.
Well, I gotta tell you, you're doing from everything I've been watching, I mostly catch it on Facebook. It's a damn good platform to be putting this stuff out there, and a lot of creators are doing really well. It's so fantastic. You're doing a great job, man. Top tier.
And that has it just as much to do as like Phil and Pete, like the guys backing me up, Joe giving us the Comic Cast platform and bringing us there, which
awesome.
I mean, that majorly increased our reach. We were just doing it out of the group the first 3 months or 4 months. So, I mean, and even then we were getting pretty good views. That's kind of why Joe was like, man, you got to come do this on the platform, because we were getting seen, We have a lot of people who have a fan base, and when they go tell somebody I'm going to be on or they go tell their on their own feed, hey, everybody, I'm going to be on CRoM Con this weekend. All the fans, that are interested, would come looking, And that's how it grew in the beginning, just from inviting people out and them telling their friends about it and their fans about it.
Isn't that it? It's not it. It's digital word of mouth. It's getting it out there. So I wasn't too sure. I had been following you guys, so I wasn't sure what to expect on getting on. But it's this is great. I love it. It's just a really good platform, and plus I love the setup. It's nice. It's casual. You get a real conversation as opposed to that sort of faux BS. So this is fantastic.
Well, I do an open. This is like your time, okay? I offer an open format. If somebody wants to come out with their own host and do their own thing, it's their time. You know, the only thing I reserve is the final evening, the way the evening ends. Okay,
Oh yeah.
That's when we have our panels, we have our fun, we have our fiery discussions. You know, and
Yeah.
you know, that's the only time it's not a one-on-one platform or
Yeah.
whatever the creator wants. The
Yeah.
final panel's got to be fun.
Yeah.
You know, because it's prime time. That's when everybody's watching, and you want as many cool people out here as you can get.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that actually.
Yep, everybody's winding down a little bit and getting a little more relaxed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tonight's going to be a blast because it's wide open. Anybody that wants to come out here 9:30, and you know, if you had the link today, you know, I mean, if you want the link for the, we're going to have fun tonight too. You know, we're just getting a wide open panel to the end. You know?
Oh yeah. Speaking of which, do you want me? Should I say something about the book? I know I came on here to
say yes. Please tell us about Never Never.
I didn't want to talk about the book, but I was so interested in what you guys were talking about. I was like,
I was about to get to that. I was going to go, that's so cool because, man, you know, I was into the big two and the superhero stuff for a while, but around sometime in the 80s into the 90s, heavy metal was my thing. That's where I went to. I love the styles I see. And the same with like 2000 and AD. So I love this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So,
well, you know,
how long have you been associated with heavy metal?
No, I've been talking with heavy metal for a while now. So maybe I've been I was doing work for 2000 AD. I got talking to heavy metal. Must be 6-7 months back, maybe longer. And so we've been just getting ideas, and there's been a lot of back and forth. I've been talking to editors, and they're really nice people. One thing I straight up, I'm having a good experience with these guys. Really, really nice people. They love, they love science fiction, and they love fantasy, horror, all that stuff. All that stuff I loved growing up. All the movies that influenced me. Like Escape from New York, Mad Max. All these sort of post-apocalyptic movies. These guys love that stuff. The John Carpenter stuff. So I was radically excited to do anything with them because I'd read the magazine. I got into it like yourself around the 80s, 90s whenever I was in the teens, and they had decided there was going to be a shift in direction, and I just happened to be in talks with them as this was happening. So. We talked about doing a story for issue 300, which was great, but then the opportunity came up for their indie line, which is Virus, and it's creator driven. It's entirely creator driven, and the whole impetus was we're interested in working with the creators to do something that nobody else is doing. To shake things up and to well, at the end of the day, sell comics, make good content, So I had gestated an idea with 2008. It ended up it didn't get picked up, and but I talked to a friend. He was an editor over at Valiant, and I talked to him about it. He said, "I like the idea, but we can't use it. It's not for us." And he said, "But you got to do something with this." So I was talking to Matt Meadney, and he said, let me see it." He's the CEO over Heavy Metal. He said, "Let me see it." So I sent it over, and I sent over some pages that I'd done with a friend of mine, Phil Buckingham. He's a great artist. He's a very nice guy, and he had some work, Valhalla Rising, which is his thing.
Yes.
And he's a really, really nice guy. So anyway, we've done a couple of pages, and he said, "Okay," and he said, "Let's do this." So the contract went through very fast, and in a nutshell, what it is was I always thought about what would Peter Pan be like if it was a real, it was a real scenario. And if you ever watch the movie Lord of the Flies, it's about a bunch of kids trapped on an island, and long story short, it devolves into savagery very quickly. And I thought, well, what would that look like if no one aged and it happened over like 100-year period, And these kids who were being brought to the island, what would it look like if these sort of damaged kids, that the main sort of antagonist, he's taking them to the island and he thinks he's doing a good thing, And what would it look like if they all grew up there, free of any adult supervision? And it would be crazy. It would be absolutely psychotic. They've got like no resources. They have to survive off people who drift there. Like the Captain Hook type characters. Except obviously this isn't Peter Pan. It's just sort of a riff on that idea. But so say people who drift into this mythical environment where they're all homes and they're adults, and so these crazed kids who've never had any adult supervision have grown up completely free of it and are feral. And their only encounters with adults would be, these confused sailors who drifted in, or World War II pilots, or whoever, that sort of flew into this Bermuda Triangle type environment that is the Never Never. And so it's the story follows a girl who has been taken there, and long story short, it's about her trying to escape that island of crazy immortal cannibals who have just been festering for the guts of a century, and yeah, so that's what it is in a nutshell.
Dude, I like it. I'm thinking about the kids on the island, right? And I'm thinking about my two grandsons, and one is 7 and one is 4. And I think within 3 months, the 4-year-old would waste the 7-year-old.
I gotta tell you, do you remember? This is something I remember. I have real visceral memories from childhood of how nasty kids could be if left, to their own devices. Like I'm not saying I was a super nasty little kid, but I definitely had some dark impulses that if my mom hadn't grabbed me and like hit me a slap around the ear and said, don't do that. If I didn't have someone there to stop me from doing that, who knows what I could have grown into, or any kid could have grown into. I'm not saying I was a special little psychopath or anything, but I'm just saying if you weren't told don't do that, what would happen? What would you grow up to be?
Yeah, it's dude. I'm telling you, it's like this is the kind of stuff that I like. It's based on something that everybody knows about, but then it takes straight left turn, right turn, left turn, and takes you on a different journey.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you know. I've read a lot of Mark Millar stuff and Alan Moore stuff, and what I always liked about those dudes was they led you to believe that it was one thing. So it would look on the face of it, it might look like a superhero story, but it's really a horror story. Like Swamp Thing, all those Swamp Things. It was really it was a superhero title that was rebooted as a horror title, and so it takes all these things that you're expecting to happen, and it does something else. Now, I'm not talking about subverting expectations because I hate to see that done, especially when it sacrifices good characters, or you see characters getting thrown under the bus. I don't like that, but I'm talking about doing something in a subtle and interesting way that makes you slightly uncomfortable. It makes you think, and at the same time I want it to be entertaining, and it has to be entertaining, otherwise what's the point? So, yeah, I mean, I've said this a couple of times, but Robert Kirkland, what he did with The Walking Dead was a big influence because nobody was safe, and everybody was up for grabs. Even the main character Rick had some awful stuff happen to him, and I thought, well, that's interesting because your character is never safe. You're constantly fearing for this person that you've become invested in, and so that's interesting. And I thought in this story, no one is safe. No one. It's completely off the table as to whether the main character is even going to make it to the final scene. So I thought that's more interesting to me than something where it feels like everything's just going all along, following a formula.
Looks pretty cool to me. Chuck, you froze up in the backstage, dude. Are you okay? You might want to pop out, pop back in, bro, because you're frozen sideways.
So do you have some? Do you have any other projects that'll be coming up here soon? Or?
I do, dude. I've got, well, at the minute, Never Never is on issue 1. Issue 2 is going to be out very soon this month. I've got some more heavy metal stuff coming up. So I just did issue 300, which was fantastic. It was a real fun issue to be involved with.
That's right. I have that issue. I've got to relook at that, man.
Let me know what you think. I'd love to know what you thought. So I did issue 300 with an artist called Paul Fry and Adam Brown, who's an artist in his own right. He did colors. And Frank Forte.
Frank, yeah, I know Frank, man. He's a cool guy.
He's an awesome dude. He's a great guy. So we did issue 300. So I've got a couple more coming up. I'm not going to drop the names on the artists I'm working with yet, but I do know that whenever you find out, it's going to be very exciting. I'm excited to work with these guys. I feel like I really won the lottery. It was a case of proximity. One of them lives quite close to me, and the other one was a friend of a friend, and he said, "Oh, you should talk to that guy and see if he's got a slot open, and if you'd be interested in doing something." So I've got some more stories coming up in heavy metal, which is going to be exciting. And yeah, I've got another couple of projects in the works, but until everything's signed, sealed, and delivered, I'm not going to talk about those. I guess my big focus at the minute is heavy metal and Never Never for Virus, which is Never Never is kind of like my baby. I spent so long getting this thing made and coordinating everything and making sure the art team and everything are happy, and so see it come to life and be out there is like a massive weight off my shoulders in one sense, but it's very exciting because you want to know what people think and if they're interested and if they want more, because not to spoil anything, but I've definitely got ideas for more of that if this does well. So we'll see what happens.
Awesome. I'll definitely be keeping an eye out because I always wait for the next issue of Heavy Metal, man, for sure.
Well, thank you. And Never Never's in the Virus store, so feel free to drop in, give it a look, and if you want, DM me, and I will shoot you over some review stuff. You can have a look and just read it and see what you think.
Oh, yeah. Awesome.
Especially with you guys, I'd love to know what you think because one thing I always say is I myself I'm a fan. I'm a fan of the medium. I'm a fan of the genre. Sci-fi, fantasy, horror, superhero, all that stuff. So I'm a fan, and I'm doing this. The reason I want to make this is because I want other fans to go, yeah, this guy gets it. He enjoys it.
Right. Yeah. Definitely.
Dude, it's nice meeting you, Mark. Obviously, I'm going to be looking forward to going backwards and getting caught up with stuff that you've done and following you into the future.
Thank you.
This is another one of them things where now I'm going to be looking through my collection, trying to figure out, okay, where's this guy at?
Okay, I just seen it. That's the one you did, Mark. You did the Not Today story.
That was me.
I dug that. That was very cool, man.
Dude,
I had to look at my issue real quick to see which one it was, man.
That's what I appreciate that. I'm gonna be going. That's what happens to me during con weekend. I discover new people. I find out I already have some of their stuff, and I spend the next month trying to get it all read, so I know more about them next time I get to talk to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this has been great, man. I totally appreciate you coming out, Joe. Thanks for hooking me up with this man, dude.
Hey, listen, thank you guys. I've had a great time, and it was lovely to meet you both and get chatting.
Thank you very much. I enjoy your work. I'll hit you up about seeing some of the preview stuff, man. Definitely would be cool.
Just drop me a line. Drop me a line anytime.
All right, awesome. Thank you.
Do you know Chuck Panow? Chuck Panow is an editor and also a creator and all kinds of other stuff in the industry. And I like to kind of let everybody introduce each other at the end and beginning of a segment because that's what this is about, networking and getting to know each other. So Chuck, Mark meet Chuck. You guys are both in the madness. You know, if you like what each other's doing, you can always hook up with each other right there, man. You know.
What's up, Mark? How you doing? I love your work, man. I was just scrolling through some stuff.
Thank you very much, Chuck. I'm glad you do. Hey, man, listen, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolute pleasure. I'm excited at night. What's your stuff? Tell me. I feel like I either know it.
I have a book called Belial, which is a hell comedy adventure, and
Yeah.
I have Essence House, and I have Welcome to the Void.
Oh, awesome. Oh, awesome.
And then I edit a crap ton of stuff. Yeah.
Awesome.
He does a lot of work for people. He's a great guy in indie people. So, you know, like I said, I just like to make sure everybody gets a little meat, you know.
For sure.
That's what it's about, right?
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
I mean, that's what you do if you walk by each other's table at a con, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
So here you go. You just walk by each other's table.
I like what you got there, bud. I'll be checking it out. I love heavy metal, so congratulations on that. That's a huge deal.
Dude, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You're
And
welcome.
hey, go ahead.
And Never Never looks killer, buddy.
Hey, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it looks good. I was watching from the background. It looks good.
That's very kind of you to say, man. Hey, let's hook up on Facebook. I gotta look at more of your stuff here. You gotta send me more links and stuff. That'd be awesome. All right, well, here.
Find each other in the madness anytime, man. You know.
I love the
madness. You take it easy, Mark. It's good meeting you, dude.
Very good to meet you,
Pleasure,
Mark.
guys. You take care. I'll see you again. All right.
Take care.
Have a great one,
Rock
Chuck.
on, man.
Joe. I got to say thank you, Joe, because I love meeting new people, and he brought us a few this time. It's pretty cool, man.
And now you got some oldies.
Chuck!
What's up, boys?
This guy,
How's it going, man?
Bonfire Press is in the house.
Yeah. I've already had a beer. I've already been hanging out with other people today. I'm ready to have some fun.
Dude, I'm like, we were up till 2 a.m, Chuck.
Oh, dude, I get it.
We were up till 2 a.m, okay? And it was like, I watched the clock all night long.
So, my kid, you guys might not know this being American, but my kid, I'm Canadian, and my kid turned 19. And in Canada, 19 is a big birthday because that's when we can legally drink.
Right.
So, we had a good night last night. I don't care that we live in America. For one night, we were back home, and we had a really good time. We enjoyed ourselves thoroughly, and then I had to wake up like just before 8 o'clock. I had to go. One of my clients in San Antonio, he wanted all of his books signed by the entire crew. So I drove out there. We signed over 100 books. We got everything set up and good to go. Then we went out. We had a nice lunch. We had a beer, and I came home and I literally. What's that?
Some Molsons.
I wish they had some Molsons around here. I had me a Blue Moon because I thought, hey, if they put fruit in it, it's good for you, right? Literally what I said to them. I'm like, if you guys put a fruit in there, then this is like all part of my diet. So let's
That's why I drink screwdrivers, bro. I'm getting my vitamin C.
So I did, yeah, and that's right. Like throw the lime in there, like I'm all good. So did that. Came home and I literally got home at for me it was 3:08. For you guys it was 4:08. Got in and I had the message from Pops. You coming in? Oh yeah. I'm ready to go, buddy. Like, so that's been my day. I'll probably nap right after this.
I knew today was going to be smooth. Yesterday was people that didn't show up, messed up scheduled times, all kinds of stuff, right? And we smoothed through it all, Chuck. It was like butter, dude. Other people jumped in. It was so cool. And then today it was like I looked at today's schedule and I was like, nah, it's good. Everybody will be here. Don't worry about it.
I thought it's been a good. You got a good crew set up.
Yeah, it's like everybody who's here today on today's schedule has pretty much been here before, and it's like so I ain't got to worry about whether or not they're going to show up or anything. I'm smooth, and next month I'm not going to be here, and Phil and Pete are going to run the show. And
oh wow!
So I mean, there's possibilities for all kinds of stuff in the next CRoM Con because somebody else is going to be running.
Ooh, okay.
Pete's probably going to be looking probably cosplay contests, adding some other things involved.
Oh.
You know, we're always going to expand and try to bring in a better, more diverse and better and bigger audience. You know that. We're always
man.
It was like pretty cool last night having Tom and that crew on. You know, CB Zane, Mike Schumacher, all those guys were out for the final panel last night.
Oh, was that Big Dog Inc.?
Yeah, it was cool. You know, it was like cool talking to them guys, and you know, we're gonna do a wide open panel breaking out tonight, Chuck. So if you want to come back out here tonight at 9:30, and
yeah, that sounds like fun.
It's gonna just be whoever wants to get in and just have fun, just like that. It's not gonna be sales and pressure. It's gonna be CRoM Con 6 is over, man.
CRoM Con Unscripted, is that what's happening?
Yeah. I mean, you know, we still got to kind of keep it PG-13 for Joe's
Comics Cast is down there. Yeah, I feel you. I get it.
I consider that kind of the after party.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like we don't have a scheduled thing for the final panel. It's going to be whoever wants to jump in, and if there's somebody out here that you wanted to meet, you know, like I can't introduce everybody to everybody. I can only do the ones that segments back up next to each other, you know. But if there was somebody you saw earlier that you want to meet, you know, I'll throw them the link so they'll come out. You know what I mean? We'll have a party.
Yeah.
You know, because that's what this is about, entertainment and fun, man. So,
absolutely.
Speaking of entertainment and fun, Essence House.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you checked it out at all?
Yes, dude. I started checking it out just because, like I said, I'm having sleeping problems. You know?
Okay.
I never sleep during the week before the con, and this week especially, my birthday, and I don't get much sleep. I'll sleep for an hour, roll over, look at the clock. Oh God, I can sleep for 6 more hours. I'll lay down, sleep look at the clock. Oh, I can sleep for 5 more hours. That's how I sleep. That's no exaggeration.
Sleep. What is that? What is this word you speak of? What is
Well,
this
that's
word
what I'm
sleep?
saying. I don't think I dream anymore because I never get to REM sleep. Something always wakes me up. So I never get to that point. I mean, I have to be exhausted. I have to be exhausted to get 8 hours, man. You know.
Well,
so yeah, you got that. You got that for me, Phil. There it is. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not slacking today.
Don't know what this is because this is unique.
Thank you.
For me, okay, as be like the new guy in all this, you're the first exposure I had to this kind of a experience in it.
So the funny thing is that I am my own first exposure to this. I've never done anything. I've never seen anything. To me, the closest thing I was able to attach this to is like the old radio shows from the 1940s and whatnot.
Well, yeah, the Shadow and all those.
Yeah,
like the serials.
Listen to, man.
Yeah,
my granny used to listen to. Yeah,
and that's basically what we're kind of trying to do, except for in a much more modern style. We've got Eric Cockrell, who's my partner on that. He's really, really excellent with the sound effects. So the sounds are really just top notch. We have a professional voice actor, Mike Goodrich, who takes care of the voice work and whatnot. And then we just work our butt off to make a really cool ongoing story. And it's actually gotten good enough that we're now we're making numbers that we really didn't expect to. We've got over 2,000 downloads, which is just for us just amazing, like just such a cool feeling. And we're turning it into a novel, and we'll be kickstarting that in November.
Well, see, now you're going to totally get my attention.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to give it to me in a form that I can hold in my hand,
yeah,
the whole new ball game, bro.
Then that's it. We're gonna be turning it into a novel. So we've already started because we're not even done the second season yet. The novel will take over seasons 1 and 2. And so what we're doing is we're going back to the original scripts. We're filling them out. We're adding more description. Because the thing is, when you're talking to an audience, and when an audience is reading, it's kind of two different feels. So we have to sort of kind of play with the writing a little bit, add a little bit more description, that kind of stuff. Also, because we're not on a time, on a specific time schedule, we can kind of fill things up, add a little things, edit anything that we kind of felt like could have been a little tighter or stronger, that sort of thing. So it will still be very much the same experience, but hopefully, as far as written concerned, it's going to be a stronger one.
Cool.
Yeah.
Now, what Bill's showing you there is the page itself, right?
Yeah.
And what I have in front of me is the Spotify where all the episodes are.
Yes.
So let me share that screen real quick, if I can figure this out without blowing it. Let's see, where's it at? Ah, there it is. Okay. Bam! And that right there is the episode list. Essence House on Spotify. And as you can see, Pop's falling.
I love it. I love that, buddy. Thank you so much.
Now check it out, man. You got 9, 10 chapters, 11 chapters, 12 chapters.
12 chapters.
12.
So, I mean, if you're driving and the radio station keeps playing them stupid commercials, kick your Spotify, man. Listen to Essence House,
Yeah, and we've actually built it very much around that. Each episode is right around 20 minutes long, and we built that. We thought that was a perfect drive amount, because if you have an hour, cool, then you can listen to 3 episodes. But the average drive to work is right around at least 20 minutes. So we thought, cool, let's make it long enough for a drive to work. And so that's kind of how we set it up, which is why when we do the novel, we can play and we can expand and do whatever we want, because we're not worried about that drive time anymore.
Now, I wanted to tell you something, though. The first time I ever heard you say Essence House, I was like, does he live near me? Because there's a place in Middlebury, Indiana, that is like a Amish farm and restaurant and huge thing.
Oh,
and
I know where you're talking about.
It's called Essence House.
We found that while we were doing our SEO research, and we were like, dude, this place is cool. Like,
is that
we really hope we don't get sued.
Is that the one where they come out and serve you like family style with the dishes of everything out there? And
it's the layout. All I can say is, if you've never been to a layout, this is a layout. You can get about anything. But yeah, it's not far from where we live. I've driven by it 100 times, And the first time you said Essence House, I was like, damn, does he live near us? Because I didn't know anything about your radio show or nothing, I just thought you know what I mean? I just thought you were talking about the place down the road. I was like, oh, and then I was listening, I found out more. But yeah, man, I think your buddy Pete might want to have a question or two. He popped
by all means, yeah, I'd love that.
Pete.
Pete's on.
He's adjusting to the new meds.
Oh, okay.
He's muted right now.
He needed a break.
Yeah,
here he is.
Yeah, he's back.
Sorry, everything kind of messes with my blood sugar and gives me a spike, and then at that point, just light hurts.
YouTube.
Hold
up. Phil, I got to pull all this other stuff out of the way for a second, because
then staring at a computer screen makes me just like, okay, what's going on?
What's up, Pete?
How you doing, man? First off, happy Canada and happy birthday to your son. I appreciate that. That's
thank you.
Brothers, dude. That's like brothers. You guys next to each other. That's
That's funny.
I need to gray just a little bit more, and I've been growing out the beard, so I'm going to catch up, homie.
Look, with a 19, see, the difference with the gray is he should have more gray than me because he has a 19-year-old son, but because he's from Canada and everything's laid back there, it's
that's
different.
it.
The only 2 times I've seen it not laid back, and both of these were in Montreal, so maybe that says something. Was when they were playing the Leafs. That was a tense situation to be around. That was
always
really weird. And the second one is when the last time we were up there, and my friend who speaks French very well, fluent to the exact, was trying to communicate with somebody about, we were lost. This is like 1997. So there's no smartphones or anything. We had some MapQuest directions and a map. And he asked a lovely gentleman in French, hey, how can we get towards this to go this way? Because we were trying to find our hotel. And he just looked at him, and then he said something and walked away. My buddy looked up and said, he yelled at me for speaking to him in French. But I'm like, I just got yelled at for speaking to somebody in English. Wait a minute, what's going on? And then someone actually walked past, laughed at us and said, it's welcome to Montreal, boys. Talk to you later. Go left. Yeah. I'm like, okay. So in 3 sentences in Montreal, we got yelled at for the language two different times. And then someone came over and said, oh, it's okay, guys. Come on, follow me, and helped us to get where we were going. It was just phenomenal.
Welcome to Montreal.
I'll be honest with you. I had Montreal is one of my better. We used to always go to Montreal for hockey because I have friends I'm an Islander fan. And I have friends who are Ranger fans. And then back in the day, they used to always travel, and like the weekend would be okay. The Islanders are here on Saturday, the Rangers are there on Sunday, so we could go and just watch hockey and drink beer all weekend, and it was great. And
that's a great party city.
So
that's what it was.
So you got this awesome old retro radio, which for us old people, we get it. I mean, youngsters, you might have to. It might take a little while to grow on you, but us old people, we get it, right?
Oh yeah.
But you also got Belial.
Yep.
And you're getting ready to pop out with a new one there, right?
Issue 2 is on its way. Yes, sir.
Yes. So let me see. You got that one, Pete? You got Belial? You want me to?
Could you? Because I don't know. I walked in completely cold. I'm sorry.
I meant Bill.
That's okay.
Oh no! Now he's mixing us up, Pete.
Great.
There you go. See? No, I just mixed up the name, Pete. I know. Bill got us in the background there.
I got so confused.
Like, how dare you call me Phil?
I'm so confused.
Hey, just don't call me Pops, right?
Right, exactly. There's one guy with that.
Hold it. Let's go to a deep cut. Don't call me dude.
Fair enough.
All right, so let's see what we got. What do you got to show?
In Belial, man, so many memes, but we've got a really good Steph Wilson cover. That is going to be a variant that we're very excited about. We've got a couple of really good variants coming your way. We got one by Thomas Tenney, which is actually an homage to there it is right there. There you are.
Hi, Steph. Are you watching, Steph? You should be watching, Steph.
Steph and Carrie killed that
interview. I got a Steph cover. it don't matter who we interview.
Yeah, that guy works for everybody, and so I sent him the book. He loved it, and that just made my day. I was like, oh, cool. I'm so glad you like it. And then he sent me a picture. Yeah, he sent me a picture of a drawing that he had done, and I'm like, crap. Now I got to turn that into a cover. He's like, I was hoping you'd do that. I'm like, yeah, dude, it's too good. So that became that.
Word on the street is that I could be on one of those Steph covers.
I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised.
You back there, Pops?
You gonna have the big boobs?
No,
he's one of the skulls.
I'll be looking right at him though.
Completely fair.
Hold it. I see it. There's Pops. He's right there.
Yeah, I'm kind of gonna be like that guy over there. Yeah, but it's me. It's pretty hilarious. I was amazed, that everybody that includes me and what they got going on, man. It just is so humbling because you guys know I didn't plan any of this, man. The day Raj said, "Hey, man, we're putting you in my book," I was like, "Huh? Are you nuts?" I was like,
yeah, right.
Why me, dude? Nobody knows me, And at the time, nobody did. We had just started the group. We had like 300 or 400 members. It was nothing.
But you made it worthwhile.
Dude, I'm telling you what, when they did that, though, it made me want to build the group and want to build support for what they were doing, which in turn became support for what everybody's doing. And I became part of the indie scene. It was not by any means scripted, man. It's been a wild year, dude.
Yeah, I feel
it. So we got Steph. What else do we got?
We got Steph. So I mean, right now we're not showing off a lot of stuff from the new issue. We're kind of keeping it under wraps. But go ahead.
A little bit about the last issue and give people a roll into what's coming.
Yeah. So the last issue, that issue 2 is coming out soon. Issue 1 of Belial, it's all about the original creator of Hell and how he had his kingdom taken by Satan. And so now he's decided after millennia, screw it, I'm taking it back. I'm tired of just owning a really crappy bar. I'm gonna take all of Hell back. And so he has to fight the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse to take his powers back from them so he can be strong enough to take on Lucifer. So in the first issue, he literally said to one of his buddies, Link, he said, I'm going to treat this like prison. I'm going to walk into the yard and I'm going to take out the biggest boy there. And so he fought War. He was able to kill War, get his powers, and now he's just a little bit buffer and a little bit more ready. And so in this next issue, this one is actually called Belial 2, Make Mine a Double. And it's because it's both issue 2 and he's taking on 2 horsemen, both famine and pestilence.
Cool.
Yeah.
I like where, man, so many of you guys are taking like myth or whatever and doing your own twists on it. And I'm freaking digging that, man, because I mean, it's one thing to create something and try to sell it to people. It's another thing if you're creating around something people are already familiar with.
Yeah, there's a big advantage to it. There really is, especially, like if there's something that they understand and then you can play with. I mean, really, if you think about it, the guys from Marvel and DC, they have these very established brands. And if you want to even consider being able to play in that yard, you got to go, man, what can I do? And so that's why so many people take pre-established characters like Sherlock Holmes and Robin Hood and all that kind of stuff and go, what's my spin? What can I do? Because it automatically already people will look at it and they'll go, okay, cool. I know what that is. I can do something with that.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You gotta get you gotta it helps to get into a niche that people are already interested in, and and like I said, do a twist. Whoa, what's up, dude?
Really quick, where, because we're talking about all the Robin Hood, Sherlock Holmes, were those things that influenced you, or were there other comics or artists or anything or writers that kind of gave you the fire all those years ago to be like, I'm making books?
You know what? I've always loved telling stories and being a part of the writing process from a very early age. Like I was trying to write a novel at the age of in like 3rd, 4th grade. Like that was always impressive. Yeah, well, I mean, I tried. I probably wrote about 30, 35 pages, but I loved it. I was from a young age. I was way into things like Lord of the Rings and all that kind of stuff. Yep. And so that was the stuff that really kind of got me going, and it just became bigger and bigger over the years. Just got more and more excited, and really just wanted to finally tell my own stories. Kind of tired of just reading other people's. I really had that desire in me, and after my 20s and most of my 30s, kind of doing it quietly in the background. Like my wife and I ran our own online role-playing game. And we created our own world there and did that. After a while of that, I'm like, no, this isn't enough. Like, I need more. And so that's when I jumped headfirst into the comic world, and we've got this.
That's fabulous, though. I love it.
Thank you.
That's a really cool, like, I wouldn't want to say origin, but that's a really cool route. Like I always did this and I always did that, and I always wanted to tell a story. Like the need to tell a story was always there for you.
Yes. Yeah. Always, it's been a big deal, and it just couldn't get enough. Yeah, okay. Those are my dude. Sean is awesome. He loves the memes, so he just takes all the devil memes and turns them into into Belial, and it's just great.
That's awesome.
Okay, real quick, grandchild story. He come down to me. He wants me to write down how to write down Sonic the Hedgehog. So he doesn't have paper. I say, go bring me a piece of paper. So I write it down for him, and I say, here, it's just like it is on your shirt. So he leaves the piece of paper here and takes off because he's got it on his shirt.
He does have it, so that's hilarious.
That's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Now, do you have, because I've been asking this question all weekend, and I'm going to keep asking it because I like it. Where you are with the book now and where you have like everything written stuff, do you have a game plan for future? Like, do you see it going down the road, or are you going to finish this and then move on to something else? You're like, what's going on with the longevity or the future of your characters or of the world that you're building?
So we have, this is a mini series, so it's not an ongoing. I have it outlined from the very beginning for 4 issues. I know what it's going to look like. We're going to have to have a fight between myself and probably Sean and our budget. But I think that both of us really want to try to get a really nice book. I'd love to make it like a hardcover or something fun like that. Maybe even color it, because it is a black and white book. So maybe even when we go to trade, we'll color it, and so that way it's a new experience for people.
Okay.
But that's what we want to do. Beyond this story, which does end, we've already got kind of more stuff in our heads, and so if people love it and people want more, there is definitely a way that I can easily dip back into the well.
Okay, so you have a point, you have a place you want to go, and depending on how the reaction is, you can go left or right or straight or whatever you want.
Yeah,
just moving forward at all times.
Totally, and I think that's a really important way to do it, because the thing is that, like, especially in comics, and people can decide that it's not for them, and that's very possible. And so I didn't want to make too big of a thing out of it and try to reach for the moon and then not interested. So we thought, let's make a really, really solid 4 issues, just something that we can pack everything in there and really have a good time. And then if they want more, we can keep going.
Okay, well, that makes sense. That's a good game plan, because then you kind of you left a lot of doors, a lot of pathways for yourself. Now, so down the road, depending on the way things go, even if you do end up doing more Bilal, are there other things that you want to do as well? Like, do you want to do something? Is there anything else in your head that you want to get out that you might want to give us an idea about, or?
Lots of stuff, honestly. Okay. Lots of stuff. Really, though, for me, this is a career path. I love making comics. I want to work with as many, and anybody who knows me, I've worked with a ton of people already in my 3 years. I want to work with so much more. I really want to make this a career and move forward and just get as far into the editing and writing as I possibly can. Awesome. As far as my own stories, certainly I have other stuff that I'd love to work on, other ideas in the back of my brain ready to go. So when Belial is done and I can start focusing on something else, or Essence House is done, I can, move on and, dredge something out and go, okay, it's time for this, it's time for that.
Oh, cool.
So man.
Yeah, that's a good way to be rounded out for yourself.
Thank you.
And I think that might be the key to eliminating burnout too.
I would think so. Think so. Yeah, absolutely.
It gives you like, okay, I'm doing this and I'm a little tired of it. Oh wait, I'll do this. Oh wait, I'll do that. Oh wait, I'll do. So yeah, that's. Were there any comic, like, because we talked Tolkien and stuff like that, and he got me through. He got me through high school when I broke my collarbone. He definitely got me through high school because all I was doing was reading. Because that was 1991. I'm old. Were there any comic art writers or artists, like comic book?
Chris Claremont, 1,000%. Yeah, dude, I love those 70s, 80s X-Men. Yep. Even into the 90s, I read them well through most of the 90s. That is all my stuff. Just love that stuff so much. And then other guys, Alan Moore, Brian K. Vaughan, all guys like that. There's a certain kind of heady style that I just love. Joe, what's going on, buddy? I haven't sworn it all yet. That's for you, homie. That's for you.
That you know what happened was he did like I did because we knew we had to keep our language right. And I'm waiting for Chuck to giggle. I'm not even gonna look. I'm gonna listen for it. It's like we lowered our Timmy's intake to about half, and that keeps us from swimming. There it is. Because I found it in the K cups, the Keurig cups.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm able to have Timmy's whenever I can because that was the besides hockey, that was the thing that clicked me because down here in my area you go Wawa, 7-Eleven, Dunkin' Donuts. So when we would drive up to Canada, what's okay, Tim Hortons, whatever, all right,
that's Timmy's,
whatever, Timmy's, okay, yeah, whatever. My first cup of coffee, my first maple glaze, that's it.
He's giving you
we've
one.
actually got it, Tim Hortons.
I'm gonna save it.
Passionate one, bro.
Oh, telling you, my first look. If you haven't had a maple glaze from Tim Hortons, you haven't had a donut. You haven't had a donut.
Lucky they brought one here about 2 years ago, so we have one here.
I must understand.
It's funny.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I'm in Texas, so there's none anywhere near.
Yeah.
And we had to do a road trip back in like 2016, 2017, and we had to go all the way up to Minnesota, and it was hellish. Like, it was just, everything about it was a terrible thing. We had to do it for some very sad reasons, but we got there, and I told my wife, I said, baby, there is a Tim Hortons there. I'm getting Tim Hortons. And she's like, yes, let's do that. So we bought like 100 and some odd Timbits. We got ice caps. I got a French cruller because that's my absolute favorite donut. If they had poutine, I would have done it. Yeah, but no, that wasn't an option.
I used to crave so hard outside of hockey season. The closest one was a direct train ride 45 minutes away from me. I would jump on a train at 2 a.m, go get my fix, and come. Oh yeah, so I'm glad I found the K cups.
Sure.
Yeah, that's it.
I need you to throw out one more time where people can find your stuff, and I need to know: do you know William Samuel Quinn?
I don't know. I might. What's up, William?
He's muted, so you can't hear him. But
well, now we know him. He's right there.
You're muted, William.
William, what do you do?
Hey, I created 47 Furious Tales, and I create D&D materials under the Open Game License. I own Sonopa Publishing here in Frankfort, Kentucky.
That's pretty
cool. So I don't know him, but now I want to.
There you go.
Fair enough.
47 Furious Tales is a great book, Chuck.
Yes, it is.
Cool. Okay.
Pete, how you like it, man?
I enjoy it. Look, I enjoy it because it's there it is. It's different than the norm. It's not the same, but it's also really, again, we're all talking about, we're in the 40s, 50s, whatever. It kind of took me back to Usagi Yojimbo, or even it took me back to being a kid watching the Kung Fu movies.
Yep.
After cartoons. When I was a kid, Saturday morning, oh, it's raining? Okay, you can watch TV. Oh, cool. There's 7 hours of Kung Fu movies on. It kind of takes me right back to that. Plus, it also reminds me, I know if he's on, we need to talk to him, maybe even bring him in. Our buddy Danny from the Collective. He's got
Danny
got you in the store,
I've shipped 2 full shipments of 47 Furious Tales down to the Collective.
They can't keep it there. They can't keep it.
Yeah.
They can't keep it in stock, so that I think that says
I'm going to spoil a little something for you guys who are in the area of the Collective. Because the Collective supported our D&D Kickstarter that just ended. We've got prints for Death Comes to Glenfollow. They're going to be coming to them. And with those, we're bringing signed prints for the cover from issue 1.
Wow.
Now, this is, Pops, you know how heavy the stock I like to use is.
Yes.
This is that same stock we used on the cover with that same satin fine touch finish.
That is beautiful, dude. Congratulations.
So each one is hand signed by Alexia. I'll get it in the camera right there.
That's dope. Is
And
it that
then
100-pound thick paper, William? Or
130 pounds.
Yeah, there you go. That's the good stuff.
This is real, dude.
That's where you want to. That's what you. No, that's what you want for that. I like to try to have my prints on at least 100 pounds because it's like thick and you can hold it and you can read it.
And the interior page weight's an 80-pound weight.
That's nice too.
And so it's built to last. We got it done through our printer, and the whole concept was to just get the best quality you could for our Kickstarter backers.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
it's working for us. I'm actually going to have to do a new crowdfunding to get a second press run done because I've got I think like 12 left.
Wow.
Counting the ones I've got set aside for my kids, I've got like 12 left.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
impressive.
Commercial
Good.
right now. IndieCrowdfund.com. Okay.
Yeah, I've been going through the math on that, seeing what we can do. I'm waiting to hear back from the printer on what the press run looks like. So I want to do at least 1,000 books.
And we want to move that many for you, bro.
Yeah, I mean, and Danny will tell you, I have a different kind of philosophy about when you get to put comics in shops. I look at like my print cost and then my shipping cost, and then I tack a couple of bucks on that for me, making some time to ship it, and then that gets those books in their shops and on their shelves with plenty of margin. So it's easier when you have a bunch going to a shop because you can distribute that cost of the shipping across multiple books.
So, Chuck,
Well,
you got any questions?
yeah,
drop. Go
no,
ahead.
I don't. I'm gonna watch, and then I might just drop some in the in the chat here. But I'm interested to see what you got there, William.
Yeah, man. I mean,
like I said, I've read it, Chuck. It's
No, that it looks cool. It really does, man.
One of the things about this I really like what Alexia did was with the 2-page spreads for this book. This is actually derived from photographs of the actual shrine for the 47 samurai in Japan, which is what this story is about. And then another one, which we have prints of as well. That's Eiko Castle.
That's beautiful.
And so
is that painted?
It was done in mixed media. So she did the pencils and ink and the ink wash on the actual pages. So to give you an idea, I set this aside so I could get to it.
Cool.
That's the original cover art
All right.
for issue 1. And then she scanned that and then digitally painted it.
Okay.
And so we're getting we got the same artist, of course. She's on for all 12 books. We're going to get my friend Brian Lee to letter so that we can expedite the lettering process. And then we're going to actually be fulfilling Death Comes to Glenfollow. I have my deadline set because on October 21st, we're going to launch or really relaunch the Kickstarter to fund book 2 in the series to get that out in everyone's hands. We've got a lot of really positive reaction from shops, and we're thinking that's going to help make a difference with getting more stuff in stores.
So definitely in store, yeah.
Chuck,
I'm back
I
in
want
1
you to
second,
come back out tonight, Bo. I want you to come back out tonight, 9:30.
I would love to.
It'll be a different feed because we got to do the Facebook break thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? At 8 hours, they cut you off. So
They cut you off.
Yeah.
Come back. So it'll be.
I'll hit you up.
Make sure. Yeah, I'll make sure to send you the link.
Chuck, it's good to meet you, man.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. You can find me on Facebook, Chuck Pineau. You can find me on Twitter at ChuckyPin. You can find my independent comic reviews on Chuck's Raw Reviews, and you can find my comics at Bonfire Press on Facebook. My name's Chuck. I give a fuck. Thank you so much. Take care, guys. I told you I was saving that one F word. Peace out.
Thanks, bro.
Chuck.
You have a good day, man. I'll talk to you tonight. You're gonna give them one. They're gonna use it, bro. I'm just letting you know.
Did we lose Pete?
Hey, isn't that the way it works in PG-13? I think you can get away with one.
One, I think, yeah.
He just jumped out for a minute. He'll jump back in. He's in the backstage. He'll jump
Is
back
that
in.
Phil I hear? That is Phil I hear. How's it going, man?
Yes, that is Phil.
It is me. How you doing?
I'm good. Good to get to talk to you, man. Loving the show.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you.
Pops,
Yeah,
though, Pops has been
I kinda just
spoiled. I'll
lurk
tell you
back.
one thing. Pops have done so much for indie comics in the last few months between the madness. And him and Milk Dog, too, on the Comic Espionage group. These guys have been doing a lot, but honest, Pops has put in a lot of legwork on stuff, helping people get connected to shops. Thanks, Pops, man. I appreciate it. I know if he's watching, Danny's probably sitting there nodding, going, thank you, because, they're getting stuff into the shop in the collective. The guys at the company.
I can do that. Just put the com. I don't have to put all that there, do I?
Yeah, that's just a direct link to the publishing page for my stuff on Drive-Thru RPG and Drive-Thru Comics. You can get digital copies of 47 Furious Tales issue 1 there, and everything I've released for D&D is on there too. Which of late, what we've been seeing a lot of interest in is a book that I put out a little while ago, and it's kind of going hand in hand with Death Comes to Glenfall, our latest adventure. which is Whispers of Persephone, our book on necromancy. And what's been tripping people out, and they had this at the collective too, was that the spine of the book is a spine.
Oh, awesome!
So I'd never seen anyone do that before. And my artist, Christian Martinez, who's a graduate of the Kubert School, when I explained it to him, first he turned a little green, and then he's like, "Okay, I dig it."
How's that? Better?
Oh, beautiful, man, beautiful. Thank you.
It takes a minute, but I figured it out.
Yeah, so we've got our books or posters, digital copies of 47. They don't do print on demand for comics on Drive-Thru Comics, just the digital. But yeah, it's 47 Theories Tales, and we have issue 1 out.
And it's a great book. I'm telling you, I read it. I have it right there, signed by both William and Alexia. And if I'm putting this in my daughter-in-law made some bomb salsa, dude. I did a little taste, and I was like, man, I keep wanting to get more and more. So, if I'm over here crunching, I'm sorry, but
No, man, Pops, you're good. So if you haven't seen it, this is actually our first page, which basically comes up with the tomb of Asano Naganori. And this is the story of the 47 Ronin from the early 18th century feudal Japan. The whole series is going to run exactly 12 issues. I'm going to bring issue 2 to Kickstarter, where most of my following is, on October 21st. And that's Death Comes to Glenfollow. We just finished that Friday night. $1,000 goal and funded at 1,600 and something. So we didn't quite make our first stretch goal, but adventure modules were like that. That features art by Anthony Ojeda, who's also a Kubert School grad. He did some really remarkable stuff.
The banner above the group. See, now William's one of the people that sent me a banner to put above the group page.
Yep.
All of you that have books can send me a banner with your graphics. Just put Comic Related Madness on there somewhere for a group banner, and we'll put it in the rotation. This is one of them. We have Death Comes to Glen Hollow.
Yep.
I knew I was gonna mess it up. But that's one of the banners that we sport in the group. Is take advantage of it. It don't cost nothing. William would tell you,
Yep.
just another little promo for you guys.
And I mean, it makes a difference too. That campaign funded pretty quickly. So to give you an idea, some of the print stuff for that's already in. We've got like the COVID masks; those are already done. I've already got the prototype. I've been wearing it around for a couple of weeks. The postcard trinkets for the lower tier that has the campaign map on the back for players is already in. The art prints are already in, and they're with the artists being signed. I should have those probably next week or early the week after that. And I'm formatting the beta playtest. It's going to go for beta testers here pretty quick. And I printed off just a couple of pages real quick. The beta test doesn't have like any of the page border or anything, but it's what you do in the background to get ready to get the final product out with adventures. You got to get that one last look.
So you got a friend of mine involved in some of your work as well.
So what's one of your favorite editions of D&D?
As much as I'll get crucified for it, probably 3.5.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. 3 and 3.5 saw the beginning of the open game license, which created what they call the big glut of it. But I think the thing to keep in mind was there were some really cool things that came about from that. New companies that came about. Cobalt Press comes to mind. Green Ronin comes to mind. These are guys who got in there and made some quality merchandise, and people stuck with it. And they took things in directions that Wizards of the Coast, particularly after they got acquired, just weren't able to do.
Yeah, see, I haven't played too much since the Wizards of the Coast days, but I'm about to jump back in. One of my writer buddies I work with DMs a lot of the 5e stuff, and he's going to drag me into that here soon.
Well, I'll tell you, it's a much more simple game mechanic in the 5th edition. It's got a little bit of streamline for it. Some folks decry it because they say it doesn't have as much of a power stretch on it. But I think that for all the pros and cons, it's a really, really solid edition, worthy of the title. But now my actual all-time favorite role-playing game is a title called Talislana, which was developed by Stephen Michael Secchi, who is an absolutely brilliant game designer, and he's also a composer. Actually, one of his songs was in the recent Shaft movie that came out a couple of years ago.
Oh, nice, man. Yeah. I'll have to go back. I watched that, but I don't remember the music in it because it's been a while. So
yeah.
So is there other RPGs that you work on, or are you just in the D&D area?
I've been working on a couple of other things in that arena. We've got a couple of things on the back burner right now. Alexia Veldhausen is pushing real hard to get me to push out a samurai-inspired anthropomorphic animal RPG based on the comic, taking squirrel characters, fox characters, and all these other anthropomorphic animals and pushing it out into an RPG format. And so that's one of the things that we've been kind of looking at. There's a couple other games that have done that already, so I'm trying to make sure that if we do it right and get it done. Danny Morales, what's up, man? I need to show something to Danny, everyone. So Danny, I don't know if you saw this yet, but that's it, man. 11 by 17. You're gonna love it, dude.
Hold on. Let me send Danny the link if he's got a minute. He can jump out here if he's got a minute.
Cool. So how's everyone liking indie crowdfunding?
The boss will let him, you know. It's got to be okay with the boss, Danny. You check and see if it's okay with the boss.
Yeah, I think he's working today. If it's okay, man, always love having him around. Danny's cool. He's been really good to work with.
Dang it. I keep sending it to the wrong person. I got too many windows open.
And here's one thing, too. I've been really, really lucky to get a lot of connections made with some really talented indie comic folks. Folks like Adam Watson, Brian Hawkins, Sam Johnson, Mike Shea. These guys have been doing indie comics a lot longer than I have. 47 Furious Tales was my first comic that's made it out. And I'll tell you, the community is really strong and really, really supportive by and large. I have learned that some people would rather make drama than make comics, and I just mute them and go on. And my life is so much happier.
Yeah, I do my best.
And I'm not going to name names or point fingers. I'm just going to say I've got writing to do and books to make. So I go on and I do my thing.
And that's the best way to do it, man. Really, yeah. You know, I mean, I'm not a creator, and I don't have to worry about any of that. You know, I don't have to.
See, Pops, you say that, but you created a group where people are really interacting very well. So you've basically created this forum, and now you see your caricatures up on indie crowdfund. You've got your image on different comics right now, and so I mean, you've got stuff happening. I think you just got to take a bow every once in a while and realize that people appreciate it.
Yeah, took the words right out of my mouth.
Man, you guys, you know, I get a little bit overwhelmed with all that because there was never intent for all that. It was just like group, you know. It's gotten crazy. But I'm having fun. So every time somebody's like, "Yo, you're doing so much," I'm like, "No, I'm having fun."
Oh, you know what that reminds me? I just sent you a couple of more cards. We got some stuff in some more art from Alexia. I think you're gonna dig.
Oh, wait a minute, hold up.
Bring that up. Oh, nice.
So that's one of the things that we put out for our the Patreon subscribers. I'm gonna be reformatting the Patreon page a little bit over the next couple of months, and we're gonna basically launch on a new format beginning of the year. But it's been a lot of fun to get stuff like that out and get it to the folks really like it for their games because they can take and show people exactly what they're confronting without having to haul books around.
So what was that? An orc?
There goes Joe.
That's actually a hobgoblin.
Hobgoblin.
Hobgoblin. That her interpretation of it with a nice big old arrow in his arm.
Nice.
And just shrugging it off like he should be able to do, right? You know?
Yeah, he's just really pissed and wanting to kill somebody. And there I broke the rule. I'm sorry, guys.
No, that one's not. That one's okay. That's PG-13.
That one will go on regular cable networks. So.
I don't think you're going to get flagged on that one.
Right, cool. We'll make a quick shout out too. If you look right here, you're going to see that we've got the same art on the wall from Sandra Cole. So I've been really fortunate to have her produce one piece for me so far, and some more pieces in the works. Look forward to working with her all the time. She's just fantastic.
Freak. Oh, I had to say that to her because she's my friend.
I'm glad to see that people appreciate her because she really is a remarkable artist and a great person.
It's a thing. We call each other freak all the time. It's like we see each other commented or posting something, and it's like instantly we reply with freak or what are you doing, freak? Or
Is that like one of those one of us,
yeah.
Google gobble?
Sandra is so cool. I love her, and yeah, she's my favorite freak for sure. Look at this, guys.
Danny Morales.
Hey,
Danny Morales.
What's
How
up,
are you guys doing today, man? I can't get my camera working, but it's okay. I'm sitting on my couch playing video games, so I'm in no manner to look professional right now.
You're not at work?
No, man, I get Sundays. Well, actually, that's about to be changing soon. But I currently get Sundays off because, Saturday's heavy foot traffic in the store. But a lot of final order cutoffs are starting to be due on Sunday and Monday, so I'm probably going to be switching to Sunday and be doing all the ordering and stuff like that. But currently, Sunday is my day off.
Hey, Danny, thanks again for having us on the shelf, man.
Oh,
Dude, here's what I wanted to say. For all you people out there watching, Danny, y'all know who Danny is by now. He's trying to put you guys books on the shelves. And William is one of the people that took that chance and threw his books at Danny, and they're going off the shelf. Man, they're going off the shelf.
And like I said, I joke that I came in at the perfect time right now because I got to give so much credit. And granted, every creator we've worked with has been amazing, but I have to give so much credit to Sam because he was the first book. He was the first book that we took a chance on. He was also the first creator that was willing to give us those margins that worked with us. Mm-hmm. So that cooperation allowed it to happen, and look at what it blossomed into. So, I mean, in any interview I do that I talk about that section of the store, I have to say Will and Alexia and 47 Furious Tales, because we wouldn't have done it, and it wouldn't have been possible without that. So,
thanks, Danny. I
all
appreciate
credit goes to Sam. Yeah, absolutely. And I just told him, I know he was talking to he was just talking to Phil a second ago about his RPG stuff. One of our RPG players literally picked up his book because I have it in the back for our prizes for this Saturday. And he's like, "Oh, is that an RPG book?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's self-published by a guy that's like, we have this book in store." And he's like, "Oh, gimme." He looks through it and he's like, "Order me one of each, one of everything." I'm like, "He's got another book coming out." And he's like, "Give me that too." So it's awesome. It works.
Yes.
And so those are actually both books too that I'm sold out of here. So we just worked out a really nice deal with some print-on-demand codes so that they can get as many copies as they need. And the nice part about that, and just, again, maybe I'm a little weird, but my perspective is that if the stores are making money and selling your material, that's good for everyone. It's good for your end users who are getting your stuff because they're not having to pay through the nose for it. It's good for the store because they're making money, and it's good for you because you're making money. And I think if you can make even just a couple of dollars on every box that you ship out, I think you're going to be okay. Because eventually, as you add more stores, like anything, that money is going to start adding up. So for anyone else who owns a shop out there, if you want 47 Furious Tales, we're looking to do, like I said, we're going to look into crowdfunding to get some a second press run done. And from the feedback we've gotten from stores, yes, we will go ahead and put a barcode on the second press run. So,
and can we maybe, since we're talking about a second print run, can the collective maybe work on getting a store exclusive cover for 47 Furious Tales? Maybe
let me think about it and run the math. Because I don't do the art, but one thing I do, I hear very strongly too, is I make sure that I pay my artists very, very fairly. My artists don't come into anything looking at like, well, we're going to do 30 pages and you're going to get $400 for us. And no, we don't do that nonsense. And Alexia apparently is watching and just shot me a message and said to tell Danny maybe. I will talk with her and we'll see what we can do about that.
Yeah.
We're talking as far as labor goes for the art. You're talking usually at least 12 hours. So there's a labor thing, but I mean, any chance I get to get anything new from Alexia Veldhausen, I'm a big believer in.
Yeah, man. Let us know. We also have a couple of local artists to us, so we can always provide the art if that's a little cheaper. Whatever's feasible, man. But I love Alexia, so if we have a chance to have an Alexia Veldhausen cover, I'm gonna make it happen.
Okay. Well, I'll talk and see. Right now, Alexia is actually, and I'm going to pick on her a little bit because Alexia is right now penciling issue 2. So, and I know this because I was talking to her right before we came on. So she's literally at her table right now. I think she was drawing page 8 when we got off the phone. So she's hard at it. We are looking to have the entire book done by November 1st, with the crowdfunding launching on October 21st, so that the book is completely done by the time the Kickstarter ends, and then we're just ordering from the printer and getting it into people's hands.
There's another one of your fans. There's another one of your fans down there.
Raj, what's up, man? Raj Mahan, everybody. I'm gonna tell you something. Raj Mahan is working hard. Mojo Rising, that book looks so good. I mean, me and Joey were having a little competition to see who was gonna pledge it first, and we both got sniped out. And I think I was like 4th. I was like, man.
Yeah, we were 10th because my son put the wrong password into his account or something. He did one letter wrong, and because he was trying to be first too, and it was like being 10th. But
I'll tell you, you get to know people who are serious about fulfilling their stuff, and so that's like when Danny will tell you when he and I were talking about other indie stuff. I was like, look at Raj, look at Adam Watson, look at Sam Johnson, look at I call him Mad Max. I forget what his last name is. Brian Hawkins. These guys who are absolutely. Oh, Holly Rising, by the way, who does this Victorian horror theme book of hers, the Boston Metaphysical Society. Absolutely wonderful work. And getting to know these people who are really in it to be in it for the next 10, 15, 20 years, and who have been creating for years. Jim O'Reilly, what's up, man? They are. It's been a real pleasure because you can reach out and kind of talk to each other about how to solve problems. And things tend to come up when you're getting into a new field and you're trying to figure out how to do things, whether it's being something that's funky with formats for a particular release, or if it's an issue with printers that people have had before, even if there's problems with certain delivery methods. It gets around. There's one particular creator, I won't name any names. He had asked me a question about how to ship stuff, and I told him how I ship stuff. And Pops, you're familiar with how I ship things. They get bagged, they get boarded, they get stuck in Gemini, stuck in the padded envelope, and they get sent. And it protects your book. So I got my book from his campaign, and it was stuffed in a stiff envelope, not bagged, not boarded. It'd been rained on, didn't protect the book. And I'm like, this is the kind of problem you have. And a lot of people had that problem, and it cost them a lot of money to fix it. But you could have done it right the first time, so.
Yep. As a store, I do want to say this because I don't want to hijack Sam's thing, so I'm going to say this one thing and get out of here. So we did order 10 copies of Sam's book, sold out of 10 copies in less than 2 weeks. Had people asking us for copies afterwards, pretty much from FOMO, fear of missing out. We restocked with 10. We still have maybe 4 or 5 on the shelf, but the thing is, we've had 5, 6, 7 people ask us, where's 47 Furious Tales 2? And we've actually had an RPG guy, so not a guy who's on sub. He's not super familiar with the release schedule of comics. So he came in, as he's buying his minis for D&D, and he's like, hey, what is there going to be another issue of that 47 Tales book? And I'm like, actually, yes, but it's going to hit Kickstarter next month. So his book has moved the needle in our shop. I mean, he has fans. There's 5, 6 guys that want everything 47 Furious Tales. There's 2 or 3 people that want everything William Sam Clinton. Alexia has her fans in our store as well. Because when he sends us cards and stuff like
You
that,
stop
we
that.
kind of figure out who wants those. And Sam sells stuff, man. He can move his stuff. So I want to say, if you're a retailer out there, take a chance on Sam. His stuff moves itself, and him and Alexia are a great interview. So that's
Danny,
what
if
I'm
I
gonna
can
say.
get you guys to shoot that on video, I'll put it on my campaign page when I do the indie crowdfunding. We'll see how many retailers.
Yeah, bro, absolutely, for sure, man. Anything I can do to help, because like I said, you're a big part of this as much as I am.
Outstanding, man. Outstanding. I'll have to send you something nice. Hey, by the way, did you get a chance to frame that poster I sent you guys yet?
Yeah, so we got it framed, but we didn't put it up in the back room because we're gonna put it up in our new location, which is happening beginning of 2021. We're already scouting the location. We're gonna have our own studio because technically right now our studio doubles as a D&D room. So things have to move around, and we didn't want to have it up there and fall down when people are playing D&D and moving tables. So
if we can work out a road trip in 2021, we'll have to come down and get Alexia to sign that for you.
Yes, and we can have an in-store signing. Absolutely, man. I know Pop has introduced me to so many people across the country, and with the pandemic, we haven't had chance to have anybody besides the Floridians in store yet. But my plan is 2021, if everything's good, having you guys down here. We want to have Joey Pineda and Eric Dominguez from Texas out here. The hope is to get a lot of people here in store to do signage.
I'll tell you, it'd be nice to have like a mini con down there so I could go out with Joey and Raj and them and have some wings with Greg and just chill out and maybe push a beer over in front of Pops and, you know.
Oh, yeah. Well,
not in the shop, you understand,
our new location that we might have in 2021 will be probably twice the size, and we are looking into having at least one tap for our gaming room. So it's not going to be a bar. We're not going to be a bar, but we will have taps so that people that are playing D&D can enjoy a beer while playing.
Sounds good.
And with that, I will get out of here because I don't want to hijack the show anymore. I'll come by later tonight, Pops, when we're doing the after-hours show. And
yeah, I was going to say, it'll be a different link, Danny, but we'll send it to you, man. About 9:30 Eastern, we're just going to, have a after party,
For sure, man. I'll get the camera set up, too, so I'll be back. I don't want
thanks for all you're doing, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, absolutely, man.
Say hi, though.
Hey, Raj.
I had to come on for you, man. I haven't talked to you in a bit.
Hey, I owe Raj Mahan an apology because I told a falsehood and I didn't mean to. Raj, I told you I was going to leave the link up to Mojo Rising on the blog pages and everything until mine launched. And I left it on until you actually ended the campaign. So I put my link up there the last day of my own campaign to try and make sure that you had as much traction as you could get, bro.
Well, I appreciate it, man. You helped us out a lot, man.
Hey, man, I told you I'd be there for you, bro.
And I just want to let you guys know our next guest hasn't shown up in the backstage yet, so we're good.
It's a free for all.
Who do we got coming?
Les Lyndon Garner is supposed to come up, and it does show that he's active, but he hasn't been very active on Facebook lately.
Gotcha.
Because the toxicity, and he's like popped in the other day, and he's like, "Yep, still sucks," and he was gone. So. He might not even be getting my messages and stuff. I don't know. But we'll just wrap if he don't come out. We'll try to get him out here later if he clicks to it.
I'm going to tell you, man, I love seeing how Mojo ran. That was absolutely fantastic. I told you, did I not tell you, Raj, that you were going to fun day one?
Well, you and Pops, man, I didn't believe either one of you, and it was funny.
No, I got a screenshot. I'm going to save it forever. I'll never
doubt we're that excited about issue 2 for 47. That's what I'm hoping.
Dude.
Heck yeah, man. I'm ready for issue 2. You got to get that out.
Yeah. Oh, did you get you got that thing I sent you, right? That cup I sent you?
Yes, sir. It's in the living room right now.
Outstanding. That's kind of the good luck piece right there, buddy.
It worked.
I think you got the week before the campaign launched, something like that.
I just told Raj, I was like, man, it's gonna be fine, dude. It's gonna be fine. People are gonna buy it. He's like, I don't know. He's getting a little worried. And then the last couple of days, right before it launched, he got right, and he's like, yeah, it's gonna go. We're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay. And then, that first hour, it was like, yeah, it's over, dude. Just relax now.
And now it's just getting fulfillment drilled perfectly. I mean, you work in a major retailer.
Yeah,
You know how important packaging and shipping is. You've got this, and you know that if you got questions on you've got my number. You call me.
I will definitely. Yeah, we're set. We got the bags, boards, the Geminis. We're good. We're good to rock.
And for those of you who don't know, and I found this out from Gemini when I was making an inquiry, they will actually if you order a pallet, you can get custom print on the Gemini for your own logo. So when you get to where you're doing like 1,000, 2,000, whatever, when you get into like Brian Polito numbers, man, think about it.
You get to put your logo on the Gemini.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And now look, everybody getting involved with indie crowdfund, it's gonna be that way. Les, we're on right now, dude.
And now I talked with Alexia, and she and I were following that communication we had about the whole thing with when we were talking in the madness about what to do for like something neat and unique for issue 2 as far as stuff comes. And Raj and Pops had both suggested doing like some little custom sketches on like the Geminis or something. I was not sure how that was going to work, and so Alexia was pulling for it pretty hard. And so what she did was when she sent me the signed prints, she took about 20 minutes and she knocked out a little example for me to prove her point. And I mean, if someone can do this in like 15 minutes, okay, there we go.
Yes, he made it.
Hey.
All right,
yes, he made it. Raj, hold up. I want to
just
introduce
my
you guys.
camera
Raj Mahan is Mojo Rising. Les, he's the creator of Mojo. William Samuel Quentin is the creator of 47 Furious Tales. You're all in the Madness Network. Get to know each other.
Good deal.
Good deal.
You know how
crazy as always.
Yeah. That's what you're working on right now, man.
Actually, at the moment, I'm taking a slight break from my comic stuff because my job, job is I do 3D modeling and animation.
Cool.
And so if any of you folks have ever seen like Daz Studio, like people, damn it, this camera is just janky. Sorry. Like I do a lot of contract work for Daz 3D. And produce like tons and tons of content for them. So like at the moment, I'm wrapping up this giant push of products for them. That's like, it's still art. It's just like different. So yeah, there's actually a lot of crossover between what I do in comics and what I do with 3D. So yeah, I was out of comics for about 10 years and 3D dragged me back to it because of people starting to use 3D in comics, and it's just, anyway. So yeah, I've got stuff in that department to deal with, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Cool.
So actually glad to take a little bit of break. We just wrapped up Apocalypse Girl, the first Apocalypse Girl series. So I believe the trade should be out next month for that.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. Cool. So 6 issues on that, and that was a nightmare.
What's that page count? Like 136 pages then, if it's all 6?
Oh, let's see.
Or is it flat 140? I know that's a pretty hefty title.
It's 24 pages per issue, plus covers. So 25 times 6, 150. There's 150 plus bonus material.
Gotcha. Cool. That's a big book.
It's and the thing that made it a nightmare for me is that I was the sole writer, penciler, inker, letterer, colorist, and cover painter.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so
who'd you get to do your interior colors? Did you do the interior colors?
I did the interior colors too. I did all of it.
Wow!
Yeah,
I know a guy if you need to save time next time.
Yes.
I know he's been doing some work for a couple of different people lately. His name is Nick. I'll hook you up.
Hell yeah, man!
He's really good.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And he does a whole lot of different styles. He's pretty sharp.
I actually, colors are my least favorite part of the comic process.
because I'm a fast artist when it comes to pencils and inks, especially if I'm inking myself. Because if I'm inking myself, my pencils look like chicken scratches.
Gotcha.
I mean, my pencils are damn near footnotes on the page for me to just kind of know what to ink, and then I just fly with it. But man, colors, I labor over those damn things, man. Like, people don't realize how important color is.
Yeah.
And it drives me batty.
Actually, I got another one too. I can point you in the direction. Her name's Kelsey Cohen, and she's really sharp too. Actually, I got a lot of good colorists, but those two come to mind real fast.
This Phil guy
Very
right next to me here, right there.
Oh, and Phil, yeah.
Colors. He does colors. That guy.
Don't forget Phil.
You can pull up. You can share that page that you kept trying to share when I wasn't ready.
There you go.
Oh,
we just got it out in print.
See, there you go.
Nice.
I need to find the full one here.
But that's Phil's work, because
there we go. There's the cover. I had fun with that one. All those doors, man. 124 doors.
Wow. Nice.
Wow. And, that was actually my second editing job too, besides just colors.
Actually, yes. It's like if you go into Madness, anybody you need, you can find somebody in the Madness that'll do what you've done. and you know, it's like usually when somebody puts up one of those posts, hey, I need somebody to do this, they get swamped with messages. You know, I mean, because there's so many creatives in the group looking for stuff to do.
Yeah.
So it's always wide open. That's why we changed the name to the Madness way back in the beginning. I knew it was going to get out of control.
And it's wild too, is that once you put some names out there, then all of a sudden they get really tied up. That's what happened with Sandra. You know, Sandra introduced Sandra to a couple people, and then 2 weeks later she was booked for 13 months. You know, Christian Martinez did the color on. Did all the art actually, pencils, inks, everything for Whispers of Persephone, and he's been booked pretty much constantly since then.
Nice.
Nick works, with Dynamite a lot lately, so he's been pretty tied up.
Well,
but, he always finds time to get some more coloring in. He's really something to see. And Kelsey is the same way. She's either doing 6 different character commissions a week, or she's painting up someone's book or something. She's just constant.
What you
say, Rod?
Pop's hijacked my artist, but he's MIA on me. So
hijacking.
And don't forget Greg, man. Greg is
Manny.
Every time I want a banner or a Pops approved or something, I'm like, yo, Manny, you busy? I need one of these. But now I got Lee doing stuff for me, so I'm giving Manny a break, Raj. I'm giving him.
That's all right.
Did you see what the one Lee did with CRoM holding the slingshot? That one's gonna be on one of Moto's cups. I'm gonna get that one out of glass. That one's gonna look good.
I'm gonna switch my stuff off my ugly face for a minute and go to the.
Oh, you don't have to do that.
Share.
It's right up there, see?
That's oh cool. Yeah, it's sharing. Yeah, that's a panel from the second to last page of Apocalypse Girl there.
See, now that's another one that I didn't even find out about until it was too late for me to even get on board. You're gonna run another campaign on that, right?
I never did a campaign. It wasn't kickstarted at all.
Oh, so I can still get it.
Yeah, it was entirely I entirely front loaded it, and then it was picked up by SourcePoint Press, who published it for me. And now going into Apocalypse Girl Volume 2, I kind of want to do a Kickstarter and see if I can't get a little bit of funding to bring in some other folks.
Allow me to suggest indiecrowdfund.com.
Okay.
Isn't
that yours?
Well, it's not mine, but I do work for them or with them to promote. Yeah, and it's more based on trying to get your book on the store's shelves, like what Danny and William was talking about. That's what we're trying to do there. We're trying to get you out there where you're printing 50, 60 copies, 80 copies, sending them to one place, not 80 places.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Unless
that's
all
cool.
retailers getting 100 books from you, that'd be cool. Then I'd send them to 80 places.
Well, I've next year I should have a few books coming out. I've got right now, in between Apocalypse Girl series, I'm about to do a 5-issue series with Dirk Manning at Source Point. That is see if I can gloss over it without giving away any stuff that we're not supposed to give away yet. But it's an Old West horror story. So yeah, he and I have talked for years about doing something together that was a horror comic based in the Old West. So, and it's gonna be tight. But then as soon as that's done, I get rolling with Apocalypse Girl Volume 2, and that's gonna be nuts. So because I'm writing it, my plan is to write it, pencil and ink it. I'll probably do the damn letters on it myself too, just because I found that when I'm doing my own lettering, as the artist, I like having the control. I like being able to
Yeah.
you know, it's hard to find a letterer who understands exactly what I want to do, or conversely, it's hard for me to make artwork that I necessarily. It's not hard. Like when it's my story, I can make the artwork exactly how I need it to be, and I know exactly where the words are going to go. So there's no guesswork. You know, if I'm drawing somebody else's story and somebody else is going to letter it, somebody else is doing when it's all that, then there's certain things that I'm going to think about differently in the artwork. And so one of the nice things about doing Apocalypse Girls, it's like when you're doing it all by yourself, it's very from here to here,
Right.
and that's kind of cool.
Well, Les, let me put this out here, man. If you find yourself wanting to consider someone for lettering, I have a guy. His name is Brian Lee. He's a Cooper School grad as well.
Oh, nice.
Tight work. Real good guy. Very reasonable rates. And I mean, I've known him since he was 10 years old.
Oh, that's cool.
Straight shooter right away. So, yeah, if you need a letterer, just tap me on the shoulder and I'll point you in the direction for
yeah. Well, it's funny because, like I said, I had been out of the comic business for a long time, actually. I mean, technically, I think I was out for about 10 years before I sort of got it back in, but where I got back in was through 3D. Like the very first augmented reality app that anybody had in a comic, my 3D studio here, we developed it, or developed a large portion of it. It was working with Brian Haberlin from Image, Todd McFarlane, that whole crew. Brian Brian uses a lot of 3D in a lot of his artwork, and he had been using a lot of my 3D assets that I sell for years, and we got to know each other through that. And then he brought me in with that, and from there I started to get this vantage point on comics again that I had missed because I had just been so swamped with 3D for so long. And I was like, oh well, I really miss this. This is what I set out to do when I was 19. So what I set out to do to begin with. Damn it! Well, like let's tiptoe back into this, So, anyway.
Back, bro.
That's right.
What's that?
You were making assets for the poser marketplace and stuff too, weren't you?
Yeah. Actually,
I thought I remembered that.
Yeah. Well, my studio name is 6S1.
Right. Yeah, I know that name for sure. I've used Poser in the past, man.
If you have ever used Poser, there's about a 99% likelihood you've used some of my work.
Right. Well, yeah, I remember the name for sure. It was cool stuff.
Yeah. We used to be. Good God, Poser went through like 5 different publishers, and every single one of them hired me to do content for them.
Daz and Smith Micro and all those
oh my
guys.
God. Oh well, there was started out as Meta Creations. Then they sold, or they broke off and became Curious Labs. And when they became Curious Labs is when they brought me on board. And then from there it was like EGI Sys. Then it was Eon Software for a long time, which was out of Japan.
I think I've animated with a couple of your models you made, man.
That's quite possible. I mean, because for about a 10-year stretch, if you bought a boxed copy of Poser, one of the logos on the side of it was mine.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So I was actually kind of proud of that. I was like, damn, that's pretty sweet. I dig that. But But yeah, eventually Poser just got overtaken by Daz just as tech. I mean, Daz Studio is just so head and shoulders above Daz Studio, or above Poser, and then there was a lot of management changes and stuff at Daz, and finally they shook down to a management structure that I could deal with, and so I started doing work for them, and good God, I do a lot of work for them.
and those models help out. I used some of those models, since you can set them up. It's almost for people that don't know, it's kind of like you're pulling handles, and you can pose the figures in the positions you want, and they make really good maquettes for reference for when you're drawing comics or whatever.
Almost everything that I shouldn't say almost everything. Most of my characters, in anything that I'm doing, if it's in the style that I'm doing on Apocalypse Girl, I will build a 3D reference of it, and so that I can check lighting and check poses and stuff. And I want the accuracy of that. Now I still draw the stuff by hand, but I'll have those as reference, just as if I mean, it's no different to me than like Alex Ross or some or Tim Bradstreet or any of these guys who like take photos of people. I just don't have the people. I'm just using digital people, and I get to make my costumes and stuff. I make them myself. I make it all exactly the way I want it. A lot of times too, if it's creatures, like I sculpt up the creatures, it's kind of crazy. It's really handy. And I have a love-hate relationship with it, honestly, because 99.9% of the time that I ever hear the words 3D and comics associated, I groan, because the vast majority of the usage of it that's ever been done is just utter damn garbage. And like it actually makes me feel guilty for ever having provided some of the tools they used to do it.
Yeah.
That's a popular.
But every once in a while, I will pull some 3D assets that I'll use for some things in my pages, particularly vehicles. I'll build like some specific stuff, or I get super anal about accuracy in my environments, and so like I'll use references like I wanted my horse anatomy to be dead on, so I used a horse, and then I actually sculpted it out into this zombie horse thing, and used that as a reference for the stuff.
Sculpted it out. What did you use for the sculpting?
ZBrush.
ZBrush. Yep, I was gonna say that.
Yeah, and then like I have reference. I've built models. That's one of the funny things is like most everything. In here, that if it's a vehicle, I have a 3D model of it. Even if I didn't use the 3D model on the page, I use the 3D model as reference.
And which you could also get digitally printed.
Well, and yeah, like my characters, I have a lot of. There's a super cool one actually from issue 5, and it shows up in a couple of other issues. A creature called the Hunter Fiend, that is a really wild ass creature that I built a 3D model of, and it's something that I could very easily get 3D printed because it is set up.
I always thought that would be a really cool perk for some of the comic book creators when they're putting out crowdfunding and stuff, to make that one of the perks, a little get 3D model printed up of a character or like you said, a vehicle or any of that.
Well, and one of the things that I eventually want to do is do those kind of prints for Apocalypse Girl stuff, because it's cool to be able to have that kind of stuff, but then how often does the actual creator of the book can the actual creator of the book say, yeah, and I did that,
right? Yeah.
like I sculpted that damn thing here,
That's millions of polygons there that I worked on.
Yeah. So. God, man, it's been a weird career path for me, man. It's been a very weird career. So I'm 26 years in now, and
wow.
yeah, I've been hammering this junk since I was 19. So
awesome.
My granddaughter was just here, and she said, "Who's Apocalypse Girl?"
That's mine. That's my baby.
But then she left before she got an answer. So.
Yeah.
But see, they come down here, they sit there, they look, they're like, what's that? What's that? I got them all engaged. I have them all interested.
That's a good thing, man. That's a really good thing. Good to keep kids in it.
Well,
and comics get some reading, man.
Next
Comics get some
generation
reading.
of buyers. You got to have a next generation of buyers, man. You got to.
You got to introduce them to the medium.
I'm always, I'm like comic book fans. Make babies. We need you to make babies. Y'all need to get busy. I'm gonna go some Barry White funky loving on this shit, man. Y'all need to get busy and make babies because we
I
need
don't
to
know, man.
generate
Some of us have enough of those kids running around already. I'm like, I got more kids in Mexico.
I raised 3 of them, so
yeah, I got you a little outnumbered.
One. He got me back and had 4.
Oh wow!
Here's that critter I was talking about. Yeah, this big guy on this 2-pager in issue 5.
Nice.
He's give it a second to load up. Got these. One of the other things, like when I'm working, I work out of Clip Studio, and I work at 600 DPI, so all my shit is enormous.
Yeah.
But so sometimes it could take it a minute to load. But it's like the damn image fidelity I can get out of that is nuts.
As Joe Tolliver, he is the man behind Comics Cast, behind the network we're on right now.
Yeah.
Give you a little shout out for that art.
Oh yeah, that's a good page to settle on for a second and leave it there for a minute. I think I really like that.
Yeah, I like that too. That's a nice page.
Yeah, I like the critter, and I always, for some reason, like I really dig drawing. Like I had a lot of fun on the book drawing the shots of her as a little girl, and all the stuff of her as a little girl is actually super integral to the story because, with one exception, without giving anything away, with one exception, all the shots of her as a little girl are flashbacks of her remembering, lessons from Papa. And like the whole book takes off, the whole story takes off when Papa gets killed by one of those things. And it's just everything is her kind of finding her way after that. So, and all the crazy crap. There's I say for my military friends, I didn't serve, but I have tons of military friends, and I got a real big soft spot for military folks. And that's also something that figures very, very prominently with Papa and Abraham. And so this is I'll show you guys this page real quick. There was a crazy page that I've had some friends of mine get shook by, but in a good way. So there's Jed and Abe are 2 friends who are basically in the service together, and one of them's job is disarming IEDs. And
yeah, it takes a certain set of cojones.
Yeah, well, I have a good friend who that isn't. It's weird. A lot of these characters are actually kind of a mishmash of different people I actually know, and so that character of Abe being a soldier diffusing IEDs. I have a good friend who named Troy, whose job in Afghanistan for almost 3 years was diffusing IEDs. And he used to Skype with me at 4 a.m. And talk about stuff and just kind of decompress a little bit. He'd talk about a lot of stuff that he'd seen, and it's like there's a lot of attitudes and things that I have and views that I have that are heavily informed by conversations with friends who are in Afghanistan, Iraq, and other just ass crack of the world kind of places. And so I try to incorporate that because I don't know, man. It just
Do you? I know you say you're taking a break from comics for a minute, But
for a minute, yeah, because I really worked my ass off on this book.
Okay, well, I mean, I want you to go check out the indiecrowdfund.com site because you might be able to put it up in front of some retailers and get them looking at it on the side. But that's at another time. You know, I'm not trying to do a commercial right here. But are you going to continue when you come back in it? Are you going to continue with Apocalypse Girl, or do you have different directions?
Well, there are 2 more Apocalypse Girl stories that I am actually committed to my publisher to tell. So there are 12 more issues of Apocalypse Girl to come.
Cool. That's what I want to know. So yeah, get on board with this, y'all, because it's not going away anytime soon.
Yeah, this was Apocalypse Girl Volume 1, and it's 6 issues. At each volume, I get a little OCD over organizing stories. So it's, you know, each volume is 6 issues. You know, same page count, all that kind of stuff, and it's, you know, I've heard some people like, oh, you know, I'm tired of everything having trilogies. Well, you know, the trilogy is a format out of classical literature, and it works for a lot of reasons, and I like that, so that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I don't care how many. Just keep it coming. See, that's what my favorite stories are the ones that never end.
What I'm really hoping for out of Apocalypse Girl on the comic book front is to eventually is to get all 3 series out, tell her story, and the main character, like, there's nobody in it called Apocalypse Girl. It's just the title of the book. Like, the title of the book literally has the word apocalypse is in the entire series one time on the first page. So, but I'm gonna show you guys my piss everybody off page.
Yeah, dude, we're getting ready for our next guest. So throw it.
Gotcha. I'm gonna fire that up. Well, I'm actually about to go buy a kayak. So, but
nice.
But yeah, that's my piss everybody off page.
All right, we got Hitler and Trumpert. And what else do we got? We got that thing, the "Don't Tread on Me" flag. Well, I'm okay with that one all the way down the line forever. So,
if you read the narrative,
I can't read that, but I'll check it out later.
Yeah, the narrative sets it, and it's pretty brutal. But you know what's been interesting to me is that folks who have read it, like I've had friends who are, you know, maybe kind of far to the right, some really far to the left, and I've had people from both ends of the spectrum read it, and the response I've gotten, it's set up in such a way so that they kind of can get out of it what they particularly want to get out of it, while at the same time it sort of puts you in this position where it's like it regardless of which side you're on, it makes you have to think about some things that maybe you didn't think about before, and in ways that you maybe didn't think of. So
that's the best way. That's some of the best writing right there. That's the way to do it, dude.
It was tricky. I mean, I really labored over every line of that page, or these pages actually. I love that panel right there, the kid watching the plane leave, and this actually, issue number 4 has a section of the issue that is a love letter to my friends in the military. It really is. It's just like, I love you guys. Here you go. This is for you. You know. And there's actually a lot of phrases and things in here that come from conversations I have with friends over that stuff. It's very, you know, I mean, I think every book, nobody's going to waste the time on a comic book without it having a lot of their heart in it. But I can say, you know, this stuff is extremely heartfelt. So I hope folks dig it because of that.
All right, man, it's been good seeing you again, Les. Always have a good time.
Always good to be seen, brother.
Hey,
so glad to meet you guys.
We're talking with you again, Les.
Yeah, you and dudes who I'm not hooked in with. Like, I'm barely on Facebook anymore. I had to call myself from that because it's poison. Facebook is just.
Well, there is a way to do that. Let me say that with people with Facebook, because I used to be the same way, and I have people say that. But if you don't go to the regular feed and you just add pages, art pages, comics and stuff, and just look and have that in your notifications. Have it set up where that shows up in your notifications. You don't have to deal with all the extra crap on Facebook. You can just look at all the good stuff and not worry about that.
Yeah.
We have a guest in the backstage area. It's
well,
guys,
gentlemen,
I'm gonna hop off too. I've got to get back to formatting this book. Raj, always a pleasure. Les, good to meet you. Phil, man, thanks for the request. I got you accepted. Pops, I'll see you soon, man.
You bet, man.
Go. And all you guys, if you're not hooked in with me, get with me on Facebook and Twitter and wherever. I'm easy to find.
Awesome. Good talking with you, Les, man. Good talking with you, Will.
Take it easy,
guys.
All right. Later, you guys.
Later. And next we have God's Hand. God's Hand, Anthony Figaro.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
I didn't mean to run all you people off, man.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, I think Will and William and Raj was just kind of hanging out. They weren't like guests. It was like Les's time. But I kind of wanted Raj to hang out for a minute and say hi. But, I mean, that's just how that goes.
That's the way it goes sometimes. Bees like that sometimes.
So how you doing, bro?
I'm doing pretty good, man. Better than I deserve.
I mean the campaign, I like it. I'm glad you're extending it out so I can still get in on it after the wedding.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do, man.
I can't buy nothing this month, bro. My son's getting married the first weekend of next month. So
I got you.
So Phil here and Pete will be doing the con next month because I won't be here the first weekend. So
you going to marry some folks or what?
I'm gonna tux up anyway.
You gonna tux out?
Hell yeah,
come on
bro.
now, come on, man. I need to see pictures. Is it gonna be camouflage tuxedo or what?
Go into the chapel.
Nice, like gray tweed, and gray and teal, and
we're gonna need to see some pictures for sure.
You'll get that. It'll be the first time anybody ever see me in a tux that wasn't an Alice Cooper costume.
Got you, bro. Got you. I think I've only ever sported one.
Yeah, it's just not my, normal thing. I can't remember. I mean, I rarely dress up at all, man. I mean, for anything. I'm just me. But look at this, y'all. This is the thing right here.
Oh, yeah.
This is the thing right here.
This the deal, huh?
Being so connected to all these other voodoo books, it's like I gotta have yours too. So, like I said, I appreciate that because I ain't gonna be able to get it till next month. But yeah, man, it's like it's got to be up there. I really was hoping at some point you and Raj could get together and do some kind of a connecting cover like he did with Voodoo Nations, or all three of you get together and do something.
Sooner or later, man. Whenever the fates decide, it'll come together.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It's like it. I can see it. If we get one more voodoo guy, we could do a four cover. No, dude, that'd be awesome. We need one more voodoo guy.
I'm sure it'll pop up. It's very popular. It's the season right now for voodoo and black magic. For some reason, it's in the air.
Yeah, so why don't you go ahead and do you want to watch the video first, or do you want to give your synopsis first?
Well, just do the video. It's always easy. The video covers a lot. Go ahead.
We'll do that. See if I can get some full. This one doing full screen. Cool.
These aren't your typical acts of violence. The victims, they're an unknown supernatural monarch. When the city's protector, Marie LaVoe, is found murdered, a collective team of reformed sinners with supernatural powers, led by the immortal Jean Lafitte, are called in to solve the case. As they delve deeper into Marie's death, they begin to suspect the rise of the Black Queen, an entity that has been seen for centuries. Now awakened, evil threatens to free the ancient gods of chaos and cover the world in a cloak of darkness. I smell human. As her minions crawl out of the shadows and threaten to unleash horror upon the city. Only Gilles Lafitte and his team of hunters stand between the darkness and the total destruction of the city. All help now rests in a team simply known as God's Hand.
Love it.
Yeah, it is.
Love it. Get rid of that though. Yeah. Yeah, man, I like that. That's awesome. Let me get the page back up though on the share screen, right? That's what I hate about when you watch a video. It's like it wants to go on to the next video instead of just leaving your thing up there. You know?
I know, huh? Because you wonder sometimes. It's just like, what are these things they suggested right here? What the shit is this? You know,
it got something to do with what we were looking at.
Yeah, well, you hope something don't pop up like a penis pump or some shit like that.
Yeah, you're like, what is it? Now look at this guy.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! You know,
look at this guy. Now, Anthony.
Yes.
I gotta know, man.
What's up, Bev?
You draw like a beast, bro. I'm wondering what your strongest influence is here.
That's a tough one, man. I was talking to somebody about this, and when I came into comics, Jim Lee, Silvestri. Jim Lee was on Punisher War Journal. Silvestri was on X-Men. McFarlane was on The Incredible Hulk. And I think the very first book I got was actually an Iron Man book. And they were doing, it was in the middle of Iron Wars. And then the next book I got was Uncanny X-Men Classic and Art Adams covers. And so I got hooked on that. And so I kind of went that route for a while. And then I got sidetracked by Rob Liefeld and had to spend a few years scrubbing Liefield's style out of my style. But I don't know.
Though. That's okay.
Yeah.
Though. You recognize what needs to be changed.
And look, man, Rob, Liefeld did what Liefeld was good for the industry. Wasn't perfect, you know what I'm saying? But he was good. For me, anyways, from my generation, he was inspiration. You know what I mean? Everybody my age wanted Levi's jeans. And
I give a lot of crap, but I mean, hey, man, he did drop some iconic.
I mean, they rock. Look, man, love him or hate him or whatever, man. I mean, dude, rock. He altered comics. He helped alter comics. He was one of the individuals who helped.
He dropped some iconic stuff. You see it, it was
Correct.
him. And that's what I was saying to Ernest earlier about his style. It's like a style. When you see somebody's art and that's who did it. That's when you got there, when people recognize your art by the style and not by the signature.
Yeah, and they make a movie or two.
That too now. That helps out a lot, But I think these days I lean more towards probably like Capullo, Jim Lee, kind of in that area, in that style like that.
What's his creative control tier right here? What is that?
Okay, so what that is we were having Wizard World. We were doing Wizard World, and Wizard World was coming down to New Orleans every January. And so when we set this perk, what this was for was to be able to go to the Wizard World convention with me and come sit behind the table and experience what it's like to be at a convention behind the table. And then after the convention, we were going to go down to Bourbon Street. We were going to go down to Gene Lafitte's blacksmith shop. Gene Lafitte's blacksmith shop is a bar. It's still, it was a place Gene Lafitte used back in the day. It's still in operation. And we were going to sit down and have a few drinks, and then we were going to start and go over the story arcs for issues or for chapters 2 and 3. And then the individual would be able to sit down and create a character and kind of have some input on the direction of the books 2 and 3.
Raj, are you watching, bro?
And there's all kind of other stuff. There's like pieces of metal prints and T-shirts, and you get the cover to the book.
I'm just saying that right there. That right there is the kind of stuff that the interactive stuff that really brings the fans. But right there, if another creator jumped in there with you for that creative control part, and maybe brought one of their own characters, like into yours for a minute, I'm seeing cross promotions out of that, not like a fan getting in there. You know what I mean? I'm seeing another creator and some collaboration out of that.
I think that's. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think what winds up happening in those situations, I think you get two guys together and you do a one off is what you wind up doing. Is you do a completely separate one off that basically takes elements from both the stories, finds the common ground, and then tells a story that fits both universes, where the two characters basically come together, have an adventure together, and then go their separate ways. And in that way, you have the ability to later on, if you want to introduce these characters into your main line, you can easily put them into those main lines. You know?
Here's what I instantly saw when I saw that, and why I brought it up, because I was seeing let's say we take Bayonetta from the Mojo book, who they're or somebody, just anybody from the Mojo book that there's no origin story for, right? And they start in your book and then kind of like space warp over to his or something.
Well, you can run an origin story, or you don't have to even run an origin story, but you can.
It'd just be like that's
however they are currently in the Mojo book. I mean, that's a future apocalypse book. So you can take an element of their character and say, well, in this story, in this past timeline, this is how that element of their character developed because of this relationship, because of this loss, because of this scar, whatever it is. You know what I mean? You can kind of give depth to a character by going in reverse and saying, well, this is what you see. This is how why the character thinks this specific way is because of this specific situation.
Right. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like I see an opening for a creator right there to step in there and do something that benefits the character that they're building. You know what I mean? By working with you and introducing that character. Yeah. Man, this is the kind of stuff that keeps me awake at night. I ain't lying.
At least it's good stuff, man.
But you can ask Raj, man. I'll send him a message at 2 a.m. and go, "Hey, man, I just thought of you this. You got to check this out, or you got to, think about this. What do you think about this?" And I'll send it to him at 2 a.m. because I don't want him to forget, or I don't want to forget and then not say nothing the next day about what was a good idea. I try to, I'm trying to. So I'll send him a message at 2 a.m. I don't even care, because my mind's always rolling, man. I'm always thinking of stuff. It drives people crazy, but there I am. I guess. Do you remember the Keaton's part in Night Shift?
Which one? Oh yeah. Yeah.
Bill Blazowski, the Idea Man. That's been my life, dude. That's been my life. Great ideas and never a format to make them happen or the financing to make them happen. And it's like now I'm sitting out here where I have a bit of a format, so some of my ideas are getting used here and there. So I feel good about my life.
Yeah, we were joking about this the other day. We said we were gonna get some T-shirts made, and they were gonna say "Bankrupt Idealist" or "Bankrupt Idea." And it's basically, that's me. Champagne tastes on a soda pop budget.
There you go.
Yeah.
Powerade, not Gatorade.
There you go, man.
I still got the aid. It don't matter what kind it is. It's all the same, man. I see William Page in the chat. What's up? I see the one and only. The one and only. Mr. Jimmy Reynolds. Yes. I got his stuff up behind me over here too. I got people's stuff all over the place, man, that have been in the show this week. Every time I turn around, I'm going, "Yep, I got that showed off. Yep, I got that showed off." And now I got color in my face. What's up? What? You're eating? You came down here to tell me you're eating walnuts. Oh, you want? You know what I'm doing? It's my con. Get out of here, you little trying to get attention. That's Emma. That's my oldest grandchild. And
Hey, how you doing?
say hi, Anthony.
Hi.
Yeah, Phil's hiding behind a.
I'm hiding. I'm the.
See, he don't have a camera.
What do you mean? That is me, dude. What are you talking about? That's what I look like. That's
see, just like that's me. Just like that's me. That's Phil too. See.
Just like Danny said, it's like one of the characters from the Gorillaz band, man.
Yeah, there you go. Uh-oh. Get your butt upstairs.
You gotta keep it up.
Oh, this is the lawyer of the crew. This is the lawyer of the crew, Sophia. She's the one that always will question everything and will give you a reason why that ain't the way it is.
Never stop questioning, Sophia. Always question.
Always question. Question everything and follow the money. You'll know what that means later.
Question authority.
Okay, gotta go. Bye. That's my reward in life right there.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely.
That's my reward in life. They're so great. But yeah, man, this here book, like I said, look, man, you're killing it, bro. I mean, 262 backers. That's twice as many backers as we got.
Oh, scroll back up. I want to see the first one, man.
Which one?
Above that one. That. Oh, that's
the video.
No, right there.
This?
That's cool. Yeah, I like that. The sword, the one with the sword. The sword.
Oh, this one. Okay.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that one.
Now, what's his name again?
That's Jean Lafitte. That's the pirate, Jean Lafitte.
Yeah, Jean Lafitte. That's who that is.
Now I don't know if you. Again, I have to go through this every time, and I didn't realize this. Like the first couple of times I did this, I didn't realize it. You just don't realize, like wherever you're from, wherever you're born and raised, you have local legends.
Right.
And you just are like, well, yeah, you just that it's common knowledge to you, and you don't realize not everybody else knows because they got their own local legends, and they're not your local legend.
Yeah, we got Paul Bunyan up north.
Right.
Paul,
Right. So Jean Lafitte was a real guy. He was a real pirate. He fought in the War of 1812. He actually fought in the Battle of New Orleans with Andrew Jackson. He helped win the Battle of New Orleans with Andrew Jackson, and he played an integral part in that. And he was a real pirate, and he has a place in. As a matter of fact, he's a place called Barataria Bay, which is down in Crown Point, which is actually where my grandparents live. And I've been going down there I just came from there about 30 minutes ago. That's where I came from. So, and they got Jean Lafitte State Park and everything. So it's like it's very, very common. So guy asked me, he wanted to do a news story. He seen my artwork and shit. And he's like, well, look, he's like, do you have any stories about New Orleans? And I was like, well, no, I don't. And he said, well, could you make one up? And so he said, I want you, so I sat down and said, well, let me make up a story about New Orleans using New Orleans characters. So I took Jean Lafitte and Marie Laveau, and I kind of mixed them into this, for lack of a better term, it's kind of like, you have CSI. This would be like paranormal CSI. These guys basically go and they investigate paranormal crime scenes, vampire attacks, werewolf attacks, monsters in general. So that's what the basic, and they are part of what we call the NOPD, which is the New Orleans Protection Division. New Orleans Occult Protection Division is what it is. And so basically they've been serving, because Jean Lafitte and everything is immortal. So they've been serving New Orleans and the New Orleans Division for about 200 years. And there's this incident that goes down, and it's called the Katrina incident. And so something happens during Katrina, and basically Jean Lafitte gets exiled from New Orleans, kind of from the United States, but from New Orleans in particular. And so the book starts off with him and his current team. He's a mercenary now. He's a mercenary monster hunter. Him and his team are hunting down this monster, and he gets a call that says, look, Marie Laveau's been murdered, and we need you to come find out what's up. You have 48 hours to find out who killed Marie Laveau. So the story is about him coming back to New Orleans and finding out what happened to Marie. And in the meantime, you're watching him deal with the fallout from the Katrina incident, and along the way you get to find out, well, what happened and how that ties into Marie's death and him having to basically face the sins of his past in order to set Marie free, to find her soul and all this stuff like this. So it's, you know, it's like I tell people, it's like the movie Angel Heart mixed with Hellboy.
I like that. That's a good description.
Yeah.
Now look, I'm looking at this one right here, and I'm like, this cover right here is Indiegogo only. You won't get this cover unless you buy
Correct.
this book from Indiegogo. So if you're one of those cover collectors, or Jesus. Anyway, if you're one of those people that likes to have exclusive type covers, this is one. This is the exclusive one for this book. You're not going to see this one again anywhere else. Even though we're going to talk him into coming over and putting this book on indiecrowdfund.com, you're still not going to be able to get this book, okay?
Not that cover.
Not this cover. It just ain't going to happen. So if you want this one, you got to get it now. You got to get it through Indiegogo. And if you look, I mean, it's the colored one's fire too, but I mean, that's the one that you're not going to see again. So if you're one of those exclusive guys, you want to get this this one right here, the featured signature series. Get that book, get that cover. You know,
you get that book. Yeah, the signature series. Basically, you get the exclusive cover, and you get a metal bookmark, which will all will be signed by me. There's also some add-on. There's also some add-on stuff too, because we have Double Trouble, which you can buy 2 books, but what we have down there is you can buy either the standard, you can buy the exclusive cover. Like this one, you can get so that one you can get the Andy Kuhn variant and the charcoal cover. And if you go up one more to Double Trouble Part 1, that's Part 2. Go up, there you go. Then you can get the standard cover and the charcoal cover. So instead of adding a whole new tier, if you get that signature series up top, it has an add-on where you can add on another charcoal version. So if you want 2 Indiegogo exclusives, you can do an add-on and get one of those on there as well.
Nice. And I was checking out here. You got the triple play, big.
Yeah.
Got them all. And then we talked
get
about
all of them.
Control already. It's fire, man. And like I said, thank you again for extending this out for us slow people.
I want to show. Yeah, if you go down to the bottom, I'll show you as well. Go up a little bit. Let's see. Go up to where it says stretch goals. Right there. Okay. So the stretch goals are unlocked. Those are the design. Those 3 right there are the designs for the bookmarks. We have metal bookmarks.
Who made the book?
Who made them?
Yeah.
Who made the metal?
Yeah. I mean, who's doing the bookmarks? Because we know about Barry Metals and Ready Comics that do metal stuff.
Ready does them. I have a guy locally who does them as well. That's cool. That's I mean, I got my metal prints. I did some small metal prints, some 5x5 by 8.5 prints. I got those from him, and I got some special trading cards, metal trading cards done from Ready. But my other guy does he does bookmarks. But the difference is those bookmarks they're actually like they're on a mirror. So if you've gotten metal from Ready before, Ready, you got some metal?
Barry Comics, Barry Metals is this one. Let me see if I can get.
I know this camera does this. Camera does this stuff. Yeah, it's like that. Correct. That's what it's like.
You can
see just like that. Yeah. You can see yourself in it.
Yeah.
The camera never does that shit any justice, dude. It really doesn't.
But I was showing it off the other day. I was like, look, you can see the art on the wall in the reflection.
Correct. Exactly. That's how my bookmarks are. So my bookmarks are like that. They're the mirror metal like that. So those 3 designs you see are the 3 bookmarks that you'll get through the different packages. Some have 1, some have 2, some have 3 different ones. So you get those 3. Now when you go down, you have
Raj Mahan,
Mojo Wisdom. Raj?
You know, we're all gonna work together eventually. You watch.
One of these days, man. Now, if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see the stretch goals. All right, so everybody will get these. These are the trading cards. 2 trading cards, one with Jean Lafitte and one with the bad guy, which is Oliver Soup, which is a griever. These are the 2 trading cards. Everybody will get those. Go down one. Everybody who backs the book will get one of these, a small print of the Andy Cohen cover, and then everyone will get one of these. This is a one-off Death's Tarot card. Everybody who backs the project will get one of those as well.
I'm getting tarot cards from everybody now. I like it.
Yeah. So we did that, and then since we because I just put up this in the updates, we were supposed to drop in August. We had to push back to October. So what we did was we threw in another print for everybody. Everybody's going to get a print of the Red Temptress. If you scroll down past, I want to say, I think it's past the pages. There's the red chick who's on the she's on the bookmark. You'll see the full. Let's see, right there. Everybody will get one of those prints. We're gonna throw that in as extra, and we have these things called lanyard bags, and so these bags basically will have 4 uniquely New Orleans items in them. So we got lanyard bags that we're gonna throw in. We also added 10 pages of content to the book. And then 10, let's see, I got 30 special die cut stickers that are going to be randomly given out to 30 random backers. And then I got 10 extra bookmarks that are only 10 of them are made. They're going to be of the Griever character that's on the trading card. Those will be given out to 10 random backers, and then I got 5 gold trading cards, which are also will be given out to 5 random backers, just as a show of appreciation, because we appreciate everybody being patient with it.
Dude, that's how you do it. Anthony, this is awesome having you out, bro.
Absolutely, man. Thank you for having me, brother.
We got to talk more, man. We definitely got to talk more, man.
My light's always on, brother. Hit me up anytime, bro. I'm always down for good conversation, man.
Well, I want everybody to know too. This guy also helps keep me grounded a little bit. Sometimes I get a little bit off, and they'd be like, "He keeps me down here where I'm supposed to be."
Keeps you centered.
Hey, you're right, man. We got to keep each other centered, brother. It's easy to take off.
Ernest McClendon says he can see himself drawing her, so there you go. Fan art is great. Ernest is an awesome artist. That's what I was talking about earlier. That has that style. He's the one that did that Thor up there. Okay, it's like he's got a style.
Gotcha.
That you recognize it as his art as soon as you see it. And we were talking about that. That's something that I mean, that's there's not a lot of artists you can say that about where you see it,
right?
You know that's his.
Right.
So I told him he has to keep cultivating that and keep working that because it's awesome, man. Somebody you can go check out. He's in the group too.
Absolutely, man. Anybody just drop me a line. Like I said, I'm always good up for some good conversation. I'm always up for talking shop, and I'm always up for talking to good creators. So
I'm waiting for my next guest. I'm waiting for Mr. Jonathan Thompson. I don't know where he's at. He'll be.
Definitely have a cool book up there, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, man.
All right. There's my next guest, Anthony. It was great seeing you, bro.
Always, brother. Thank you for having me on, man. Y'all take it light.
I'll see you again, man. You know it.
Yes, sir.
And our next guest, Mr. Jonathan
Thompson.
How's it going, man?
Hey, welcome to CRoM Con. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
It is going.
You are the final segment before the break in our artist alley thing. So, Joe, you can start putting that together. You got 30 minutes to get your crew here and get it together.
Minus 30 minutes and counting.
You know how we do it. So do me a favor, Jonathan, drop a link in the private chat so I can make you a little banner here and so we can pull your stuff up.
Yeah, no problem. I'm going to link my website.
That'll work fine. Sure.
All right. Do you want me to email you quick? I could email you the book if you want to pull some pages up.
To Phil. You can send anything you want to Phil, my co-host right there.
Cool.
Phil.
Cool.
He's also in the group. You can find him right there. Oh yeah, Space Station. See, I get. Sometimes I forget, man, who's up, what their deal is. But yeah, I remember. I know this one. Said.
Yeah, we got some couple stuff on the website that you can see from the book.
And we will pull up. There it is.
There we go. That's the link where you can buy the book. $4. It is a sci-fi anthology book that I did with George Luis Gabota. If you go to you click a couple of pictures there. You got the front cover, the back cover, and the contents page.
This is not just a PDF. You can actually buy
No,
it.
this is only a physical copy.
Okay, there you go. See,
Right here.
I just want people to know what they're getting for $4 because that's a great deal for a comic book today. You know?
Oh yeah, and that's what we wanted. We wanted something that felt like good, something to hold in your hands, not something to just buy and look at your computer screen.
Right. Phil, I'm gonna have to go up and check some kids. You got me for a
They
minute?
need to be checked.
Yeah.
All right.
You
All right.
got me?
I'll tag in, man.
All right.
Okay. So how you doing there, John?
I'm pretty good. How are you? Things been going well on here.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'm glad it is. I got to jump in here today. I couldn't make it the last 2 days, unfortunately, but
you're here now.
Yeah.
If you click on the picture, it'll make it bigger. Yeah, there you go.
We can even. Where's that key? Where's the? Oh.
There you go. That's the title page.
Oops, here.
And the back cover.
There's the title page. I like that. That's a very cool design.
Thank you. Really lunges at you.
Yeah, exactly. It's very, very dynamic. It's got depth to it.
Thanks. It's beautiful to see it on your shelf too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't beat that, man.
You can't. It's 3 short stories, all science fiction. You have Another World, which is about monks on a floating tree in space looking for a home.
So that's this top half, I'm guessing.
A little bit, yeah. And then you have The Star, which is about a shape-shifting rock star giving a press conference. But you kind of get a little taste of that on the bottom. Yeah. And then the third story, which is not on there, is The Prince of Steel, which is like a evil Iron Man presiding over the board of his father's company and how bad that can go.
Oh, that's a good, interesting.
Yeah. And then it's the book is framed with a short story about the dead astronaut, kind of leading you in and out of the stories, so you have a nice full book there to sit with.
Oh, so you lead it through with the dead astronaut, and it's like, oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, you like come in and out.
The old metal Hurlons.
Exactly.
Heavy, for people out there, that's the French version of heavy metal.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, how they did it with the screaming metal actually is what that meant, and it was the big planet entity flying through with the different stories. So yeah, kind of like that, Or in the movie, like the Lochnar, where they had the glowing globe, and to bring you through the stories. I like that. That's a cool idea. I like that, man.
Yeah, I didn't want it to just be like just a collection of short stories. I wanted to give it a little zest to it.
That's always nice, man. That's very cool.
Yeah. Especially like when I go into a comic store, I want to walk away with something that I feel is solid and made from start to finish to be a complete piece, and that's what I did here.
Well, it definitely looks like you did a good job on it, man. I'll have to definitely check that out.
The artist is the Argentinian artist, George Luis Gabota. He's great. He did all the stories and really mixes up the style in between. Some people think it's a different artist, but it's one guy throughout.
Did he do all the art, the colors, lines, and everything?
Yes.
Wow.
Yep. Great work.
Definitely cool. And does he work? Do you know if he's working traditional or digital or?
He's mostly traditional. I mean, The colors is digital, but
Colors,
the
yeah, we all-
pencil and ink, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think you even see non-digital colors anymore. I mean, that's how I work too, but I try and mimic actual,
Color,
yeah, instead of it. I try not
Yes,
to make it look digital.
it is an anthology. Yes, it's all the same universe. Thanks, Will.
The back cover.
That last image is the back cover.
Back
Yes.
cover. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I dig that kind of surreal stuff like that, man. That's very cool.
Yeah.
So what's up? Okay, well, explain some of this. What's going on right here?
Oh, that's just a fun image. That's just him going crazy. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Stretching out from the astronaut. Yeah.
Exactly. We were playing with ideas for covers, and he tossed that image at me also, and I said, "Well, we need to include it somehow."
Yeah, it definitely gets your attention.
Mm-hmm,
That's very cool. Now, is there other pages we have on this?
If you go over to, you can see there's 2 stories up there. One is at the back of the book, and the End of Times is a story that the 2 of us did together, but that's not in the book. And then Seek Repair is at the back of the book. That's not really part of the anthology. That's just a little extra.
Oh, that's nice. You threw in a bonus, man. That's
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I dig that.
Danny said right there. Every time I tune in, I find a book I want to get in the store.
I dig that style, man.
Are you in stores already?
No, we're not going with stores. We're going direct to consumer. So you could buy it right now on the website.
No, I mean he works for a store down in Florida.
If he wants to get some, just send me a message and I'll get you some.
Indie books go off the shelves in his store. That's what we're trying to build here. We also set up a new website called indiecrowdfund.com.
I saw that.
Yeah, so we're trying to get everybody in the stores. We're trying to move up. But Danny actually works for a store in Florida, and it's his mission to put you guys on his shelves. So
yeah, send me a message. We'll talk about getting some copies.
You're all in the madness, man. You all got to get to know each other.
Dan the man.
Pete, do you know Jonathan?
I don't, but
nice to meet you.
Hello, sir. I've been in and out. I had some home stuff that needed attending.
No worries.
But I'm looking at these pages, and yeah, I'm digging what I'm seeing.
You dig that, don't you, Pete?
I really do. I need to know what influenced you guys. Where's your origin? Where are you coming from that made you want to go into this? Because there's definitely something a little bit different, but something familiar at the same time.
George has a really unique style, really loose, really cool, really psychedelic, and it helped me just kind of bounce off his style with my own ideas and just create something really cool.
The loose and the psychedelic, it definitely. I'm trying to get a good look because my eyesight is trash. I know, but I dig it. It's you got a thing going. And now, are you guys self-contained? Like, is this going to be your only arc, or are you guys moving forward? Do you have like a game plan for what you want to do?
As an anthology, this was kind of a one and done kind of thing for us. But I do have ideas to expand it for maybe 2 more issues.
Okay.
The individual story is self-contained, but the framework story of the dead astronaut definitely could continue on with the way the book ends.
Okay.
Yeah.
We are
working on other projects together.
That was my next question.
So that's really where the relationship has blossomed, is just constantly going back and forth with ideas and coming up with new cool stuff to do.
All right. Well, I dig it. That's good. So you have a plan for this, and you have a plan for what's going on next, and then. Now, I'm sorry, I came in a little late. Was it Kickstarted Indiegogo or
no?
Are you self? Okay, cool. See, I think that's where our vibe is, because when I had my books and they came out a while back, it was completely us out of our own pocket, our own this, our own that. So I get that. It's kind of I don't want to say the Kickstarter or the other stuff isn't self-fulfilling, but it was because you had your hands on every second of the process from Genesis till actual book in your hand. It felt different, didn't it?
Oh yeah. First of all, thanks, Rog. Gonna send your copy out on Tuesday when the mail starts again.
Yeah, he said sign it if you can, because
There's no mail tomorrow.
Raj,
Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah.
Raj is the guy that created Mojo Risen, the one that just
Oh,
finished
cool.
pushing
Cool.
it.
Yeah.
So
Tuesday morning, it'll be in the mail.
There you go, Bill.
You know, it was really fulfilling to go through this process.
Yeah,
you know,
that's what I want to get.
It really was, and I wasn't really interested in doing a Kickstarter or an Indiegogo or crowdfunding. You know, I just kind of like put the pedal to the metal and put my money where my mouth is, and it makes it even more rewarding every time I send a book out.
Yeah.
You know, when I walk to the post office with a stack of envelopes to send out, that's it's exciting. Every time I get a sale, it's fulfilling. It feels great, and it just keeps churning the work out more and more.
Do you feel that it gives you more energy to keep going and keep making it? Okay. It's almost addicting, right?
It is too addicting.
when you look, everybody creates their own stuff, and I get it's all addicting when you see something funded, when you see this, when you see that, and I guess it comes down to like being a farmer. You planted the seed, you saw the little leaf grow, and then when you pull out that potato or carrot or whatever it is you're growing, and it's yours, that's a good feeling.
It's a great feeling. Even the whole process of going from like getting the first couple pages from George, then putting the book together in like a PDF and seeing it all at once. And then when I got those first group of copies and I felt it in my hands, I was like, this is great.
Sure,
this is beautiful.
And
now it's selling. Yeah. If you go over to the End of Times, that's another story that the two of us did for what was it? Platform Comics. It was like a week-long submission process that we had. So I had to write the script in a day, and he spent the rest of the week putting this together.
No short notice or anything, just get it done.
Yeah, exactly. I was writing it while working, so that always helped.
That's a cool look to the coloring.
I like the color. Yeah, the color palette's cool, man.
Yeah, he does really great work.
That's really, really cool. It really kind of a throwback, but still really modern and clean.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's great line work, and it just comes out looking different and really flows beautifully.
I gotta be honest with you too. I'm a sucker for big, huge swords.
Me too.
Yeah, I Final Fantasy. I'm all about it.
Yeah.
So
I was gonna say it's got to be that anime thing.
And a lot of video games. We have
to find a home for this one, because this was just a one-off that we did for this contest, and now it's here for anyone to read over at Space Station Z.
That's awesome. Cool. Now, does he go digital?
I was going to say, I'm sure that could definitely find a home.
Yeah. Now, do you know his process? Does he go traditional and then digitally ink everything, or?
Yeah, I was saying, I'm pretty sure he is physical pen and ink.
Okay.
Because I know we got slowed down with the pandemic because he ran out of ink and he needed to find a place to get it.
Oh yeah, I heard that happen to a few people.
Yeah, but and then he obviously colors and letters digitally.
Okay, all right. It makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
But it's just because, like Phil said, and Phil would know best, the palette he uses, just that soft pink in the background, but the orange still pops, and then, that's...
It gives it a good feel. It gives it...
I asked if it's watercolor.
It does look like that. I know. When we were originally putting the book together, it was just going to be black and white, because I figured that would be our cheapest print option.
Usually
it turned out it didn't even matter with who we went with. But we did this one. He did it in color, and I was just in love with the color. I was like, I guess we have to do the whole book in color now.
Oops.
That is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah.
Now, I do have a question because I collector shipping. How do you ship?
I ship through the postal service. Just use UPS, not UPS, postal service, and
this kind of ship. What do you put?
No, I'm just in like basic envelopes, and they've been shipping nicely, thank God. I bag and board them to keep them safe.
Well, when it comes to sending Raj, throw a little extra on there. Raj is a collector.
All right.
And you don't want to have to ship them a second one because of corner bent or something.
No problem.
Stick some extra cardboard in both sides. You know, I'm just saying.
I'll take a little bag of beef jerky.
I do want to say we have to make sure that we're out of the way by 7 o'clock for the next segment because Joe has Comics Cast and he's running his Artist Alley for the next hour from 7 to 8. So we got to make sure we're out of here by 6:59, guys, for sure. So
sounds good. Now remember, everybody, if you're watching us on Facebook or anything like that, definitely be sure to go over to the Indie Comics Cast YouTube page. Give them a subscribe so you can keep going on with all the cool stuff that they have going on, but also always, because you're already in the comic related madness, you're already in the madness, you're already in the group, but you want to always be ready to when we pop off and do one of these CRoM Cons because they're always fun. You don't want to miss anything.
And all the other shows. I mean, they got, the Brew Gooders. If you've never watched the Brew Gooders, that dudes drinking beer and talking about comics. Guys from the UK over there, over there, drinking beer and talking comics.
Or the drawing sessions they have.
Yeah, I mean, Comics Cast has a good format, so hit that subscribe button. We have to do it,
Well, this is a short story that I did with artist Luke Welch. That was a fun time. There's a 5-part short story. Each part has its own drawing to kind of lead the imagination.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. That one was a lot of fun. We did that weekly, which was really exciting because I was working on each piece, fixing it, tightening it as I got to release every Wednesday.
All right.
It's nice sci-fi horror.
Yeah. Oh, that's one of my favorite areas, man.
Well, wait till you get to the last part.
So yep, Joe just said we're doing good, guys. Been a good show, been nice and smooth. He's getting ready to kick off part 2 with his Artist Alley, and man, I want to thank everybody that's watching, everybody who's come out as usual, having a blast. John, we also do like an after party, like 9:30 tonight or so. It'll just be a wide open panel, whoever wants to come out.
Yeah, I might have to try and slip on for that.
Yeah, you might want to jump back out here later. It'll be a different feed, but if you want the link, let us know, because that's when we just like, hey, what's happening? Everybody try to do as much networking and getting to know each other as we possibly can. That's what it's about.
Oh yeah, that looks like it ended on a crazy note there.
I told you.
Okay. Danny's got a question for you, though, John. He wants to know. He says he sees a lot of sci-fi in this. What did you like growing up?
I liked a lot of Kurt Vonnegut, a lot of Ray Bradbury, a lot of Isaac Asimov. I kind of grew up on those books. Then once I hit comics, it was all Grant Morrison and Mobius.
Yep,
Oh,
there you go.
yeah.
That'll do it.
The right way to evolve.
I knew you were going to go to Mobius.
Well, I mean,
Oh yeah.
it's hard not to.
I'll be honest with you. Just that last panel there, I see a little Doctor Who because that is my wheelhouse. Also,
I've unfortunately never watched.
you got a little bit there.
Yeah.
You got a little bit there. Just enough to make a Who fan go, hey, what's going on here?
We'll check it out.
Because we are everywhere.
So
I know that.
So definitely, I'm guessing like European comic artist influences in the sci-fi area.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm right there too. That's one of my favorite areas, dude.
Yeah, it's fantastic stuff.
A little 2000 AD and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Little Grant Morrison Doom Patrol vibe.
Yeah, there you go.
A little bit.
That works.
That cultured me as a child.
Yeah.
Not a bad way to start. Not really, seriously, not a bad way to get to get the vibe going. And obviously the art vibe is also doing the same thing.
Yeah. I've been very fortunate to like hook up with artists that really work well with what I'm thinking. Yeah.
I want to see maybe another show. This could be a teaser for the next time you're on, especially since Phil and I are hosting the October show. I want to see what you wrote out to describe this. Okay, in the script for the artist. Okay, panel, blah, blah, blah. astronaut's helmet is open with spiral of teeth or whatever it is.
Well,
I want to see the script to that and to see how he transitioned
How
into
he
drawing
adapted
that.
what
Yeah.
you wrote.
Yeah.
Well, the beautiful thing about these is he just took the drawings based on the prose that I wrote.
Well, yeah.
I gave
See
him
down here below.
no direction. Yeah, because it's a short story. Yeah.
Yeah, each section is illustrated by an image, and then a short.
Okay, so he just went in.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, he or she, I'm sorry. Okay.
No, Luke Welch. He's on Instagram at Luke Welch. Just check him out. Great stuff.
Invite him to the madness.
I should.
I gotta say it.
I should have got George on here too.
Yeah, man, bring everybody to you know.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing, man. That's what we're trying to do here is get everybody here. You know,
once a month, man. So you could always round them up. And
that's true. We should get the whole crew together.
I believe I found him on Instagram.
Cool.
Luke?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. It's very simple, the style.
Yeah, I got him.
Yeah.
I got him.
And then I'm on Instagram at Space Station Z. Nice and simple. And then, you know what's been fun about being a writer? And
I got that too.
Thanks. So much time spent like just working in text. And then the transition to comics and seeing what an artist can do with the text is really cool. But my relationship with George has just shown me that I can go halfway and not have to feel so rigid in what I'm describing and know for sure that he's going to throw me something that completely blows me away.
That's the guy you want to work with, the guy that sees your vision, man, and sees beyond it. So you didn't see it. That's what you want to work with, man.
It's a blast because I get to be the first reader. That's
pretty cool.
Like, it's more entertainment for me. I'm like writing my own entertainment.
Yep. No, that's awesome. Dude, we definitely got to get you back out here next month. And do a Monday night show. I do Monday Madness.
Yeah.
I think I might have tomorrow booked, but I don't think I have a whole lot booked for the month. So
yeah, let's talk. Let's talk, Bob. Yeah.
I'm gonna shoot you I'm gonna shoot you a message on Instagram too about stuff like that. I want to pick your brain and chat about a couple things.
Yeah, and I'll get you, some more images from the book. I mean, I wish I did that beforehand because you just have the website to work with. Because there's some crazy stuff on there that I know blow people away. George just phenomenal work. You see some images over on Instagram. I have some panels posted.
This works though because it gives you a little tease, so it's the appetizer.
That's what I love about this.
Can I ask you a favor though?
Yeah.
Can we see what Phil could do color in that?
Go for it.
Phil.
I would love to see that.
Sure, man. No problem.
Email me and I'll send you the raw files.
All right. Cool.
I want to see what Phil can do with that, man.
This art is the only actual physical art I have of everything that I've done, and that's just super cool.
Phil, you got to impress me, bro.
Well, do I ever disappoint you, man?
No, you never do, man.
I try not to.
This is awesome.
I'm pretty meticulous. I'm not OCD about a lot of stuff. When I'm working on art, though, I go pretty OCD with stuff, man.
I'm looking forward to seeing what Phil does with this for sure.
Yeah.
And Pete,
once I got this drawing, I knew it was. I was like, oh, I'm in good hands.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I want to see the chibi version of this.
Oh, it's nice line work, and there's nothing better when you're colorist when you have nice line work to work with.
Did you hear me, Pete?
No, go ahead again.
I want to see the chibi version of this.
The chibi version of this? I think I could figure something out with that.
I bet you could, man.
I bet I could figure something out with that.
There you go.
We'll have that on. We'll have that ready for next time.
All right.
We'll get you some fan art going, man.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Go ahead. Throw your stuff out there.
Yeah, because we're getting there.
Yeah, spacestationz.com. You can go there. You could buy the book right now, $4. I think it's like $2 for shipping. You'll it's hand packaged by me, so pretty much you can guarantee you buy it. I'll be sending it out the next day.
I was gonna say, if somebody's willing to pay more for shipping, do you mind packaging it up even stronger?
I will. Yeah.
That's Raj will tell you straight up. He'd rather you put it in the cardboard and he pays for it than get it damaged. And some people like me, we're just like that. We're collectors.
No, I like to hear that. I like to hear care.
All right, Artist Alley is ready to launch, guys. We're gonna do this again for sure. We'll get Jonathan out of this on a Monday Madness. You're always welcome to post stuff in the group. You know that.
Yeah.
What you're doing. Be mad.
Thank you.
It's got me. I want to see more, man. That stuff's cool.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
Day 2, Part 1 is coming to an end. Part 2 is ready to launch at the same YouTube page, the same YouTube channel, Indie Comics Cast. Phil, Pete, you guys got an hour off, but please take a couple minutes to share the new feed out.
Yeah, absolutely.
No problem.
All right.
Absolutely. As soon as it switches over.
Man. Appreciate you all.
We'll see you in a bit, kids.
Good to
More
meet
madness.
you, John. I'll catch up with you soon.
Yes.
Thanks for having me, guys.
I got you on Instagram, so we'll talk later.
Cool. Sounds good.
Peace.